Hello, dear friends and colleagues. We are glad to welcome you to our second international conference on consciousness and physical reality. Last year, we had a successful experience, and today we have gathered once again to enjoy a pleasant time, learn something new, ask each other interesting questions, and meet new people. We are pursuing two main goals. First, we want to bring together people who are fascinated by the general perception of the reality around us. We aim to unite those who are not restricted by the views of the physical reality within the current scientific paradigm. We seek to gather people who are unafraid to transcend the boundaries of common perception, and we are guided by the belief that consciousness is not merely a product of the highly organized biochemistry of the brain, but is something more, a new physical entity governed by entirely different laws. On the other hand, our aim is also to create a new scientific community of people united by similar ideas about the structure of the reality that surrounds us and of which we're a part. I believe that the experience of the previous conference was truly successful. More than half of last year's speakers have decided to participate this year, and moreover, new researchers accepted the invitation, and we will be pleased to hear from them this weekend. Our conference is called Consciousness and Physical Reality, a View into the Future. And I believe that our meetings, discussions, and perhaps even disputes will help us form at least a basic understanding of the direction in which we need to orient our focus to get closer to solving the phenomenon of consciousness. So, well, let's start our conference. Sergey, Vladislav, please.
Okay. Dear colleagues, good day. I just want to remember an old joke. It's so old that cannot be found on Google. There is a lecture on probability theory, and the teacher says many people often confuse accident, coincidence, and regularity. Just imagine you're walking down the street and a brick falls on your head. What's that? Student in the first row. An accident. Teacher. Right. It's an accident. Imagine that you're walking down the street and the brick falls on your head again. What's that? Student. It's a coincidence. Teacher. Exactly. A coincidence. But then you're walking down the street and a brick falls on your head for the third time. What's that? Student. It's a regularity. Teacher. No, it's not regularity. It's a good tradition. So, dear colleagues, now we held this conference for the just second time. Maybe it's coincidence, maybe not. So let's move forward. Let's move towards a good tradition.
Good.
Mariya.
Sergey.
Yes. Okay. I will make a short technical announcement. Just a moment, and I will start sharing of screen for a presentation anyway. So. We do translation, live translation on two channel, YouTube and Telegram. We would like to maintain feedback. Please, if anybody has a question or for some comments, also please put it down in at least in YouTube it works. In Telegram it seems we should improve something still, but at least you can use YouTube channels. Put some comments, questions, whatever. We will try to, at least I will try to pass them to authors of corresponding presentations, and we maintain this way feedback with the community. So this my comment, and I think Mariya, I think we can start.
Yes, and the first speaker is Dr. Serge Kernbach from the Research Center of Advanced Robotics and Environmental Science from Germany, and he's ready to present a report, Mind, Reproducible Technology for Testing Biological Entanglement. Sergey, please.
Yes, Mariya, many thanks for this introduction. Okay, I hope at least in YouTube we have a normal translation in Telegram, in Zoom. You can see my screen in Zoom, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, fine, because I do not see myself in Zoom. Many thanks again for this introduction. I will speak about biological entanglement. The current stage of this technology, because in the last years we really observe and experience a huge revolution in this field, academic revolution in innovations, publications, and a little bit what we let's say propose to the market since several years, and we try to reinterpret this result what we achieve with Mind in terms of this new understanding, new knowledges. Okay, in the presentation, 4 points. Also, first two ones, just overview about different quantum mechanism, also discovered up to now in the brain. And then topic what we published this already with a coupled quantum oscillator, and it seems it's extremely relevant. But the key point of presentation, I will focus on two problems: a cognitive targeting problem and classical cerebral, non-classical cerebral mediator. They have different names. I will show them, but this is main point of presentation, and reinterpretation of past experiments in terms of this new understanding. Okay, I will start with something unusual, and this point here is just to show how low-level molecular mechanisms can dramatically change computational structure in the brain. And here, example with octopuses, they are brilliant, they are champions in solving complex cognitive tasks. They can easily find, for instance, a way in the labyrinth, very complex labyrinth. They solve it more efficient even than mammals, mouses, for instance. And they another amazing things, if you know, they can adapt color of a skin and texture of the skin based on the surrounding backgrounds, and very fast, about the millisecond time. I mean, this is from this cognitive capabilities, amazing. So octopus in many cases are champions of this cognitive problem solving, and the reason is, at least we believe it up to many times we believe it, that reason is they have 9 brains. Each of these legs has our own brain, and they have a central brain here in the head, more or less. Okay, and this head coordinate behavior of these different legs. And the question is, if you, familiar with distributed information processing, question is why they do this, also why evolution decided to do this in this way, because this also extremely complex, synchronizing different parts, different behaviors, and what is the reason for this? It seems the reason is on a molecular level. On molecular level, and is myelin, so it is sort of a shell of covering over axons. And for instance, in mammals, we have these myelin layers over axons, and cephalopods, they don't have it. And neurobiologists, they say, well, only just appearance of this a few covering layers on the axon make signal transmission speed about 100 times more faster. So this mechanism is what is not really full understand. I explained this why, but exactly this, small change in the molecular level in the brain structure, in the myelin, here created through evolution very different. Very different structure, macroscopic structure of the system, of the processing, cognitive processing functionality. And now think about, for instance, if we have in our brain quantum mechanism, how deeply they will change our information processing and finally our consciousness. And so why I'm asking this, because this myelin, there was a publication in 24. Last year, like I said, is a sort really of revolution. And in this publication, people explore molecular structure of this myelin. And it seems these Kali-ion channels, so these chemical bonds, they represent a sort of molecular oscillator. It's the called Morse oscillator, and also different oscillators here are coupled through quantum entanglement, as this photon-based entanglement. But exactly this synchronization through quantum entanglement create this fascinating speed for information processing. So, and then of course, there's a lot again, old story. We have really quantum information in the brain, and important is here. I took it from the paper. Although people say, well, it's not only involve non-local correlation in the brain, but it's very important is over a mechanism for over distance synchronization, and not only over distance in one neuron, but between different neurons. And of course, we can now also a little bit speculate that probably it's over a mechanism for not in neuron to neuron interactions. And now I give only one slide about, let's say, different overview of different mechanisms that are known in the brain. Well, it's well-known hammer of Penrose, this orchestration model published, I would say, something like 35 years ago. Here, information processing in microtubules based on transfer function. And it seems this collapse of transfer function, this create synchronization of very different processes in the brain as a nervous system. And so we have orchestration at different scales and different subsystems, and this contribute to, let's say, information processing to more or less quantum level. This was initial model, was a lot of discussion, a lot of critics, but it seems, there's a lot of experiments that confirm this hypothesis. More recent model is Fisher model. Fisher also introduced, because currently in this quantum field, most people work with spins. And this was our first model that introduced spins in this process, as based on the phosphor molecules, the Posner molecules, and spins can be, for instance, be entangled between different synapses. And so we have in the brain system a very distributed, let's say, regions of synchronization and some coordinated behavior. And so this this introduced, in fact, in the brain some quantum subsystem for information processing. And then, also very briefly, two papers overviews 23-24. about different quantum mechanism. Up to now, I think we have something like 5 groups of spin-based effects, starting from very old one like photosynthesis, and currently we have short-term memory, long-term memory based on xenon and similar, so something like about 5 different groups of mechanisms. So there are different quantum processes known in the brain, and what is common in all of this, including this myelin, that each of these processes is modeled as an oscillator, as a molecular oscillator, a neuronal oscillator, and they are coupled through entanglement, so biological entanglement. And just to illustrate this idea, we have, for instance, here each of these, let's say, molecular structure is single particle or whatever, and we model this as oscillator. We have here some photon exchange for entanglement, and so it's more or less very similar to classical system like a mechanical oscillator. We can use, well-known model of distributed systems with this spring, so molecular strings, and then similar, and so. And it seems this really a common approach to explore quantum phenomena, because the system is very sensitive. We can measure it quite well. And well, we also done it. We use electrochemical system here, and we also introduce a sort of photon-based mechanism for entanglement. We published this early this year. And it's look like here we have different electrochemical channels as water cells, and we explore this electrochemical reaction. It's dissolving of CO2 and O2 that create a lot of ionic reactions. We are measuring this ionic reaction. It change, for instance, thermal capacity, viscosity, capillary effect, a lot of things. And finally, the whole so these changes are happening because of spin conversion process between ortho and para isomers. And so we have here a sort of quantum, let's say, quantum oscillator that change chemical and physical properties. And in here, for instance, in each of the single water cell, we have many of these oscillators. And they also become synchronized. We see this, for instance, this separated course, for instance, this red one, this electrochemical noise. At one point, it's much more, let's say, this increasing of ionic products. And this increasing of ionic products happening exactly because here in the volume of fluids, we have multiple synchronizations through entanglement of these separated oscillators. I mean, very nice idea, but even more interestingly, is synchronization between different cells, also again based on the photonic effects. And here it's happening in the way we have different electrochemical curves here. And we see almost all of them as synchronously change ionic products. And if we correlate, correlation coefficient is coming up to 0.9, 0.92, also 95 not, but 92 we saw this many times. So extremely high correlation coefficients mean all these also different cells in this one container become synchronized, and we can calculate this let's say entanglement effect. Amazing things what we discovered, that what we cannot explain. We had a lot of discussion with Mariya, with all our colleagues. We observe synchronization not only in one container, but also between different containers. And this, introduced non-photonic mechanism because there is no photon exchange between different containers. And we see, okay, that photonic mechanism contributes something like a 5 times more larger effect, but still we observe effect in the non-photonic way. And the question is, why? I mean, what is the reason to do this? Yeah? And Mariya proposed some exotic mechanisms like axon spin-based interactions. Some colleagues say, okay, try to look in the virtual photons. And in the virtual photons, I find one interesting thing, that in fact, electromagnetic fields can create a quantum entanglement in oscillating system. For instance, there is very nice paper in Nature about entanglement of harmonic oscillator with electromagnetic fields. We observe the same phenomena in qubits and graphene qubit systems with free electron system. I mean, it seems as a sort of a very nice effect happening in different systems. And then I discovered a very old paper, I mean, what does it mean, 10 years ago paper in one of the conference. Some people, they observed the same phenomena in nanoelectronics. And they produce a model to handle this phenomena in electronic systems. In this way, I will try to explain a little bit. We have here a flat capacitor, and as the author of this paper proposed dipole-to-dipole interaction, I mean electric field and magnetic fields. And if a quantum object in this field, they observe synchronization, also strange phenomena like a crosstalk or strange behavior of common electromagnetic and electronic components, and they say, well, whatever quantum object is here in dipole-dipole interaction, we probably should observe some strange phenomena. And to model it, we can, for instance, each of the channel model as, let's say, impedance-based system, capacitor resistance. There's a second channel, and entanglement is modeled as a crosstalk, as an anomalous crosstalk between channels. And then if I saw this, then I immediately realized, okay, guys, it's exactly what we saw in our experiments as well. Here, for instance, we see electrochemical channel with impedances. We measure impedances here. And here we measure crosstalk, and crosstalk is exactly this correlation what I saw I demonstrated also in the previous slide. So there is more or less some let's say electronic system for entanglement what can be used in all these measurements, considerations, so on and so on. And now this state of the art now, and now I'm coming to, let's say, explanation of main problem what we observe and how I will try to focus this. Let's assume we have two systems with quantum sensors. So one of them, for instance, based on nuclear magnetic resonance. Sound complex, but for instance, system and earth magnetic field for hydrogen resonances frequency is about 1.5 kilohertz. So it's not really complex. And this, the sensor is really not complex. Can be used. So it's real sensor. And the same, this quantum sensor based on this spin conversion process in electrochemistry, again, a real sensor. It's not a fiction. And we can use to measure one common process. So we have entanglement here, we have entanglement here. And here we have a common process that generate either entanglement with this sensor or with this sensor. Question is, if this, for instance, a common process, how this common process can select this sensor or this sensor? So in other words, how can we explain selectivity in entanglement? Why I'm asking this? Because for instance, experiments, we published this, it was many times, that, for instance, if we have operator is able to target, very precisely target a single sensor from many different sensors. For instance, here we had some monks here in our laboratory, and in this thermoisolating box was several sensors, and they really impacted one single sensor from many. And this, this absolutely amazing. This accuracy of this impact is something like 1 minute. So they start this meditation, and we see immediately change only one single sensor. So, for details, this published, it can be found. But question is, how we can explain. That a human operator, because here in the brain we have, so it's the same, if we, for instance, here we assume here is electromagnetic fields that's responsible for entanglement, they are impacting the same field, we have the same brain, but brain is highly selective for targeting. How it's possible? So cognitive process in brain impact all sensor in environment, or is selective, it's unclear. Second point, for instance, Monk and was many different experiments, so they can link through entanglement one physical object with another physical object. So for instance, we have here, we impact this behavior, also this physical object, and through entanglement in this brain, we observe changes in this object. It seems how one real object can be entangled in the real object through this brain. I mean, these two equations are key equations, at least what we face in our research. Nice. And then again, like I said, in a lot of recent publication 24 deal with exactly the same problem. We come now to, let's say, a more modern point of quantum research, involvement of artificial neural network, also with quantum entanglement. So the idea is here, well, we have something like particles, isomers, spin or Posner molecules, they are entangled with each other. And so the idea is here, instead of considering particle-to-particle entanglement, we consider the mixed state of the system. As a typical approach for artificial neural networks, I will try to explain this. For instance, this 4-layer network, also 3-layer networks, we have two input features like cat and dog. And finally, through information processing, we receive two categories. These are category cat and category dog. Fine. And if we now, well, also consider consciousness and neural networks, also in the brain, there is nothing else as a mental category of cat and of dog. And now, as you know, in neural networks, we can do the forwards propagation or backwards propagation, so backtracking. And in the backtracking, in our consciousness, backtracking happening if we focus our attention, for instance, on one of the mental categories. And mental categories, for instance, if you focus on cat, this is important. So this is one of the important points here now. Here, through this information processing, is activated not a single neuronal path, but all neurons participate. So in both processes, the whole system is activated, but activated differently. There are different weights, there are different transmission functions, different coefficients. In the quantum, because we know that here we have quantum process, for instance, spin processes, this activation pattern for each of this mental category is represented by mixed state of system, and this is a density matrix. So it's a well-known terminology in the quantum theory, density matrix, and the point is here that each of this mental category generate different density matrix in the brain of spin stage. And now, if you know this, we can easily answer previous question, how brain selectively, let's say, select between different entanglement. Let's consider this again. Here we have as a first case common for an electromagnetic field that generate this entanglement. Here we have our brain, our consciousness, and now if you, for instance, see category 1, this generate in our system, for instance, one density matrix, and if we focus attention on another category, we activate, let's say, different density matrix in the system, and all of them are responsible for selecting either this object or, let's say, this entanglement or another entanglement. And so this more or less, a working model for explaining how this system, as a biological sensitivity work, selectivity work, and in the same way, if we, for instance, in another situation, we say, well, that instead of a common field for creating a common entanglement for the whole consciousness, we could have separated, for instance, cases, time delayed cases. So in one system we have entanglement here. In another time we have entanglement here, but it seems that brain is able to connect this this entanglement to this entanglement. That is again a well-known point in the quantum theory. We already discussed it. Also, there was many many presentation in detail. We discussed this. This is a genius publication, to my point of view. It's one of the key publication from last years. And here is a point that if we have two, for instance, quantum system, as a 2-qubit system, each on this side and on this side, if we introduce a mediator, as a mediator can entangle again this system to this system, and so we achieve in this way a common entanglement. And this explains this biological way how, let's say, scheme to an object can be entangled to a real object, exactly through this non-classical cerebral mediator. So there is a second hypothesis. what we let's say use in our consideration or reconsideration, and it is not a theory, and I will show why. Now this mind, you know, we at least personally I like this very much. We started the whole investigation something like I don't know, 10 years ago. Even more than 10 years. And in 2008, we introduced to the market a system. We already at those time, we know well that here in electrochemistry, we have quantum information processing, also based on spins. And and the system is extremely sensitive. I mean, to this quantum entanglement stuff, it's extremely sensitive. Roots is from Soviet research. I mean, we had something like 35 years ago first test on this system. But okay, and we create some package, modern electronic, and together with this local EEG feedback, we consider this as a system for testing this distant phenomena. And we call it mind interface notification device, or this name for the mind. Up to now, there's really a large number of different experiments. I would say thousands, many thousands. I would like to show two of them. Also two different cases, and explain how we can reinterpret experiments what we already conducted. One of this, as a first example, what I would like to address, we published this 2 times in 2019 and 2021. Also especially this one is highly interesting because we tried to use it in the context of digital, I mean, this instrumental communication. This is another crazy story. But our idea is here, we took 9 different mind systems, also 9 spectrometers, put them in these thermoisolating containers, and place it like a matrix. So addressable, each of them has a different address keys, and finally they create the called quantum vector machine. What it is, we produce a byte of different stage, and in 2 channels we can put, for instance, in 1 channel some symbolic key, and another channel we can use as an object key. So we can perform recognition of different stages based on this entanglement phenomena. And we receive result what we cannot really explain. And I show this as two examples from this experiment. And one experiment we use as features key. We use 4 different categories. For instance, a tractor. There's some, I don't know, some food from a tractor. There's a toy from a tractor. This real tractor. And a visual object was an image of a real object. Again, just to understand how it's work, in here in the system, in this mind system, we put in 1 channel the symbolic keys, also different tractors, and here in another channel we put an image of this real tractor. And then the question is, okay, what system can decide about to which, let's say, of this category this object will belong to? The system should decide it autonomously. In another case, this one of the results, really amazing results. We use symbolic representation of man and woman. And we use only 2 of them in different constellations because we have a byte of these electrochemical systems, and we, for instance, use like 4 + 4 or 2 + 2 + 2 + 2. I mean, in very different combinations. And in another channel, you see here there's an image of Yelena Blavatsky. So this image was put here, and the system should decide, okay, is Yelena Blavatsky a man or a woman? And finally, in next slide, I show the result. And the system, in many cases, also amazingly many cases, decide in correct way. And we cannot explain this. We try to introduce, I don't know, some Akasha field or, you know, even less explainable notions. But finally, if we rethink it now, I think the main point was our operator. So we operator, because operator was anyway involved in this experiment, we use different density matrices here, and exactly so this work like entanglement through a human brain, a consciousness brain. Okay, what the results look like? This, for instance, the simple recognition of Blavatsky image. Even I mean, we completely exclude this optical phenomena, but even if we exclude this, we see a very different process at the signal level. I mean, the system indeed treat very differently in the signal level. In collective level, for instance, there's a feature recognition from different collective components. One component is winning, and this is happening in many cases. And finally, okay, what we saw, like with Elena Blavatsky, man or woman, and the system say, well, it's a woman. And then with the tractor, we receive something like as a very low for a secondary feature, but very high for a primary feature. So, and as we saw this, we say, well, it's not possible. It should be a mistake, of course. Okay, we publish this. I should say the system is not, I mean, how in several cases, what the performance not well. For instance, here is some atomic explosion in Nevada, and we ask, okay, in which country it's happening, and the system will produce a lot of, let's say, probabilistic events for wrong countries. Well, it seems we have here a room for improvement, but nevertheless, I mean, that's a very nice result that we will now explain in the density with density matrices. Okay, another example, second example, because time is now running away. Second example, very briefly, we done it in 24. And here the idea was, we have here in Stuttgart different categories. And was with Sergei Nikitich Maslobrod one time in Chisinau, distance 1,500 kilometers, and another one with Elena Smirnova in New Zealand, 18,000 kilometers. And we tried to do exactly this point with different categories. And here in experiments with Chisinau, the idea was to test matter-mind-matter interaction. Again, here in case with New Zealand, we tested only matter, also mind-matter interaction based on selectivity, biological selectivity of entanglement. But in Chisinau, there is very important is one again, matter, mind-matter. So we tried to create this sequence of entanglement through this non-classical cerebral mediator, and Sergei Nikitich in Chisinau started, let's say, light in specific time moment. It's changing photosynthetic activity of young triticale plants, and we should saw changes in electrochemical impedance spectroscopy. Also, distance system, very different nature. But the question was, okay, can we see this or not? In case in New Zealand, there was more classical, let's say, experiment operator was focusing in one of these different 9 categories, and we should see these changes in the plant using phytosensors. Okay, and result, I would say, really interesting. Of interest here with Chisinau was amazing to some extent. I mean, we saw accuracy, for instance, here at this time, Sergei Nikitich switch off or switch off light, and we saw these changes in electrochemical system with accuracy about between 1 and 2 minutes. I mean, and look again, we use 1,500 kilometers here, and whatever is happening was here in the Chisinau, that was sensible in Stuttgart, and I don't know. I mean, it's extremely non-trivial. Unfortunately, I mean, now we have a crisis, economic crisis. We have different problems, but we definitely will work on this experiment and try to return this to replicate and to repeat. Here it's the same with New Zealand. We have different operators, and operators force, I mean, the target, so they access different plants, and we see a lot of physiological changes in plants. So I think it's again confirm the idea with this different density matrices. Even in the long distance, if operators see or don't see this target, I mean, this worked quite well. Okay, and now we'll try to conclude whatever we saw now. It's of course a little bit marketing. We should do this as a company, but finally we saw really amazing things with reproducible results. And in this field, it's not common. I mean, we saw many development that sometimes work, that sometimes doesn't work. Here we have a common reproducibility of results, something like 85%. And I think we explore two problems: cognitive targeting, also biological cognitive targeting, and biological non-classical cerebral mediator. In more common languages, might mother and mother might mother experiments, and they can be, conducted quite well. What we saw, through this focusing and density matrix is very important to be very clearly focused. So training. As the more you do a training, the better is your result. It's one of the key messages of using the system. More commonly, we saw currently really academic level research in different groups, and we experience a revolution in quantum biology. I saw this. One of important message that more or less emerged last years, probably we will see connecting consciousness to external system. For instance, number of groups are planning now, not thinking, planning now, connect brain to quantum computers. And I think that will be done in the way of quantum entanglement, not putting electrodes in the brain, but connecting oscillators. So what we saw in publication, these are very useful way. And finally, if we think about quantum computer, then we should say, we have a lot of different spin systems in the environment. They definitely create quantum networks in environment, spin isomers, for instance. And probably our consciousness is not limited to our biological brain. Through these entanglements, we can interact with different spin systems in the environment, and this definitely influence our consciousness. In which way, we will see probably in next years. Okay, thank you for your attention. This is the end of my talk.
Thank you, Sergey. We only have time for one or two questions. Please. Yes. Okay, Dr. Stoica, you may turn your microphone. Hello.
I just selected the upload reaction. It was not hand to be raised to ask questions, but since you gave me the opportunity to speak, it's very impressive. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway, we have time, so we have a lot of people observing this in YouTube and Telegram. Like I said, I will try to pass this question, and we'll try to react on these comments and questions.
Okay, any questions? I have one question. Sergey, what do you think? The effects you study in liquid solutions can be related to the phenomena of consciousness? What do you think about this idea?
Yes. The system in the fluids, this is purely physical phenomena. This electrochemistry and quantum entanglement is again a physical phenomena. And we have a repeatability of 100%. It's not related in no way to consciousness, but through this entanglement things, we saw experimental confirmation. Like I said, is normally in experimental physics and engineering. First, you observe some phenomena. It's the same in biology, by the way. You observe some phenomena. You try to, let's say, explore this even without theoretical understanding. And finally, so after you perform this experiment, you start to rethink it. For instance, in 7 years ago, we, for explaining experiment with Blavatsky, we start to involve some entities, the non-physical entities. There's not experiment, but we saw this result. And now explanation for me is clear as a purely effect with consciousness. If we, for instance, completely remove operator from these effects, probably we will not see any effects at all. So it's, I always ask people who perform similar experiment, try to remove operator, so that to remove all this effect completely. So in this way, we see here involvement of consciousness.
Okay, thank you. So The next speaker is
One
Dr.
question, please.
Yes, please.
Sergey, I would like to know what is your definition of consciousness?
Oh, it's a changing definition. It depends how many I know about news. Currently, I think consciousness is a combination of biological processes and electrical level, biochemical level, and the quantum level. Also in electrical and chemical level is limited to biological. It's a purely biological process. We do not change here from animals or even from plants, because all this chemistry is the same in different systems in the Earth. But in the quantum level, probably we are connected to something else. And so consciousness is, we have something like open question, what is a consciousness here? So I say again, I watch that probably we have some open-ended development in this consciousness question, this term.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Gennady Ivanovich. So, and we are going to the second speaker, Dr. and Professor Igor Jerman, from Ljubljana, Slovenia. Countless and diverse experiments from around the world from the existence of subtle energy. Can we link it to modern physical models of reality? Please. Okay, we see your screen. Not now.
It's seeing my screen.
Yes, you may share your screen.
Sorry, I must. Yes, I will. Just to see something is wrong. I hope that now my screen will be seen. So, do you see my presentation?
Yes. Yes, okay, yes, we see. Let's begin.
Okay. So, first, I would express my gratitude to the organizers of this conference, the second conference. And really, I think that it's a marvelous and very important work to have such conferences. Now, I will speak about the countless and diverse experiments from around the world. Actually, today, in part one, I would speak more about the concepts that evolved through time and they are the basis of our present models and can shape these models into the future. So now these are just a short sketch about my presentation. So I will tackle the concepts of subtle energy, connect them to the biofield. So to this part of the subtle energy or subtle level, energetic level, that represent or is a part of our body, and that can be linked to consciousness and was proved or validated by many experiments and various experiments worldwide, giving evidence and leading to theoretical models which are still various, and we will see a sketch of this model at the end of my presentation, seeking what can be the bridge between physical matter that we know and something quite subjective that is covered by consciousness. So we know for there are something like subtle phenomena covering, let's say, subtle energy or subtle field that is still scientifically elusive and a neglected part of physical reality, like telepathy, biofield healing, and some subtle imprints into waters stemming from, for instance, homeopathy or even Montagnier's experiments. So such a border and bridging scientific field challenges the contemporary scientific paradigm, not only at the level of concept, but also at the level of experimental methodology. And we will go briefly through all these problems. So this presentation will briefly look at the so-called ether concepts from antiquity, then various subtle energy concepts, more modern, then a short overview of experimental areas with positive yet unconventional explainable results, then methodological challenges, and possible links to modern physical models. If we now are with history, with ancient Greece, we can see that the concept of subtle energy or subtle field suggests that it is something that it is difficult to perceive. So it is something imperceptible. And if we look on this from scientific standpoint, it means that perhaps it is also immeasurable or unmeasurable. So it may not actually be subtle in the sense of lacking energy, but it is certainly subtle in the sense of interacting with ordinary matter and its fields. So we can say that it is only weakly interacting, but it is interacting, as we saw also in the previous presentation. It is only a question how to catch it, how to detect it. But if you come back to ancient Greece, to some extent, the subtle energy and field may correspond to Aristotle's concept of the ether, or the fifth element or quintessence. He described it as a divine, eternal substance that fills the heavens and moves in perfect circles. Here he is depicting as explaining this concept to his disciples. The idea of quintessence deeply influenced medieval cosmology, alchemy, and later early physics, where ether was considered the medium for light and force transmission. Newton, which I think all of us know, he had a theory of the ether which he presents as extremely fluid and with a density that depends on the local density of matter and the strength of the local gravitational field. So he was persuaded that the medium, ether medium, an ideal substance has density, so some physical parameter. He said although that he did not know whether the ether was composed of particles or not, but if it contained particles, they must be extremely small, even smaller than particles of light. So moving from Aristotle, he actually connected the idea of the ether, this ideal substance, this subtle medium, with matter, because he speculated that it even could have particles. Then, if you move to the 19th century, ether was seen as the medium of electromagnetic waves transmission. So we know the names like Michael Faraday and William Thomson or Lord Kelvin that modeled electromagnetic forces as etheric vortices in an etheric plenum. Later, we come to James Clerk Maxwell, who actually did the basis of electromagnetic theory that we still have, and considered electromagnetic ether and luminiferous ether are one and the same entity, and that light is an electromagnetic vibration in the ether. So have a look, very brief look on his, his lecture. Now move on. Now, in the early 20th century, the idea of the ether was abandoned. Ether as a medium for spreading the electromagnetic waves was abandoned foremost in Einstein's special theory of relativity. And here is the moment of this refutal by Einstein. Sorry, I must... So this was then the end of the idea of a subtle medium. Now, what about the ether as subtle energy, subtle field, or even something like vital essence? If you move now back to the late 19th century and early 20th century, we can see some models of subtle matter and vital energy. First among them is perhaps William Crookes, a renowned British chemist and physicist who was vacuum tubes inventor and discovered the elements of thallium and described the spectrum of helium in as far as 1865. In 1886, he revived the term protyle from Aristotle to refer to an original primal matter in an unorganized state before the evolution of chemical elements. He suggested that this substance would not be hydrogen, but perhaps half or a quarter of hydrogen. He considers the state of primordial matter as intangible, and it could not be perceived by the senses. And because Helena Petrovna Blavatsky was mentioned in the previous lecture, I can say that he was in vital communication with this woman at his time. And as we see, he connected the idea of the ether or some protyle, some pre-substance to hydrogen. So we moved on from Aristotelian quintessence notion of the ether, moved towards known matter. So this notion mediates between the concept of ether and that of matter, and it links them. Now we are still in 19th century in this case, with vital energy. There was a very important scientist, Karl Ludwig von Reichenbach, that was famous and talented chemist who studied the effects of various substances on the human nervous system, and through systematic scientific research discovered the force associated with electricity, magnetism, and heat. He described it as vital energy or force and called it odic force or ode. He assumed that it comes from most substances and that it permeates living beings and that different people perceive it with different sensitivities. In the prestigious scientific journal Annalen der Chemie und Physik, he published a courageous article, Researches on Magnetism, Electricity, Heat, and Light in their relationships to vital forces. His experiments involved psychics and psychokinetic persons, but as living detectors, and he used them actually as instruments in his research, so as detectors. Through thorough tests on sensitive person, Reichenbach determined the properties of physically unknown radiation or that should come from the sun. And this, interestingly, is reminiscent of Hindu notion or concepts of prana, the living energy that would stem from sun also. This radiation can be absorbed by metals and that wires can carry it, even if slowly, and that it was not possible to measure this radiation with any physical method known at the time. So, seeing what Serge Kernbach presented before, we see that we moved from him so that we have now some sensors or sensor systems that can cope with this, but not in his century. He saw the difference between north and south magnetic poles. The old radiation was also seen around humans, like something like aura. And he found through this testing sensitives that this aura changed with gender, age, and that it disappeared at death, and that it should change near the electric field or magnets. Now, let's again move into the 20th century to the concepts of subtle matter and vital energy. So, in addition to this neo-vitalism and some forms of organicism at his time, both in the biology realm, the most prominent bearer of the ether concept in the first half of the 20th century was Wilhelm Reich. Actually a tragic figure in science. He came to similar findings as Reichenbach, and perhaps even independently from him, and named his vital energy orgone. In distinction to Reichenbach, he also started researching orgone in a physical way and even presented his findings to Einstein, unfortunately to no avail. According to Reich, orgone should function as a primordial cosmic energy, should originate from the sun, like in Hindu tradition or with Reichenbach, should fill cosmos and Earth's atmosphere, should work in the direction of negative entropy, so in the so-called syntropic way, so increasing order instead of diminishing it, and should have mutual affinity to water, which is also interesting concerning the Serge Kernbach's experiments, which take place in some solution, so in water. Orgone, in his findings, charges up water electrically. It is slowly conducted via wires, the findings corroborating Reichenbach's previous findings, and it pulsates in the atmosphere and building clouds. He also identified a form of orgone that worked in an entropic way at destroying life, and he named it DOR, deadly orgone, and connected it with radioactive radiation. And from this, we can draw a concern about the so-called nuclear plants because they may be dangerous even if Geiger counter does not show any specific conventional radiation. In 1940s, he designed and built special devices for collecting orgone, which he called orgone accumulators. So accumulators for this special vital energy. This organoaccumulator consists of alternating layers of metals and insulators with high dielectric constant. He has done a lot of research in organoaccumulators and even managed to successfully treat cancer and other diseases in them, and even publish articles about this. But he was persecuted for these findings, and he finished his life in jail in America. In the second half of the previous century and the present century, thorough research on the ether or subtle field or vital field has been developing in a steadily increasing manner instead of the objection and counter forces from the conventional science, from the academic science. One of such pioneers, and not well known, but very productive, was Freeman Widner Cope. He was a very promising, brilliant American biophysicist who tragically ended his life because of his subtle energy field substance research. Based on Julian Schwinger's magnetic model of matter that was an alternative to the quark model, he performed numerous highly inventive and persuasive experiments and crafted theoretical models based on the research. And perhaps at some other occasion of such conference, I can tell a lot more about his inventive experiments and findings. Besides, many Russian scientists like Gurevich, Kirlian, Kuzyrev, Shippo, Akimov, and a comprehensive review is in Serge Kernbach, Unconventional Research in United States, SSR, and Russia, in his short overview from 2013, also made bold steps into the unknown and uncharted areas of this subtle field research. To follow the line of ether research started by Reichenbach and Reich, we must list the productive subtle field research led by Canadian researchers Paolo and Alexandra Correa. They repeated many experiments started by Kirlian, Tesla, and Reich, and performed new ones. They constructed a special theory of the ether that disagrees with conventional physics and called this theory etherometry. They wrote numerous articles and books and also constructed some interesting machines that should allegedly work on this subtle field or subtle energy. One of the most loyal followers of this line of research was author of the fighter for the new science of the ether based on Reich's organ, James DeMeo, who passed away in April 2022. Different research models and terminologies, however, point in the same basic direction. The research area has gathered a lot of empirical evidence, but it has neither a unified theory nor a generally agreed research methodology. All this represents a major research challenge for validating the research object subtle energy or subtle field. Although, to our knowledge, no widely accepted specifically designed biofield detector or emitter has been found or developed, many measurement techniques have been used for this purpose. Among them, we can list random number generators, electrophysiological measurements like EEG or HRV of humans exposed to subtle energy or subtle field or some bioenergy, healing energy, and so on. Then gas discharge visualization, GDV, or Kirlian photography, which was developed also by Korotko, as we know all, I think. Then photon emission measurements, like biophoton emission, or ultra-weak photon emission, or UPI-E. then water or other crystal formations that can be very interesting and are amenable to meticulous and systematic scientific research. Then controlled clinical trials for biofield therapies like Reiki or healing touch or pranic healing. Then microscopic analysis of biological samples like blood, water, or plants before and after exposure to subtle energy, emanation from healers, homeopathically treated samples, etc. Then physical parameters of any form of subtle energy or field influencing water, so from different emanating sources, living or non-living. Then various spectroscopies of the exposed water, and so on and so on. So we see there are many techniques how to approach subtle energy or this subtle phenomena. And many of them validate the existence of this phenomena and subtle energy. So now, what are meteorological issues that are waiting for us in this research area? There are certain general problems or challenges, namely, we speak about subtle changes stemming from this subtle interaction of subtle energy with ordinary energy or ordinary devices. And so measurements tend to be on the edge of detectability. And we must handle our research very delicately because of that. It means that our detection can be unstable through time due to the powerful other influences. Therefore, monitoring other, say, cosmic and environmental factors that may affect the outcome of the research should be followed. Even oscillations of geomagnetic field, then sunspots, or even lunar cycle, and outer temperature, and weather forecasts, all these factors should be followed and monitored as if they can influence our experiments. It is also our experience at the BION Institute. Then the measuring system should be sufficiently reliable, should have sufficiently reliable devices. We should investigate their noise and edges of accuracy, and the measurement drift should be researched, especially at the beginning of measuring. We should calibrate the system, for instance, as its temperature dependence. We should use liquids. If we use liquids, we should look for optimal water solution to express differences between control and the exposures.
Excuse me, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, yes. Then we should measure drift in control solutions, define optimal measuring procedures, repetition, ordering, measuring, and we should thoroughly overview possible systematic errors. So now let's see a brief sketch of Sergei concepts of subtle energy. You can see that we have plenty of such ideas or models which try to cover the subtle phenomena that are validated by empirical research, but have not yet covered by a unified theory. So there are certain concepts that try to see in this phenomena still electromagnetic field modifications, like ideas about coherent field, or some subtle bioelectromagnetic phenomena, or scalar field, or just radiation. Then we have ideas about symmetrical electromagnetic fields, like Tiller's magnetoelectric field. Then something like information field, which could be similar to Bohm and his followers. Then bioplasma, these were ideas from Minuchin or Zorn or even Killian, partially by Cope. Then there are ideas about physically still undefined nature of such field, like morphogenetic field of biologists or paranormal phenomena, near-death experience, and so on. Then there are ideas about quantum foam or quantum vacuum, zero field oscillation, ideas led by Mayer, Melkik, Svitnev, and many other physicists. Then there are ideas about massless fields, particles, like ether, led by Correa or Elsbden, and they are similar to morphogenetic concept of Sheldrake and orgone, Frege, Correa, de Mel. Interesting ideas stem from the dark matter field research. This is standard research of physicists and cosmologists, which speak about so-called hidden sector of the standard model. Then we have quantum biology concepts. They're similar what we heard from Serge Kernbach, quantum field or just quantum or torsion or spin field, and so on. So we have plenty of models that ultimately, I hope, will lead to some joint concepts. So if I conclude this, we have extensive experimental evidence about subtle phenomena and subtle energy. This is poorly explained in mainstream science. We have historical continuity suggests that this is a real phenomenon from Aristotle's quintessence to modern and even empirically validated findings. Subtle energy likely interacts via complex mechanisms and some very, in a weak way, that is not easy to approach, but it is possible. Water seems to be a very sensitive medium for this research. Measurement remains still a core challenge for stable and reliable detecting subtle energy and subtle phenomena. Theoretical models are emerging, but are fragmented. There are ideas about coherent domains, spin field, quantum vacuum, morphogenetic fields, and so on, but still require integration into a unified framework. And finally, the subtle energy could be a bridge between physics and consciousness. The biofield may represent a missing link connecting living system, intention, and the physical world we know. So an intersection where consciousness becomes measurable. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
Mariya, may I ask one question?
Yes.
Igor, many thanks for this nice overview, very in-depth. Question is, what do you think? What's your feeling? Let's say, is this this subtle field is one phenomenon, or that appear in different ways in different system, or there's a combination of very different effects, very different phenomena, sometimes even not connected to each other?
Ultimately, of course, I don't know. As a scientist, I must say, I don't know. However, our experiments up to now, and we did a lot of systematic experiments in detecting subtle fields from different sources, and we followed concomitantly appearing these cosmic and environmental influences. From all these numerous data we accumulated, it seemed that this is not about only one field, one subtle, let's say, or simple field, but perhaps many different fields, like we have electric field, electromagnetic field, or like something like spin field, you know, and magnetic fields. However, it seems that they are interconnected. So either they are different aspects of one complex field, or different fields, however interconnected. And they connect even electromagnetic fields and subtle magnetic phenomena and fields in the body, you know, electric phenomena in the body on membranes, and so on and so on. And quantum phenomena, of course. And one thing is interesting and important. They behave like microscopic quantum entities.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next question is from Gennady Shipov. Yes.
Yes.
Please.
Igor, my question is, what do you think about connection of subtle fields with human aura? There is a disconnection between subtle fields and human aura. What do you think?
Well, if we go back to Reichenbach in 19th century, so we see that he actually researched so-called human aura. And what is interesting is that his seers, you know, sensitives, saw this also aura around magnets and electrical wires. So it seemed that it is not limited only to living beings, but that it is actually connected with electromagnetic or magnetic and electrical fields. However, I think that this is an emanation of more concentrated biofield, or the subtle field within our organism. It is something, emanation, like Reichenbach or Reich or Hindu scripture speaks about prana, you know, so some living essence or vital force emanation from any body. So yes, we can even say that we have something like a subtle matter that can be covered by the concept of the ether, and that is accumulated in organ accumulators. However, it seems that this subtle matter also have some radiation, some emanation, and this can be linked to aura.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. And the next speaker is Dr. Tianchū from the Key Laboratory of Acupuncture and Medicine Research of Ministry of Education, Nanjing University of Chinese. And his report is called Mechanisms of Tiānshū in Blood Glucose Reduction and Weight Loss, Insight from Neuroscience, Medicine Theory, and Alternative Perspectives. Please.
Okay.
Also,
could you
see your screen? Yes.
Okay. Fluid. It's in Russia. It's very nice to meet you again in the online conference, in the International Conference of Conscious and Physical Reality. Firstly, I would say a great thank you for the organizers to give me this opportunity to show my idea from the Chinese medicine. So for today's speak, my title is the mechanisms of stomach 25 in blood loss reduction and weight loss. For me, this research is supported by the National Natural Science Foundation of China, and so so first, secondly, let me introduce myself shortly. I am a professor of acupuncture, and I am also a licensed acupuncturist in China. I have spent 11 years to study and do some research on it. And last year, I shared my idea and work on acupuncture robot. But this year, I may share a more depth research on the stomach 25. And I think the cross-cultural communication is a source of inspiration. So it's very nice to have such opportunity to chat with you guys. Uh, so this is the screenshot of the last conference. The suspense left over from the previous session of the meeting. I have talked about an acupoint, and its name is stomach 25. This acupoint have a very special uh, function for weight loss and blood sugar control. But before we go depth in the uh, description of such acupoints, I will take another way to understand the traditional Chinese culture, because when we get a more deep understanding of the traditional Chinese culture, and we can get the real understanding of acupoint, traditional Chinese medicine, and so on. So let's come to this slide. It's about a cat, but this cat is very different from which we met in our daily life, because it's from an ancient picture that can describe the cats in a very precise way. Like this cat will just look like a white cat, but in the traditional China culture, they describe it as a strip of white silk or fur flying in the sky like a piece of pure jade. It describes the white cat, into a jade, but not only a cat. And in the second cat, we can say, in the Chinese culture, we take the cat is very like tiger. So we can take it as another name, the general carrying a sail on his back. It means there is a yellow sail on the back of a cat. And this is also have a cultural meaning, because in the Chinese culture, a general will have a tiger sail to give the laws, to give the orders to their armies. So let's come to the third cat. It have easier meanings, because it's a bed covered with golden hilt and made of silver. It describes a cat that with his back in yellow, but with his abdomen in white. So that's a precisely description of the cats in the traditional
Oh,
Chinese culture.
sorry, we can't see your slides.
Oh,
We see only the first slide.
the first slide. Oh,
Yes.
very sorry. I
Oh.
will share it again. Sorry. Is that okay? It's
Yes, we see the third
okay.
slide now.
Okay, and I will show you. Maybe this is better.
Yes, you may begin with the beginning of your presentation if you want.
Okay, so sorry for this, but I think we don't miss the most important thing, because it's just the beginning of the this this research is from the traditional Chinese culture of the description of different cats. And for the next part, we will come into the traditional Chinese medicine, because the description of traditional Chinese medicine concepts is just like the characteristics of Chinese language. It combines artistry and practicality. Most importantly, we can find there are different meanings of the acupoints. So we will come to this acupoint. It has the meaning of stomach 25. So let's come to the first meaning of stomach 25. For this meridian and the acupoint, it means the 25th acupoint on the stomach meridian, and its location is on the abnormal of our body. And if we poke a needle and do acupuncture or moxibustion on this acupoint, we can get the function of weight loss or something. But this is the first name of this acupoint, and for a deep understanding of it, we can have another name of it. The other name is maybe double. It means a star on the sky. This star is in the middle of these stars, and also it means this acupoint is in the middle of the human body. So for the barrier of the Chinese language, we can see that it is very difficult for the foreigner learners and practitioners to get the meaning of such acupoints. So let's come to the second name of stomach 25. Uh, in the Chinese, it is called Tiānshū, which means a long river. This long river means that the predominant qi flows from this acupoint like a stream flowing out from the body. And when we stimulate this acupoint, we will make the predominant qi very strong. And also, there is a third name of the stomach 25, which pronounced like Buyuan in Chinese, but we will have another description. It means the replenishment of the predominant qi. In the Chinese culture, needle in this acupoint is just like to eating an old hen. It has a very strong function to make the body strong and healthy. So for those meaning, we can see that in the traditional Chinese medicine or in traditional Chinese culture, it is very different to get the meaning of stomach 25 in all the three aspects, just like Tiānshū, Tiānshī, and Buyuan. So there is a language barrier to understand acupoint and meridians. So this is the traditional way to understand its function in blood sugar lowering. But for the modern medical science and the biological knowledge, we can do lots of experiments on this. So it will be the second part of my lecture. We have done much research to combine traditional Chinese medicine theory with the modern medical knowledge to try. This is our way to understand the regulation of the pancreatic automatic nerve function by electrical acupuncture at stomach 25. This will be a research focused on the triple-1 beta cell pathway mediated by the pancreatic intrinsic nerves. So let me show you the first study we have done maybe 3 years ago. For this part, we have done a very rigid research to make the mouse and the rats become fat, and we have fed them very much food and make the mouse very fat, and we we have performed acupuncture on those fat mouse to make them thinner. And during the very long term of our experiment, we find many interesting things. Firstly, as the slide shows, we can find that acupuncture on stomach 25 has lowering the blood sugar and the weight during this experiment. It's very clear to see that. And the second part is we can see that the substance in the blood and in the whole body have been changed, especially like insulin, leptin, and GLP-1. We can know that GLP-1 around the world is a very famous drug for weight loss and for treating type 2 diabetes. And also, the acupuncture at stomach 25 have also a curative effect on this substance. So we find it very interesting because the mechanisms of acupuncture can be explained by modern science, especially this one. We can see that there is three groups. The first line is the control group, which means the rats or mouse they have the normal diets, and the model group is the rats that have high diet have high diet food to get it very fat. And the SD25 is that when we do electrical acupuncture on the rats for like 4 weeks. For this picture, we can see picture ABC is the immunofluorescence of the pancreas of the rats. And the second line, picture DEF, is the photo of the rat's pancreas. We can see that there is a round shape in the control group. It means the pancreas is healthy, but the pancreas is not healthy as the model group. We can see very, very less, very small in insulin in this, which means the pancreas can't function normal. And in the stomach 25, it means the treating group. We can see that there is a round circle in the middle of the pancreas, which means that electrical acupuncture on stomach 25 can make the pancreas become healthier. So we can see it directly. It's very interesting, and we do more research on it since we can find electricity can go through the human body and also the rat's body. We can get the electricity into the very deep in the body of the rat. And the only way from the knowledge we have known for modern science is through the intrinsic neural system, which means there can be a signal transmit from stomach 25 to the pancreas through the intrinsic nerve in the pancreas. So we can find this group that the first line is also control group, the second line is model group, and the second line is stomach 25 group. We can see that there will be a red one if the nervous system is healthy, and there will be a round circle in green. And also, if we put this picture together, we will see an orange one. It means the insulin or the nerve can communicate with each other in a healthy style. So in the second group of the model group, we can see that such communication is not healthy. And when we do acupuncture on stomach 25, it becomes healthier, but in some extent, it can't get as healthier as before. But we can see that directly. This curative effect is very easy to say. And we have also done some substance in the blood, like CH18-NPY CRTPT for the intrinsonic nerve system in the pancreas to make sure the acupuncture has such effect. And for the rest research, we have found that there is a nerve substance called TRPV1, which we can find it in green. It can be a signal carrier of acupuncture. So we say it may be easier for us to find this effect in the pancreas. And this part we do another research about manual acupuncture, which means we just poke a needle using a human hand, because we are doing this in a cage made by iron. So we can't do electrical acupuncture in such cage. We just do manual acupuncture on stomach 25 and observe the effect for the pancreas intrinsic nervous system. We can call it short in PINS. This system is a way that the acupuncture at stomach 25 finally works on rats. So we can draw a map of such a pancreatic intrinsic nervous system. You can see that in the red line is blood, how blood flows, and there will be a blue one on this part of the dungeon. Actually, we have to do some experiment on this, and we draw a picture to make sure that the acupuncture at the stomach 25 works through this nervous system. So that's the first study we have done in 3 years ago. And this year we also have another research for more knowledge to understand the sugar lowering effect about stomach 25. So for this study, we focused on that by accessing the protein expression in the pancreas and the pancreas adipose tissue, we identify the key acupoints for glossy period metabolism. We can find for today's research, for today's lecture, we talk about stomach 25, but also there are other acupoints have such effects like the LI11 and the stomach 37. They also had an anti-inflammatory effects and can improve the insulin resistance, which can be better for the human body. But there will be a difference between the three acupoints. We can see for the first part, we also do such research like before, but we just add 2 acupoints, that is LI11 and the stomach 37 into it, and we can find the PINS system can change after the acupuncture on such acupoints. And we also can see in the acupoint that have the best effect on blood sugar lowering is still stomach 25. And we do more research on it. We can see that in the left part, the green one means TRPV1, and the red one means insulin, which can draw the circle of the pancreas. So we can see the orange one if they appear together. For this part, we can see that electrical acupuncture on stomach 25 have the best effect on triggering those PINS system. We think that this is the way we understand its effect on blood sugar lowering. We also do such effect on CGRP and insulin to make a better understanding of its effect. The last part of the second research is that we do some immunofluorescence images of co-expression of TRPV1 and CGRP in the areas of the stomach 25 group. We can see the core is stained with blue, and there are some very circular things that we can find the pancreas area in the middle of the picture. That means stomach electrical acupuncture on stomach 25 can rebuild the pancreas. So that is why the acupuncture on such acupoints can have a blood sugar lowering effect. And for the third study, I will make it short because it means the scientific research is very interesting, but also time-consuming. And we can find there is another interesting things we can find by accident, because for the last two studies, we just done research on male rats, but not on female rats to make the experiment in the same way. But accidentally, we have done some research on female rats, but find acupuncture at stomach 25 don't have such effect for blood sugar lowering. And we figure out that it may be for the reason that the female have a different way for blood sugar controlling, and acupuncture may not affect this way. So that's very interesting, because in the as a clinical doctor, we can find that when we stimulate the same acupoints on different patients, it will have different effects. So for the female and the male rats, we can find different effects. So it's very interesting to do such things, and we will publish another research about this this year for the electrical acupuncture on stomach 25. So for the second part of understanding the acupuncture or meridian system about the blood sugar lowering in stomach 25, we can find like this 5 information, like to the modern medical knowledge and the traditional Chinese medicine knowledge. We can also we can both understanding the mechanisms of such effects, but we need to expand our education scope beyond the traditional practitioners. We can find the bioelectronic medicine and such electrical equipment for the future. So how about the future? I think there will be the combination of traditional Chinese medicine and the physics, that we can make some new experiments, like an acupuncture robot that I have shared with all the friends last year. And for this year, we have also another research on the knowledge graph, which means we have make a combination of acupuncture knowledge and biological knowledge together during the knowledge basis. We can find that this system can modify the meridian system, and it can laboring on them, and we have a better precision after rounds of experiments. So it means that the robots or the algorithms can think like the traditional Chinese medicine doctors or acupuncturists, just like me. So in the future, we actually it's not in the future, because we are making this machine all around the world. It can do moxibustion and massage, and it's a robot that can get the understand of the acupoints and the meridian system in a modern way. So that's the first time we show this to all the friends here. We are making the acupuncture robot. You can see that there is a robotic arm, can poke a needle on the surface of a body. Actually, we are doing this research on real humans. in a very safe way. So I think it's very nice to have have this chance to talk to you guys and share my understanding of acupuncture both in a traditional way and a modern way. And there's also a small advertisement for a magazine, a journal that I am just editor brought from it. It's called Interdisciplinary Sciences, Computational Life Sciences. And I think this journal is very easy for us to get our research published, because it's very focused on the theme of our conference. Okay, so that's my research, and very thankful for you for your attention and your listening, and welcome to Nanjing for in-depth academic exchanges. Okay, thank you, or до свидания in Russia. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, thank you. It's very interesting. So, I think you present a very interesting report, and we are pleased to invite you to participate in our seminar. If you want. Okay, any question, please?
Maria, may I ask again one question? Yes. Yes. I am wondering about Qi, as a nature of Qi, because you say it in acupunctation, the main reason why it's work because of flowing of Qi through channels. And now I'm puzzling, okay, what's the nature of this Qi? Is this like a subtle field? Is this a physical effect? What do you think? What's the nature?
Okay, thank you for your question, because it's a very important question, because from my understanding of Qi, or the understanding of my other foreigner friends, they think that the Qi is invisible. We can't say it, but actually I think for a medical doctor, I think Qi, the potential description of Qi is based on blood flow or nerve or electricity in the body. So I think the Qi have some aspects just like electricity through the nerve system and blood flow, but it's not equal to them. So it's not a very good answer, but I think we can discuss it in the future, because it's also an unsolved problem. Okay, thank you.
But do you think this external Qi, because external Qi can be accumulated in different objects, not even non-biological objects, and this in your biological research, can you, for instance, accumulate Qi in some object?
Yes, thank you. I think the outside Qi and the inner side Qi, actually the nature of Qi is just like in air, the air outside the body, and we can see smoke in the air, and so we can see some electricity in the body, just like the flow of Qi. Maybe that's my answer.
Okay. Thank you.
And one question from me: is Qi something material in your opinion?
Yes, I think it must be a material.
But what kind of matter?
I think it's just like substance in our blood or in our nerve system, but we cannot define it in a modern science way. But it can be particularly described in it. So it's very tricky, I think.
Okay. Yes. Any questions? Any questions? No. Okay. And the next speaker The next speaker is Chhabi Bhandari, a Bachelor of Social Science first year at Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Dayalbagh, Agra, India. And the report is viewing Samkhya philosophy through the lens of chromotherapy with special focus on chakras of consciousness. So let's begin.
Hi, hello to all.
Oh,
Should
hello.
I share my screen?
Yes, we're very glad to see you.
You too.
Yes, we see your screen now.
All right, so should I start with my presentation?
Yes.
Hi, so today I'm here to present my research paper titled Viewing Samkhya Philosophy Through the Lens of Chromotherapy with special focus on chakras of consciousness. This paper brings together two very different yet interconnected worlds, the ancient Indian philosophical school of Samkhya and the modern healing science of chromotherapy. The aim of the research is to explore whether colors, through the practice of chromotherapy, can balance the three gunas that constitute Prakriti, thereby promoting harmony and facilitating spiritual growth. The hypothesis of my research is chromotherapy can balance the gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas within Prakriti, thereby facilitating spiritual upliftment and alignment with the Purusha. So, Samkhya is one of the oldest and most systematic philosophical traditions in India. Its roots can be traced back to the Upanishadic era, and it's considered a foundation for other schools like Yoga and Vedanta. At its heart, Samkhya is a dualistic system, which means it proposes that the universe is made up of two eternal realities, the Purusha, the silent, pure observer, the unchanging consciousness, and the Prakriti, the dynamic, ever changing matter, the source of all creation. The interaction between Purusha and Prakriti gives rise to everything we experience in our lives, our thoughts, emotions, physical bodies, and the world around us. Now, Prakriti expresses itself through three qualities known as gunas. The first one is sattva, which represents clarity, harmony, and light. The second is rajas, which is activity, passion, and movement. And the last one is tamas, which is darkness, inertia, and ignorance. These three gunas are present in everything, every person, every thought, every action, and they constantly fluctuate. For example, when we feel peaceful, sattva is dominant. When we feel restless or driven, rajas is at play. And when we feel sleepy or lazy or confused, tamas takes over. In Samkhya, the ultimate goal of life is kaivalya, that is, liberation. This liberation is achieved when a person realizes that their true self, the Purusha, is entirely separate from material reality or Prakriti. In other words, it's the moment when one transcends all influence of the three gunas and experiences pure, silent awareness. This realization leads to freedom from suffering, confusion, and emotional entanglement. Let us now shift from ancient philosophy to fascinating world of chromotherapy, also known as color therapy. So chromotherapy is a holistic healing science that works on a very simple but powerful principle. Each color carries a unique vibrational frequency, and when we expose ourselves to these frequencies in the right way, they can help restore balance within us physically, emotionally, and even spiritually. Let's explore how some colors influence us. Red is a powerful stimulant. It energizes the body, increases circulation, and can help overcome lethargy. It's linked with action, strength, and survival. Blue is the opposite. It cools and soothes the nervous system, reduces stress, and encourages clarity of mind. It supports calmness, communication, and introspection. Green sits at the center of the color spectrum and promotes balance. It's the color of healing, harmony, and renewal, often associated with nature and emotional well being. Yellow stimulates mental clarity and focus. It's associated with confidence, intellect, and joy. People often use yellow for creative and intellectual activities. And violet or purple has the highest frequency. It helps activate spiritual awareness, deep meditation, and connection with higher consciousness. These colors are not just helpful in therapy rooms or guided meditation. They can be applied through light therapy, colored fabrics, environmental design, visualization practices, or even dietary choices based on color energetics. Now, while chromotherapy may sound modern, it's actually deeply ancient in origin. In Ayurveda, for example, colors are used in combination with herbs, mantras, and yoga postures to balance bodies, doshas, and energy paths. In traditional Chinese medicine, colors correspond to the five elements wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, and influence the health aspect of organs. In ancient Egypt, temples were designed with colored glass and prisms to let sunlight filter into the healing chambers. Each room had a specific color used for specific ailments, showing that even thousands of years ago, color was recognized as a medicine. So, what we call chromotherapy today is actually a rediscovery of ancient knowledge, now supported by a modern understanding of vibrations, frequencies, and energy fields. Through the lens of Samkhya philosophy, we're able to look at chromotherapy not just as a physical or emotional treatment, but as a tool for spiritual refinement and elevation of consciousness. In Indian tradition, the body contains seven chakras or energy centers located along the spine, from base to the crown. Each chakra is associated with a specific color, a type of energy, a particular area of consciousness. So the first one over here is the root chakra, also known as the Muladhara. Located at the base of the spine, this chakra relates to stability and survival. It's associated with the color red and has the earth element. Chromotherapy uses red to build strength and rootedness. Then comes the sacral chakra, this one, uh, the Swadhisthana. This is just below the navel, associated with emotions, creativity, and sensuality. Its color is orange, representing water and flow. Orange brings joy and emotional warmth. Then comes the solar plexus, the Manipura, located in the upper abdomen. This chakra governs willpower and confidence. Its color is yellow, symbolizing fire and inner power. Yellow enhances personal identity and clarity of thought. Then comes the heart chakra, the Anahata, situated at the center of the chest. This chakra is about love, compassion, and forgiveness. It resonates with green, representing air and balance. Chromotherapy uses green to heal emotional wounds. Then comes the throat chakra, the Vishuddha. This is the center of communication and self expression. It's associated with blue and is the element of ether. Blue calms the nerves and enables truthful and clear expression. Then comes the third eye chakra, the Ajna, located between the eyebrows. This is the seat of intuition and wisdom. Its color is indigo, which deepens the inner vision and insight. Then comes the crown chakra or the Sahasrara, at the top of the head. This chakra symbolizes spiritual connection and transcendence. It's linked to violet or white, representing pure consciousness. The chakras serve as focal points for the flow of energy and consciousness. Blockages or imbalances in the chakras can manifest as physical ailments, emotional instability, or spiritual stagnation. Practices like yoga, meditation, and chromotherapy aim to balance and activate these energy centers, facilitating harmony within the body and mind and elevating consciousness to achieve spiritual growth. Now let's explore the connection between colors and the three gunas described in the Samkhya philosophy. So, as you know, the gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas are the fundamental qualities that shape our inner and outer experiences. Each guna influences our thoughts, emotions, and spiritual tendencies. And colors, being the vibrational energies, can either enhance or regulate these gunas. Let's uh, let's look at how this works. Sattva, the quality of harmony, clarity, and balance, aligns with blue, green, and white. These colors soothe the mind, calm emotions, and promote inner peace. They are ideal for meditation, reflection, and emotional healing. Next comes the Rajas. Rajas is associated with energy, movement, and ambition and is stimulated by red or orange. These colors boost motivation and enthusiasm, but must be used wisely as too much Rajas can lead to restlessness or agitation. And the last is Tamas, which is linked to inertia and heaviness, which resonates with indigo and black. While excess tamas can cause lethargy or confusion, these colors, if used appropriately, can aid grounding, rest, and deep introspection. So, colors become a subtle yet powerful tool for shifting our internal energy. And by mindfully engaging with colors through our surroundings, clothing, or visualization, we can bring the gunas into balance, supporting mental clarity, emotional stability, and spiritual awareness. Colors act as powerful mediums for balancing energy centers, that is the chakras, and fostering guna equilibrium. So, thereby supporting the alignment of Purusha and Prakriti. So, let's now connect the dots between the chakras, the gunas, and chromotherapy. So, the first one again is the root chakra, the Mooladhara, associated with red, and the guna is Tamas guna, the one for inertia. Red energizes and stabilizes this chakra, enhancing our connection to the physical world and providing a strong foundation for security and survival. The sacral chakra, the Swadhisthana, linked with orange and rajas. Orange stimulates creativity, emotional fluidity, and joy. It channels rajasic energy towards healthy emotional expression and pleasurable engagement in life. Then comes the solar plexus chakra, that is the Manipura, governed by yellow and also governed by the Rajas Guna. Yellow fuels personal power, confidence, and decisiveness. Chromotherapy here transforms restlessness into productive ambition and self worth. Then comes the heart chakra, the Anahata, which resonates with green and the Sattva Guna. Green is deeply healing. It opens the heart to love, forgiveness, and compassion. It brings harmony to both the physical and the emotional. Then comes the throat chakra or the Vishuddha. This is aligned with blue and the Sattva Guna. Blue enhances clarity in communication and fosters truthful self expression. It calms mental turbulence and promotes authenticity. Then comes the third eye chakra, the Ajna, associated with indigo, moving from tamas to sattva. So, indigo brings introspection, spiritual insight, and awareness. It helps us overcome ignorance and develop inner wisdom. Then comes the crown chakra, the last one, the Sahasrara. This is connected to violet or white and the Sattva Guna. Violet opens us to higher consciousness, divine connection, and spiritual awakening. It's the color of transcendence, aligning us with Purusha. Thus, chromotherapy works, helping us regulate gunas and restore balance across all chakras. Uh, now that we've understood how chromotherapy Now that we've understood how chromotherapy balances chakras and gunas, let's talk about how it helps in elevating consciousness itself. So, according to the Samkhya philosophy, the fluctuations in our state of consciousness are a direct result of the imbalance in the three gunas. When tamas dominates, we feel lethargic, confused, or indifferent. When rajas dominates, we feel restless, anxious, or overly ambitious. And when sattva is dominant, we experience peace, clarity, and joy. So, chromotherapy becomes a practical, non invasive tool to shift our internal state gently but powerfully. So, colors like blue, green, and white promote sattva, bringing in calm, stability, and harmony. When rajas is needed to overcome stagnation, colors like red and orange can be used to consciously stimulate action. And for tamas, colors like indigo help deepen our awareness, turning inward without falling into dullness or escapism. This conscious usage of colors doesn't just change moods, it creates a vibrational field that invites awareness, balance, and spiritual expression. Thus, color therapy becomes a bridge between body, mind, and higher consciousness. And now let's return to the core idea of the Samkhya philosophy. The ultimate goal of life, according to the Samkhya philosophy, is Kavalya, that is a state of pure liberation where the Purusha, that is our true self, is no longer entangled with the Prakriti, that is the material world. So, this happens when the influence of the three gunas has been transcended completely. While chromotherapy doesn't directly cause liberation, it helps us to refine our consciousness by restoring energetic balance. It opens our chakras, especially the higher ones like the third eye and the crown chakra, which are essential for spiritual vision and connection. And it supports sattvic living, which is the foundation for spiritual evolution in the Samkhya path. So let's take the crown chakra for example. Chromotherapy uses violet or white light to activate the center. And when stimulated regularly, this chakra opens us to a sense of unity with the universe, detachment from ego and materialism, and a deeper awareness of our eternal nature as Purusha. So, in a powerful way, color therapy creates the inner environment necessary for Kavalya, that is, freedom, detachment, spiritual bliss, and liberation. So, what we can conclude is that colors, which are often seen as merely aesthetic or a visual experience, are actually vibrational in nature. And when consciously applied, they can be subtle but a very powerful tool for self reflection, energy, alignment, inner healing, and the elevation of consciousness itself. So, just as sound can heal through mantras or music, color too can shift frequencies within human body mind system, helping us move towards a more aware and more balanced state. And then the second one is balancing gunas for mental and emotional health. Our daily moods, thoughts, and reactions are not random. They're shaped by the balance of sattva, rajas, and tamas within us, according to the Samkhya philosophy. So when the gunas are out of balance, we may feel emotionally unstable, mentally clouded, or spiritually disconnected. So through color therapy, we now have an accessible and practical method to regulate these inner forces. For example, introducing sattvic colors can restore peace and clarity, and rajasic colors can help bring energy when we feel stuck, like orange and red. And then the tamasic tones can encourage grounding when life feels overwhelming. This creates a path towards mental clarity and emotional resilience and mindful living, not through meditation or any other external means, but through tuning into colors. And the last one is supporting liberation through daily practices. In Samkhya philosophy, the ultimate goal is Kavalya, that is liberation, from the entanglements of Prakriti, that is the material world. While this may sound abstract or distant, but the study suggests that liberation is not a far off goal, but something that we can move towards daily through intentional action. And chromotherapy offers us a way to align our energy with higher consciousness. And it can awaken our dormant spiritual faculties, that is the chakras, and gradually dissolve the identification with ego and material distraction. So, to conclude, this research brings together two powerful and complementary systems. On one side, the philosophical depth of Samkhya, which provides a timeless map of human existence from the creation of cosmos to the liberation of the self. And on the other hand, the practical healing applications of chromotherapy, which harness the vibrational energy of colors to balance body, mind, and consciousness. And together they show that the vibrational world is real and that healing is not limited to the physical body alone. It also means that balancing the gunas, opening the chakras, and aligning with the inner self and the purusha. So, chromotherapy helps us not only to restore health but also cultivate awareness. It helps us to move through the daily chaos of life with clarity, resilience, and grace. Ultimately, it creates the internal harmony required to experience Kavalya, that is liberation, the pure, unshaken realization of who we are. Therefore, the hypothesis chromotherapy can balance the gunas within Prakriti, thereby facilitating spiritual upliftment and alignment with the Purusha has been proven correct. I hope you like my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. A very interesting talk. So, any questions, please?
May I ask the same question I asked before?
Yes.
Okay. Many thanks for a very nice presentation about chromotherapy. We very like it, yes. But question is chakras and prana. I hope I correctly pronounce this. It's the same question like I asked before about channels and chi. It seems classically chakra work on prana and different kinds of prana. Can you please share with us what is a physical, let's say, understanding of prana? What is your feeling about what is how it's physically work?
The physical feeling of the chakras. That's what
No,
you're
of
asking.
prana.
Prana? That is like the soul.
Yes, but in chakra, for instance, if you're breathing through chakra, you putting prana through chakra, yeah. But my question is not about chakras, because chakras properly something between physical body and non-physical body, but about nature of prana.
So the nature of prana. Okay, so that's what Samkhya philosophy divided it into Prakriti and Purusha. So Purusha is the eternal consciousness. So I guess prana would be related to Purusha, and that is how the chakras would influence us to go to the Purusha with the help of chromotherapy.
Can you please explain like you explained to a child?
All right, so chromotherapy. Okay, so the Samkhya philosophy basically says that the whole cosmos is divided into two parts, not exactly parts, but two divisions, which is the Purusha and the Prakriti. So the Prakriti is the material world, that is everything around us, and the Purusha is the pure consciousness that is within us, like the prana, as I think you're talking about.
Okay. Is a sort of
Right. So
external field, subtle field, something like this.
yeah, so it's sort of external, but it's internal. So the Purusha is a passive observer, but it's the soul, right? It's the pure consciousness, and the consciousness is within us. So it's not an external field, and the Prakriti is the material world.
Okay.
So the chakras in our body, we can use them to reach that Purusha, to reach that eternal bliss consciousness, and to reach that passive observer state. That is the Purusha and the Prana.
Okay. Thank you. I will try to meditate on this.
All right.
Yes, thank you. Do you have any questions? Yes, please.
To rule out the possibility of any placebo effects, is there a reference group versus experimental group which was taken to science and step with the chromotherapy? Something of that sort has been carried out?
No, so the study right now is just theoretical. I'm actually a first year student, so this is my first year in university, and I'll do this. I'll do the actual research part later.
Okay.
Sorry?
I just said all the best to you for the study.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? So it was a very interesting talk, but we are going to have lunch. Yes. Sergey, do you want to say anything?
No, I think let's go for lunch, and we meet in what time is now? In 50 minutes.
Yes. At
Or should we start earlier?
2 p.m. Yes. We may start earlier. Yes. Okay.
I will keep both streams running. So because if I close, I have to start a new stream. So
yes.
Everybody who is observing and watching us on YouTube and Telegram, we make now
recording stopped.
Make now some short 15 minutes pause, and after this we will stream on these channels. So.
Okay, thank you. See you after lunch. Сергей, вас не видно вообще. Dr. Cristi Stoica from the Department of Theoretical Physics, National Institute of Physics and Nuclear Engineering, Horia Hulubei. The talk is Coarse and Fine-Grained Consciousness, a Perspective from Physics. Please, let's begin.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Okay, I start earlier. First, let me tell you a bit about what kind of research I am doing. I'm a mathematical physicist, and I usually do very abstract things, and this will be abstract too. But somehow I run into consciousness because there are some things in standard quantum mechanics that I don't think are answered. So there are some puzzles, and this is my talk is about where these puzzles led. They led to the necessity to accept consciousness as fundamental in physics. Let me do an overview. So I will first discuss about coarse graining. Actually, I will skip the overview because if I explain these steps, I'd rather present the slides. So by coarse graining, I understand what is usually understood in physics, especially in statistical mechanics. We don't know exactly which is the state of a system, but let's talk in general about the universe as a system. We know something about the state, but not its precise the precise state. So then what we do, we use the coarse graining. Coarse graining, for example, into macro states. A macro state is what we perceive macroscopically, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is large. What we perceive macroscopically are just some of the properties of the state of the universe. And because we don't know the values of the other properties, then a macro state consists of more micro states. If we discuss about the microstates, then we discuss about the fine graining, about the detail of the universe, the full resolution, so to speak. But we use a low resolution when we discuss about macroscopic things. And this is what in classical mechanics makes possible to discuss about probabilities. Because even though everything is very precise at the microscopic level, we don't know it at the macroscopic level. So then we have to make guesses. And this is how probabilities make sense in classical mechanics. And to learn more about the microstate, so the details that we don't see due to our limited resolution at the macroscopic level, we made experiments, and 100 years ago, there was a breakthrough that led us to find that the microscopic level is quantum. Then the question is what happens, how it changes and becomes classical at the macroscopic level. Nothing changes, but here's the thing. So the background of the slide, if you can see the slide, consists of some cells. These cells represent macrostates, and the points of the background, if you want the pixels, represent the microstates. And the cell is large because we don't know exactly which of the microstates in that cells we are. In classical physics, the evolution of a system consists of like a pixel on this background that moves and crosses from one macrostate to another. And so we see changes at the macroscopic level. But in quantum mechanics, the state is actually a superposition of such pixels. And then what we see is still the same macro state, but the wave function can evolve and cover more macro states as at once. And this is how we have the measurement problem. Because the Schrödinger equation tells us apparently that it should go through over more macro state at once, but we live only in one of these macro states. And if the others exist and are covered by the wave functions due to the Schrödinger evolution, we have this measurement problem. Now, the main, when I say measurement problem, probably everybody clicks and says, okay, so he's talking about the observer because the talk is about consciousness. Yes, I talk about the observer, but not mainly in relation to the measurement problem. There is another problem with the observer, and this is the problem that I will start talking about in the following part of the talk. So what happens is that to introduce this problem, I have a bit to present a framework in which we see physics. I mean, most physicists think about physics as being about some structures and relations. They actually think that they are that physics is about reality, but all we can access are structures and relations. And how is this happening? It happens that when we measure something, we compare with other things. So then we get a ratio. Like, for example, a unit of this size, we can use it as measure to measure a longer distance, for example, and we try to fit as exactly a number of units like this. And if it is not exact, we find smaller units and so on. And it's not only about measure, it's also about weights. And even if we collide particles, we count how many of each kind go inside, how many of each kind go out of the reaction. So then we have only ratios, and we have relations between these ratios. And this is why mathematics is so gifted, so to speak, to describe physics, because mathematics is not numbers, it's sets and relations between those sets. This is the definition that covers every structure that we study in mathematics. So then to describe the world, we use structures, and all we can find about the world is structures, and these structures consist only of relations. Now, because of this, and because of the success of this approach, that we were able to describe everything that we wanted about the physical world, of course, many people think that consciousness itself is also just a bunch of relations, just something that it is exclusive about the structure and not about the stuff that has this structure, the stuff that it is in these relations. So then we believe that if we arrange the matter in a particular way, we can get consciousness, or we believe that consciousness is due only to the way the matter is arranged and how it changes in time, so of this structure, and that the stuff that makes this structure is irrelevant, because if the universe would be made of a different stuff, whatever that stuff is, and it would follow the same laws that give the stuff the same structure and it changes in the exact same way, then we would get equally conscious being if we reproduce their structures. And this is something that I found out incidentally while working at something apparently unrelated, that it is not possible. So the left picture, the one which is in colors, represents a universe which contains sentient beings like us, and the black and white is identical, only the color is missing. And I want to show that there are two such kind of worlds, kinds of worlds with the exact same structure, but one of them contains sentient being and the other doesn't, which was very surprising for me because I didn't think that it is possible to show something beyond the structure. But then if this is possible to show, we will see that consciousness is not produced by insentient stuff, because you cannot replace the stuff with some stuff that is insentient, even if it has the same structure like our neurons, or even if it has exact same wave function, like the wave function that describes the universe that includes us. It doesn't mean that it will be conscious. So this can be proved mathematically, and it is due to a problem that I found it's present in quantum mechanics, and in fact in any theory that aims to describe the universe based on structure alone. So I will go briefly through this. Is more to explain. I wrote several papers in which I put together various pieces of the puzzle, but then the conclusion is more easy to explain. I don't need to go through them, but I want to go quickly because there are other things that I want to show. Now, in quantum mechanics, in non-relativistic, because it's easier to explain, non-relativistic quantum mechanics, what we have is a wave function, but the wave function, it's only one, even if you have 100 particles or a billion particles, and it propagates through a very high dimensional space, not through our physical space. So for each particle, you need 3 dimensions to represent the positions, and you put together 3 dimensions for a particle, 3 dimensions for the second particle, and so on, and you build this configuration space, which here in the first equation I show it has points. I also added some other parameters to describe internal or spin degrees of freedom. We don't need them, but just I want to show it's a point in a very high dimensional space, this Q, and each of these points determines a vector and these vectors are perpendicular to one another, and they form a very large dimensional vector space, and the state of the universe is a vector in this vector space. For example, now I take as an example of a Hamiltonian. The Hamiltonian is something like a matrix that operates on this high dimensional vector space, and it gives us the evolution equation. So if you put the state, which is now the Schrödinger equation, which I think I presented earlier, or maybe here. This Schrödinger equation tells you which is the state of the universe after a time interval, depending on the initial time. So the state at time t depends on the state at time t0 by this equation. And this h here is the Hamiltonian. And in non-relativistic quantum mechanics, the Hamiltonian in very simple situation is of this form. And I want to illustrate with this the following fact, that you cannot know from the structure the physical properties. So I don't talk about consciousness right now. I talk about physical properties like the ones that we believe they are there, and they are properties of the stuff that we study in physics. And one of these properties is position, which is the x, and there are more particles, so there will be more x's, and there will also be momentum associated to this, to each of the particles. And the Hamiltonian has this form in this example, but doesn't matter because I proved in general. It's easy to explain with this example. Now, how do I know that this x and this p represents positions and momenta? I know because I noted them using the letter x and the letter p, and I made a convention that I use with other physicists that this is position and this is momentum. But if I have only the Hamiltonian and I want to determine the position and the momentum operators from it, I can find different solutions, and these different solutions will have the same properties as positions and the same properties as momentum, but they will be different operators. So to see this, we apply a symmetry transformation of the Hilbert space, like in the this operator S, and it will give us different operators for position and different operators for momentum. Moreover, if I choose the transformation to commute with the Hamiltonian, the equation will look the same, but expressed in terms of the other operators. This is important because a lot of physicists believe that the position emerges somehow because we want the Hamiltonian to be local, but it doesn't. There are infinitely many solutions. So I wrote some papers in which I showed that the ambiguity is very large, and the structure alone doesn't fix the physical properties. Now we can say, okay, but why should you change it? Let's fix it once and this will remain forever. But we have the aim in physics to extract the physical properties or to actually to describe unambiguously the physical properties. And if they are not unambiguously described, maybe we miss something. Maybe, for example, we can learn from experiments what is the position and what is the momentum. But who's making the experiment is another system in the universe. And this other system will work in a configuration space of the position operators, and will say these are the positions operators. But there are configuration spaces for all the other operators that you obtain by transforming the position, so that they behave just like the position. They come with their own configuration space because the configuration space is just the set of all possible eigenvalues the position or the other operator can have. So then if we would look from a different angle at the Hilbert space, we will see a different, by angle I mean using a different matrix S like this one. We will see a different configuration space. The wave function will look differently. And if we see in the wave function patterns that correspond to observers like us, to these observers, the position basis would be their own basis and not ours. So it would be then circular to extract the correspondence between the operators and the physical properties from the from experiment, because the experiment is done by another structure, and it will think that its own basis is a position basis. Now, apparently, this is not so big of a problem. We can say, okay, maybe there are beings that exist in other bases. But if this would be the case, we'll have the following problem. So we have the following situation, I think, about the property of an external object. Like, for example, in the kitchen, there is a red apple. In a different basis, like the position basis, but another one, it will appear, and I proved this. I mean, I proved that there is a transformation that can change what's in the kitchen and doesn't change what's in the mind of the observer, or actually in the brain of the observer, the structure of the brain of the observer, so that the apple in the kitchen changes the property. It becomes blue, for example. And actually, you can obtain all possible values of the property that you are interested in. So for whatever object that you are interested in its property, you can think that you know the property of this object, but there would be a wave function in a different configuration space that applies to the same physical, to the same description of the physical world, but in a different configuration space, in which there would be the observer would be wrong that the color of the apple is the one that he believes it is. And it turns out that there is no correlation between, I mean, you cannot even be right statistically. You'll be, the correlation is zero. I mean, the knowledge that the observer has is basically zero. So then it turns out that only those from a particular basis can be real conscious being, and the others are philosophical zombies. So they look just like the observer. They have the same structure. The wave function has the same patterns that gives the shape of the brain, and with the neurons and with whatever detail down to the tiniest particle. But there would be no correlation between what those things and the external world. So by a self-location argument, since you could be randomly any one of these structures that have the shape of the observer and the behavior of the observer, you must be any one of them. And if you are any one of them, then you will know nothing about the exterior world. It follows that something prevents us to occupy, so to speak, one of these structures that it's identical to us. So this is why I say these are philosophical zombies, and you are real because you are in the right basis. But now this means that there is something beyond the structure that forces this basis to be real, and the others to be, of course, they cannot be unreal, because when you have a basis in a vector space, all other bases exist. You cannot say I have a basis and the others are forbidden, because they exist. So what happens is that this particular choice is forced by the stuff and not by the structure. So the stuff that makes everything in the world has to have some sentiential powers, which contradicts the metaphysical claim that materialists would make, that the stuff doesn't matter. It only matters only insofar as it has the right structure and behaves in a particular way. And if you would imitate the structure and the behavior of an observer, it would be sentient. It follows that if this would be the case, then we would know nothing about the world. And when I say nothing, I don't talk about like qualia or like how I feel. I talk about physical properties that normally we know. So my understanding of this ambiguity and the solution to refute it is that the stuff has to have sentiential powers, and not only it has to have, but it has to have sentiential powers that ground every physical property that you can measure. So not only some of them, but all that can be measured. So all except for the ones that are not. So that there are some gauge degrees of freedom that will not change what you observe if you change them. And then since every physical property has to be grounded in this sentient stuff that makes everything, I have the following I don't know, proposal that even if you say that consciousness is fundamental, but somehow in a panpsychist way or in a dualist way, it wouldn't work, because there is no physical property that is not grounded in sentience. So now let's go back to the to the coarse graining, and I want to ask the following question. So if all physical properties are grounded in sentience, and if my mind is very rough, very approximate, in the sense that I don't need all the details in my brain for a particular thought. For example, if you look at a computer, I make an analogy with a computer, although I claim that I refuted also this possibility that mind is a computer, but the analogy is useful. If you look at a computer, a bit is stored in a, for example, in a capacitor, but the capacitor is made of a huge number of particles, which has a huge number of physical properties. And we are interested only in a single property, which is if it is charged or not. So then we ignore the others. It follows that to store a bit in a capacitor, you have to ignore everything else that doesn't contribute, that is not 0 or 1, so to speak, that you want to retrieve from this bit. So it follows that you use a coarse graining. In a similar way, the entire computer stores, you need an infinite amount of information to describe its physical state, but you have a finite number of bits that are stored in that computer. By analogy, our thoughts, our mind, and by this I mean discursive mind about which we can talk, the mind that we can put into words and communicate to each other, or to communicate to ourselves, is a coarse graining. And underneath this coarse graining, the details, we don't know most of them. We only know what we can follow with our attentions and put into words, something of this sort. And I think that I have reasons that that the substrate, the stuff that gives physical meaning to every physical properties, and that makes some structures to be sentient and others don't make them to be sentient, even if they are isomorphic with those that are sentient. This stuff is like a finer detail, like a high resolution compared to our minds that we are aware of and that we can talk about discursively. Now, how do I explain this? This followed, in my opinion, because take, for example, computer science. In computer science, because we work in a very coarse level, we ignore the physical details and we only care about the bits. And these bits are conventions, and computer science itself tells us that you can use computation to simulate another computation, and you can have a Turing machine that is universal, that is able to simulate any other Turing machine. This gives a huge ambiguity of the computation. And we have again a problem of ambiguity, and I showed in this paper by using a Bayesian proof that therefore it follows that our mind cannot be a computation. But this tells me something. For example, some people knew about this ambiguity and proposed that computation actually is something where some more structure is needed. For example, Chalmers tried to avoid the so-called triviality problem, which is this huge ambiguity of what computation a machine implements at a given time, by imposing that it has to have a particular structure, both the physical substrate, the hardware, and the computation. But this contradicts computer science because it would it would prevent the computer to be universal, or it would prevent a Turing machine to be universal. So then it follows that this is a lower level of description, which is not computation, is something functional. And there is an even lower level, which is eventually the full physical detail about the world. So you have more layers on top of the others. At this layer, the machine processes bits. At the lower level, you take more properties into account than those zeros and ones, and you want to, and you lose computational universality. because you have to allow only structures that are isomorphic, with the structure that you care about. And eventually you take all the physical laws into account. And because of the result that I presented at the beginning, that all physical properties have to be grounded in this sentient stuff, it follows that if our brain is somehow similar and we are a coarse grain of the consciousness, somehow when we think about something, for example, when I discuss now my results and I try to present them, I don't experience them with the full consciousness available. I simulate them in my mind. And by this, they lose the sentience. The sentience becomes diminished at this level. But the underneath stuff, the stuff that grounds all physical properties, this one is there always, regardless of my state of mind. So now I want to give an argument that this stuff connects more than it seems. This is a different paper that I wrote before, and here I bring the following puzzle. Let's represent the present state of the universe in this slice, which I made with blue, and each point on this slice represents a point in the space. And for example, at some point there is a particle or a neuron or something. At another point there is something else. A neuron cannot be at a point because it has a structure and is extended. So in a region, maybe this green region, there is a neuron, and in the other region, there is another neuron. And each neuron is constituted of some molecules, atoms, eventually particles. And the question is, how is my experience of and again, I will use a color, but I don't mean qualia. You can think about numbers. I want to avoid referring to qualia or to feelings or to other things that usually people bring about when they argue for to take consciousness seriously, because the question is not how to model qualia. I don't know. The question is how to integrate the information necessary to have the experience of a color. And I took as reference the color of the background. So in this background, it's a kind of yellowish. To represent it, you will need 24 bits. Now the human eye discriminates up to 10 million bits, so you don't need all 16, but you still need 24 bits. And if these bits are spread simultaneously in different places, and they make together a color, how do I get to experience that color, given the fact that it is spread around? You may say, I collect all the data, but where do you collect? Because every point where you would collect is not able to store anything else but what's in that point. So to store information, you have to forget information. And if you take into account that we don't remember the past, but only what is recorded in the present, and if we take into account that everything in our brain is space-like separated, and you cannot know instantaneously by regular physical means what's in another particle, it follows that you need somehow consciousness somehow integrates some physical disparate chunks of information that don't see each other and don't remember each other. And how does it do it? This is a puzzle. And I think that now, so this puzzle I posed before the result with the that I presented at the beginning. Now I think that if we know that there is some, that the stuff that makes everything has to have sentiential powers, and we will need something non-local to integrate this information. It follows that even to talk about a simple thing like I saw this yellowish color on the background of this slide, I need to extract some, to communicate with a more detailed level of consciousness that makes this integration. So by this I mean that the fine-grained consciousness, we don't experience it from our coarse-grained level, but we get information from it.
Sorry, you have 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, I tried to put too much in these slides, and I am surprised that I was able to go as far. Here I want to point out to the connection between the two observer problems. The first observer problem that is known from 100 years ago is how do we get definite outcomes for measurements. And with the other puzzle, the one that I talked about at the beginning of the talk, is they are both connected now in this paper. So this gives a solution, a possible solution to the measurement problem, but I don't have to go into details. So what I want to say is that our consciousness is more that we can conceptualize and communicate. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting talk. And I have one question. What is the channel through which consciousness is realized within the framework of your interpretation?
I don't know. The thing is that my approach is negative. I just wanted to see, I don't want to define consciousness or to describe or to construct a model of consciousness. My intention is to exclude what it is not consciousness. And it would be difficult to put everything to give an answer to your question, but the answer would be like, the closest to an answer would be like, is not a computation, is not just structure and dynamics. It is something that maybe looks like structure and dynamics and like computation. And the way we have access to the finer consciousness is because it's similar to experiments. So just like in quantum mechanics, we make experiment to extract information from the microscopic and amplify it to macroscopic. In our mind, in that coarse grain level where we live our mundane lives, we make experiments by introspection, by meditation, by having a sudden insight that we didn't plan, which is just like a particle crosses bubble chamber or something like this and leaves a trace. And this is how we get information at the macro or the coarse grain level of consciousness from the finer grain level of consciousness.
And may you give the definition of consciousness?
No, I just want to say what it is not, but I can give some positive properties of it, although I am on the negative way, but these are some sorry. So it grounds physical properties. So it resolves this ambiguity and it grounds all of them. And also from the structures that look the same structurally, it decides that some of them are sentient and the others are not. So it gives sentience to a structure, but it has to also to have a causal power. And this is why I mentioned this paper, because this paper discusses the causal power. And this maybe related to how it comes from the finer level, the information that is not usually accessible to us, and it's amplified to the coarse grain, and we become aware of it.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, please.
Yes. Yes, I have a question. May
Yes.
I?
Please.
Cristi, do you know something about experiments in which human consciousness can control physical law? For example, can change his weight, human weight. Do you know about, for example, levitation? Do you know about such kind of experiment where human consciousness control physical laws?
No, I don't know, unfortunately.
Okay.
For me is already a big wonder that we can, like, for example, now you can decide to ask me a question and I can decide to answer. So we move things around, but we have some limited range. And I don't think this contradicts the physical law. So if it will appear
but
someday that something contradicts it, maybe we get the wrong physical laws and we need to update the laws.
okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, and we are going to the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Ehsan Hassani, Division of Physiology, Department of Basic Science, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Iran. The talk is about the direct brain-to-brain communication, a quantum perspective on electromagnetic fields and Biophoton-Cryptochrome interactions. Please, let's begin.
Hi, Mariya. How are you? Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you today to discuss my latest work on, emerging and fascinating, concept in neuroscience, direct brain-to-brain communication, or DBBC.
Excuse me, do you have a presentation?
Yeah.
Please, you need to share your screen, but Dr. Cristi Stoica may cancel the sharing his screen.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see my presentation?
Dr. Cristi Stoica, yes, may you close your presentation and cancel the sharing of your screen?
Okay, close the presentation.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I had to close the window because I don't know another way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, and you may share your screen.
Yes, Mariya. This is my presentation here. The topic is direct brain-to-brain communication with exploring potential mechanisms, with a focus on the role of Biophoton-Cryptochrome and Cryptochrome entanglement. Brain-to-brain communication is increasingly recognized plausible phenomenon evidenced by interaction observed among humans, rats, and bats, and also mice. One of the factors involved in this phenomenon is ultrasound waves. These waves, which have frequencies exceeding 20 kilohertz, surpass the human auditory limits. For instance, rats utilized 3 primary types of ultrasonic wave, 40 kilohertz ultrasonic wave emitted by pups during social isolation, 22 kilohertz ultrasonic wave produced by young and adult rats in a stressful situation, and 50 kilohertz ultrasonic waves expressed by young and adult rats during playful interactions. Numerous studies confirm that rodents, bats, and dolphins employ ultrasonic waves as a fundamental means of social communication. And other factor may be involved in this phenomenon as DBBC is the brain electromagnetic field. This hypothesis suggests that these fields may be functional in both humans and animals that cannot produce ultrasonic waves. Proponents of this theory highlight the role of protein cryptochrome 2 in the retina, various brain regions, and magnetic particles located throughout the brain. Regarding how animals detect magnetic fields, the following should be considered. The one is that the electromagnetic induction phenomenon that resulting in action potentials in neurons. And two is that perception of magnetic fields by cryptochromes and produce action potentials in neurons. And the third is that the magnetic particles that detect magnetic fields and evoke action potentials in neurons. About the first factor, electromagnetic induction, it's important to note that magnetic fields within the range of human brain magnetic fields are insufficient to induce action potentials in the neurons of another brain. Therefore, this possibility is considered nearly infeasible. However, empirical studies have demonstrated the potential for this induction in bats. In these studies, probes were installed to record the neural activity pattern caused by action potential in neural bundles within the frontal cortex. As you see in this picture, the brain-to-brain communication is carried out, in between two bats. That this research is published in Cell Journal in 2019. When two bats, as you see in this picture, were far apart, there was no correlation patterns of the neural activity in their frontal cortex. However, when the bats were close enough that their skulls nearly touched, the recorded patterns of neural activity became almost identical. This finding may help address the issue of distance and the role of electromagnetic fields in brain-to-brain communication. And in the terms of the second factor involved in the brain-to-brain electromagnetic brain-to-brain communication, which mentioned earlier, the existing protein called cryptochrome. I should say that it's suggested that cryptochromes in the retina and various regions of the brain may also perceive magnetic fields independently of specific wavelengths of light. Studies have established that cryptochromes initiate neuronal excitation and increase the rates of action potentials in Drosophila larvae. Furthermore, another study revealed that magnetic field can alter cryptochrome activity, resulting in an elevated action potential rate. One mechanism by which cryptochromes initiate action potentials in neurons is through the inactivation of voltage-gated potassium channels, indicating a link between cryptochrome and voltage-gated channels. And in the respect of the third, factor may be involved in brain-to-brain communication, which mentioned earlier, is magnetic particles. Magnetic particles, which is shown in this picture with red color, is involved in opening, ion channels. Several studies have asserted the presence of magnetic particles in the human brain. The brain cortex, where neural activities were recorded during the BBC or brain-to-brain communication, has also been confirmed counting magnetic particles. And it's proposed that magnetic function as a biosensor, perceiving magnetic fields. And the other conceptual imagination, of the how two brain can connect together is this is shown in this picture. A color brain with an anxiety, mood, with overproduction of biophoton prefrontal cortex and hippocampus, and consequently, where biophoton is emitted from anxious encoder brain to the prefrontal cortex and hippocampus, out the decoder brain is here. And subsequently, biophotons crash with mitochondria and induce electron leakage and reduction in ATP production, consequently, or produce reagents, oxygen substrate, leading to oxidative stress in prefrontal cortex and hippocampus, which result in uneasiness and anxiety in the decoder brain. And one of the complexes that biophoton compromise the activity is the complex one in electron transfer chain, shown here, and this result in the electron leakage and the formation of ROS, reagent oxygen substances. And the other conceptual, imagination of how two brain can connect it together is this image. In this image, you see that we have a presynaptic neurons that discharge some neurotransmitter to the synaptic cleft and affect the postsynaptic neuron. Recent findings from research have demonstrated that after presynaptic discharge and the transmission of nerve message across the synaptic cleft, the postsynaptic neuron depending on the importance of the nerve message, specifically the frequency of synaptic message or the number of synaptic discharges referred to as synaptic weight, send the number of biophotons back to the presynaptic neurons. This phenomenon can be explained as follows. The higher the frequency of synaptic discharge, the greater the amount of energy required in the form of ATP. This increased production of ATP is necessary for maintaining the resting potential of postsynaptic membrane, a process facilitated by sodium-potassium ATPase channels. On the other hand, the supply and production of this energy must occur through mitochondria, leading to an overproduction of ATP in mitochondria. One consequence of excessive ATP formation is the overproduction of reactive oxygen species, which can result in oxidative stress. Since the emanation of biophotons has been associated with production of reactive oxygen species in mitochondria, higher production rates of reactive oxygen species lead to an increased production of biophoton in postsynaptic neuron. Accordingly, some of these biophotons are sent back to the presynaptic neurons known as backward biophotons. In simple terms, the greater the synaptic weight, the more biophotons are sent back to the presynaptic neurons. The rate of biophoton production in postsynaptic neuron is directly linked to the synaptic weight. And eventually, as you see in the, as the stage 3, the part of encoded biphoton with a specific wavelengths of and frequency are emanated to the mitochondria of decoder brain neurons and transmit bioinformation. This information informs the decoder brain, as you see here, and the neurons of decoder brain is here. This information informs the decoder brain of the synaptic details from the encoder brain, which is then absorbed by opsins and may result in overproduction of ATP. This excess ATP production can then lead to the generation of more biophotons, which can in turn be emitted back towards the encoder brain, signaling that the decoder brain is aware of situation. This hypothetical process could potentially represent an exchange of information between two interconnected brains. And the other factor that may be involved in the DBVC is the entanglement of biophotons and cryptochromes. Biophoton emission of brain and the phenomenon of entanglement from quantum theory may serve as a potential mechanisms for brain-to-brain communication. The entanglement of Biophoton-Cryptochrome and Cryptochrome between the brains of two animals may underlie direct brain-to-brain communication. One approach contemplated for communication between two neurons involves the entanglement of biophoton containing bioinformation and cryptochromes, which are capable of initiation action potentials. In the present study, employing atom field interaction model of the quantum optics, we show that biophoton of a certain brain are entangled, as you see in this picture, are entangled with the cryptochrome molecules of the other brain. Regarding with these results acquired by our evaluation, it can be concluded that bioinformation regarding the cell membrane's electrical potential carried by biophoton may be transferred to the cryptochromes in the other brain. This transfer could then trigger the initiation of action potential, resulting in direct brain-to-brain communication. It's been found that cryptochrome proteins are bound to the cell membrane, as you see here, and more importantly, are linked to potassium voltage-gated ion channels. And moreover, surprisingly, when cryptochrome interacts with photons, it undergoes a type of deformation which stretches the connections to potassium voltage-gated ion channels. This process enables cryptochrome to initiate rapid membrane depolarization by deactivating these potassium channels, which is shown here, and eventually resulting in depolarization of neuron, plasma membrane, or yeah. As you see here, we computed the amount of the entanglement of between a biophoton and cryptochrome. As you see, the degree of entanglement is shown between biophoton and cryptochrome in terms of time and lambda, and different values of number of biophotons. And this picture is depicting the degree of entanglement between biophoton and cryptochrome in terms of time at biophoton numbers of 10 and different values of lambda. For example, 100 blue, 100 in blue, color, and 115 and 200. The results show that in summary, the amount of entanglement between biophoton emitted from one brain and a cryptochrome of another brain, along with figure 4 and figure 5, shows that maximum amount of entanglement between biophotons and a cryptochrome is always about 0.65, regardless of the value of lambda, and the number of biophotons and the speed of entanglement fluctuations increases proportionally with the increase of coupling strings lambda, while for fixed lambda, it increases by the factor of square root of 2n plus 1, with increasing the number of biophotons. Quantum entanglement between two cryptochromes of different brains. We also computed the cryptochrome entanglement. When a cell emits a biophoton, the other cell may also release a biophoton. If one biophoton interacts with a molecule in the first cell, the other biophoton will similarly engage with the same molecule in the second cell. This interaction could enable the two cells to connect with each other over long distance. The molecule involved in this process could potentially be cryptochrome. This picture is depicting entanglement of two cryptochrome in two separate brains. In this segment, we propose a conceptual model that combines the intriguing attributes of the quantum state of cryptochrome entanglement, biophoton propagation, and potassium voltage-gated channel. And this model establishes a framework, for example, for exploring the mechanisms that ultimately lead to brain-to-brain communication. And this image and curves is depicting the dynamics of the entanglement between two cryptochrome for different values of lambda. And this pictures dynamics of the entanglement between two cryptochrome for lambda of 100 and different values of number of biophotons. The amount of entanglement between cryptochrome of two different brains, along with the figure 9 and figure 10, shows that the maximum amount of entanglement between cryptochromes, regardless of the values of lambda, and the number of biophotons is always 1.65, and the speed of entanglement fluctuation increases in proportion to the increase of lambda, while for a fixed lambda, it increases by the factor square root of n, with increasing the number of biophotons. The findings presented in this study provide substantial insight into the potential mechanisms underlying direct brain-to-brain communication via quantum entanglement, specifically involving biophotons and cryptochromes. Our calculation indicate that biophotons, which carry bioinformation from cellular interbrain communication. Additionally, the last study accentuates the key role of biophoton in respect of carrying information about neurons. In this study, entanglement dynamics between cryptochromes in separate brain suggests a complex mechanism for sustained brain-to-brain communication. Notably, the high degree of entanglement achieved between cryptochrome pairs compared to a biophoton-cryptochrome interaction suggests that cryptochrome entanglement may provide a more stable conduit for long-distance information transfer, supporting continuous or iterative communication. This is akin to the cycle exchange model suggested in this study, which illustrates the potential for a feedback loop in DBBC. And eventually, in conclusion, I should say that this study demonstrates that electromagnetic waves resulting from the electrical activities of collective neurons depolarization can interact with cryptochrome molecules and magnetic located in various regions of the brain. This interaction leads to the depolarization of neuron cell membranes, and the generation of nerve signals akin to a form of brain-body communication. Biophotons possessing quantum properties have capacity to entangle with cryptochrome molecules and trigger action potential, thereby facilitating the transmission of biophoton. Our research also explored the entanglement between biophotons and cryptochrome molecules, highlighting the cryptochromes, highlight the quantum characteristics of the cryptochrome distributed throughout the brain. This entanglement enables the exchange of bioinformation between two brains. Additionally, we evaluated the amount of entanglement between two cryptochromes of separate brains, which hypothetically suggests exchange of bioinformation between two separate brains processing a novel system, DBVC. We believe that the concept of direct brain-to-brain communication, while still theoretical, opens a new window into understanding how consciousness, emotion, and biological signal might be exchanged in ways for beyond what we currently know. Our proposed model, based on biophoton emission and quantum entanglement with cryptochrome proteins, offers a possible biological and physical mechanism for this fascinating phenomenon. How much remains to be proven experimentally, we hope this hypothesis stimulates new discussions and inspire future research in neuroscience and quantum biology. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you.
Answer your question.
Yes, thank you very much for your talk. It was very interesting, and I have one question. I have found that biophotons are weak emissions of light produced by biological organisms. They are thought to play a role in cellular communication. But what are biophotons? What do you think about it?
Yeah, the photons is the kind of the photons such as, you know, the photons of the light of the sun, and this is but this has the spatial own frequencies and wavelengths, and called biophotons that is stemmed by the metabolic process occurred in mitochondria, and specifically in the the brain depolarization. When the neuron depolarize, and these biophotons emanate in the space.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. It's very interesting. It's something new for me. So, any questions, please?
Yes, I have one question. First of all, many thanks for really interesting talk. This example with bots, as your synchronization in bots, is really amazing. It's nice. Question is following. This entanglement with cryptochrome, how stable is it? It's get usually quickly desynchronized. In your experiments, how stable was an entanglement?
My major is physiology and neuroscience, and this computations was carried out by Professor, one of my colleagues named Professor Sofiani, that is absent here to answer your question, unfortunately.
But probably you have already answered. In your presentation, can you go back to these images, these images with oscillations? It seems, if I correctly understood, this is oscillation of chemical potential, yeah? Created by entanglement.
Yes, you're right. But as I said, the computation of the entanglement was carried out by Professor Sofiani. And if you want the computation, a full computation of this survey, I can send you this computation it's carried out, I guess, by Hamiltonian way, as I remember. Yeah.
But it seems it was stable enough, let's say, to capture this, to measure this, in terms of at least a few seconds, I would say. It's my assumption. But okay, anyway, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? So, and the next speaker is Dr. Mariya Podarovskaya from Nuclear Safety University, Moscow, Russia. It's me, and the talk is about the manifestation of the physical vacuum and the new scientific paradigm. May you turn off the screen sharing? Turn off the screen sharing. Yes, turn off. I see your screen now. You need to close the screen sharing to turn off. Sergey, may you help? I can't because Ehsan Hosseini need to turn off his screen sharing. You need the help? Oh, yes. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. And now I share my screen. Okay. Do you see my screen? Yes, it's good. So let's begin. My talk today is about the physics and the philosophy. And in essence, consciousness and matter are unified and represent different forms or manifestation of the primary substance of space, which is absolute nothingness. The spiritual essence of matter is unified with space. Spirit, mind are the first differentiation from the cause of nothingness. Space is immeasurable in all respects. Space is self-sufficient. Space is the real world. The concept of the physical vacuum is complex and multifaceted. There are many different views on the nature of the physical vacuum. As our understanding of the nature of the vacuum becomes more intricate, two main paradigms regarding the idea of the physical vacuum were proposed: Einstein's vacuum and Dirac's vacuum. After many years of discussion with German mathematician Hilbert, Albert Einstein formulated his famous equation that described the gravitational field through the curvature of space-time. A massive body must curve the space-time manifold around itself. In theory, there are two realities, space-time and matter. Matter evolves against the background of space-time, curving it. If matter is absent, then space becomes flat. Albert Einstein changed the scientific paradigm by endowing space elastic properties. According to his theory, a physical vacuum is an empty space-time. Einstein's vacuum equations describe gravitational fields out of matter or elastic properties of an empty space-time continuum. These equations does not contain any physical constants. His theory indeed reshaped our understanding of space-time. On the other hand, according to the laws of quantum mechanics, a particle is not located at any specific point in space, but is distributed in space with a certain probability. The quantum field theory, or the relativistic quantum mechanics, is consistent with both the special theory of relativity and quantum mechanics. According to the special theory of relativity proposed by Albert Einstein, space-time is a fabric of the universe. The vacuum of quantum field theory is a complex physical entity. It's not merely emptiness. It has been experimentally proven that the vacuum is a type of environment with a very intricate structure. This structure has changed through the evolution of the universe. The concepts of quantum field theory are amazing and incredibly interesting. The universe is filled with quantum fields subject to symmetries and that correspond to the geometry of space-time. And this quantum field has energy levels, while elementary particles are the perturbations that propagate within the field. Space-time is permeated with quantum fields, with which there are perturbations or particles. There is a truly unique idea. Moreover, the quantum field is characterized by fluctuations that arise and then disappear. A virtual particle is a truly unusual object. In its case, the connection between energy and momentum is broken. Then a virtual particle appears. It cannot move to infinity. It can only be absorbed by another particle or decay. Therefore, the physical vacuum becomes a dynamical system or a boiling broth of virtual particles. According to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, quantum effects can violate the laws of energy conservation for a very short period of time. Emerging from the void, virtual particles return to the void. The Heisenberg uncertainty relation connects to uncertainty in the position in space to the momentum projection of the elementary particle. The Heisenberg uncertainty relation allows for the existence of virtual particles, their accidental birth and rapid destruction over very short distances and time periods. This corresponds to the fluctuations in the quantum field. Fluctuations are random deviations of physical quantities. Vacuum fluctuations can be imagined as positive and negative waves of energy. They neutralize each other due to interference, or as virtual particles and antiparticles that are created and then immediately annihilated. Virtual particles seem to extract energy from the vacuum created by interference, but they immediately give it back. It's impossible to detect a virtual particle through experiments, but at the same time, the intensity of these vacuum fluctuations changes as a result of interaction with external fields, leading to the effect of vacuum polarization, and primarily to the deviation from the Coulomb law at short distances. Each elementary particle appears to be as if dressed in a virtual particle coat. The concept of a point particle loses its significance. Therefore, physical vacuum can be defined as a set of quantum fields that characterize all types of fundamental interactions and exist in the lowest energy state. And despite the fact that virtual particles cannot be observed experimentally, there are important effects that indicate the reality of the fluctuations of the physical vacuum. For example, the Schwinger effect, which consists of the generation of electron-positron pairs under the influence of a strong electric field. One of the manifestations of the physical vacuum is the Casimir effect. According to this effect, there should be an attractive force between two parallel conducting plates as a result of the fluctuations of the vacuum. The basis of the Casimir effect is the mutual attraction between two plates situated several micrometers apart. At the same time, the force that arises between these plates is due to quantum fluctuations in the vacuum or the emergence and annihilation of virtual pairs of photons. The Casimir effect is really fascinating, and in a vacuum, virtual photons are spontaneously emerged from this vacuum at short time and space ranges and disappear, corresponding to all waves of the electromagnetic spectrum. However, the situation changes in the space between the plates. In a free vacuum outside the boundaries of flat parallel plates, all frequencies of the electromagnetic field appear. However, in a potential well between the plates, the field reflects and forms standing waves. This situation differs from that of a free vacuum. The field is amplified if a whole number of half wavelengths is placed in a potential wave. Well, conversely, other wavelengths are suppressed. In other words, the emergence of virtual photons is either suppressed or amplified, depending on whether the frequencies correspond to the resonant frequencies or not. The pressure of the electromagnetic field at the resonant frequencies between the plates is stronger than that outside, resulting in the plates being pushed apart. On the other hand, in the absence of resonance, the pressure inside is less than the pressure outside, causing the plates to be drawn together. However, the attraction remains stronger than the repulsion. Another manifestation of the physical vacuum is a lamp shift. The electron in the atom constantly interacts with the fluctuations of the quantum field, and the lamp shift is the consequence of the fluctuations of the vacuum that change the energy levels of the electron in the atom. At the same time, the vacuum contribution to the total energy for S electrons is greater than for the P electrons. And as we can see in this figure, this leads to a small shift between the energy levels. Therefore, a vacuum is not an absolute nothingness. It has many physical properties and can exist in various physical states. It's no longer a hypothetical ether proposed in the 19th century, to which mechanical properties were attributed, as is the case in a typical material environment. It's a more complex entity, the existence of which is supported by numerous experimental facts. According to the modern paradigm, the interaction between particles occurs through the exchange of virtual quantities. But can we say that there is no physical reality beyond the physical vacuum? We acknowledge the existence of the material world, which is based on the 5 states: solid bodies, liquids, gaseous states, states of elementary particles or plasmas, and finally, the state of the physical vacuum. But is there anything beyond the physical vacuum? Beyond the physical vacuum, our understanding gets quite abstract. Some theories suggest realms like dark matter, dark energy, which interact with the universe in ways we don't fully understand yet. We can observe sevenfold harmony in the world around us. For example, white light is dispersed into a spectrum as a result of passing through a diffraction grating. Dispersion leads to the appearance of a rainbow after the rain, and the spectrum of white light consists of 7 colors, just like the colors of the rainbow. Let's propose 7 levels of reality, the highest of which is absolute nothingness, the void. But what is the state of matter between a vacuum and absolute nothingness? According to the theory of the physical vacuum proposed by Professor Gennady Shipov, there are 6th and 7th levels of reality. The 6th level of reality is a state of information, which serves at the basis of the physics of information interactions that occur without a change of energy. In the description of the 6th level of reality, we move beyond the quantum field perspective and use the geometric methods. We introduce a field of torsion that corresponds to a specific geometry of space-time. This figure illustrates the geometrical meaning of the torsion. Let's start with the geometric interpretation of torsion. For this purpose, we have to introduce and interpret the affine connection in geometric terms. If the vector is parallel transported along the infinitesimal, then the change caused by this transport is given by the expression. And the non-closure of parallelogram formed when two vectors are transported along each other is given by the torsion. I will not fall into the mathematics description of this field, but it should be noted that the coupling constant with the baryonic matter is so small that we can consider these fields to be super penetrating. For the level of absolute nothing, the equations of the physical vacuum degenerates into identities. Within the framework of binary logic, it's impossible to say anything specific about these identities. If vacuum is filled with quantum fluctuations, then perhaps there is a mechanism for controlling them. There is a mechanism that allows particles to be materialized from nothing. A vacuum is an inexistible source for energy and contains matter as if in a latent state. What if our mind and our consciousness are able to control a physical vacuum and create matter from nothing? Of course, if we believe that consciousness or thought is only a product of the electrical activity of the matter brain, then such an idea is unrealistic. We can't deny the law of energy conservation and the equivalence principle of energy and mass. The energy of electric fields of brain activity is simply not sufficient to materialize virtual particles. On the other hand, if there is a level of reality beyond the physical vacuum, there might be mechanisms capable of manifesting matter from its latent state. We can also postulate that consciousness is a manifestation of higher levels of reality, levels that extend beyond the vacuum. So the fundamental concept underlying the description of consciousness is a field of torsion. And the emanation of consciousness into the matter is continuously realized in nature and fills the universe with life. Matter can be a unique manifestation of consciousness. After we have introduced the highest levels of reality, we must address the question of the nature of the interaction between consciousness and matter. We can attempt to find the phenomenological basis for answering it. The basis of quantum theory is the concept of the function of state of a quantum object or wave function. According to the theory of physical vacuum, the wave function can have a geometric meaning. In non-relativistic quantum theory, the wave function corresponds to a probability wave that does not exist in the real physical space, but in Hilbert space. According to the theory of physical vacuum, the wave function has a geometric meaning, being a field of torsion. So, it has been shown that there are levels of higher reality beyond the physical vacuum. The sixth level of reality corresponds to the field of torsion, which does not transfer energy. It can be said that interactions are realized at this level. There are mechanisms of interaction between information and matter at lower levels of reality, and one such mechanism may be the phase of the wave function of quantum theory. And finally, consciousness can be realized at the level of information and interacting through the phase of the wave function, influence matter at lower levels. So thank you for your attention. And please, you may ask me questions.
Mariya, may I start this question answer round?
Yes.
This is about consciousness, just reformulating your own question. What is consciousness and this lowest level of your, the scheme seven steps, and the lowest level, I mean, in biological, in our world, kind of consciousness is something like biology and physiology and something else. But if we reduce all this biological mechanisms, what is remaining from consciousness?
I think that the basis of consciousness is the primary field of torsions, or the level of information. And through the phase of the wave function, this information acts on the matter in our physical world. This is the solid state, liquids, elementary particles. I think that consciousness, the nature of consciousness is caused by the fields of torsion. Yes.
Okay, can you explain like you explained to a child, but in the context? If I was reading Carlos Castaneda, there's they also explore things like absolute nothing, and consciousness on this level is like silence, nothing, no sound, nothing. And I try to realize, okay, what it could be if consciousness is still some objective, but it has no appearance, no sounds, no voice. What it could be? I mean, I failed to realize this, and this is a background of my question. Properly, you can give some hints in this direction.
Yes, it's a difficult question, and of course, I think I need to think about this idea. But I think that the absolute nothingness is the level when 0 equals to 0. We can't say anything about this level. But the consciousness is not the product of these states of matter, the solid, liquids, gaseous state, and elementary particle state. This 4 state of levels. Consciousness is a product of the 6th state of matter, the 6th level. And the information contains on this level. But we may obtain this information. We may the 6th level and the lowest levels connect with each other through the phase of the wave function, I think. This is the channel for interaction between consciousness and the lowest levels of matter.
Okay. We should probably meditate on this. But anyway, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. The next question from Gennady Shipov. Yes.
Mariya, what do you think about possibility to use vacuum fluctuation? The energy vacuum fluctuations is equal theoretically to infinity. It is big, very big energy. And what do you think about use this energy for our purposes? Can we use this energy using some tools, some inventions? What do you think about this?
I think that it's really, but of course in the future, and we need to find the technology for this, for the realization of this effect, but I don't know.
Okay, I will speak about this in
Yes.
my lecture.
Oh, it's very good.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi,
Hello.
hi, Mariya. Thank you for your wonderful talk. I'd like to do the following question about the torsion fields. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. About the torsion fields, they have been introduced before in theoretical physics as a way to relate to the spin of particles in interaction with the spin of particles. Do you have something to say about that?
Yes. The spin of elementary particles is a source for the field of torsion. But the coupling constant between the baryonic matter and the field of torsion is very small. Yes, and of course the spin is a source, and there is a spin interactions which are caused by the field of torsion. Yes, and there are many articles about this.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, so we haven't got any questions.
Maybe a small question from my
Yes,
side,
please.
Mariya, if I can make it. I've been captured from by, first of all, congratulations for the very interesting and fascinating talk, really amazing. I've been captured by the conclusions where you, in a bullet at the very end, you wrote consciousness can be realized at the level of information and interacting to the phase of the wave function, influence, matter, and lower levels. Well, this is very much in line on the same page with the outcomes of my research, where which I'm going to present in a few minutes, where consciousness is related to, well, the curvature, but we can say also the torsionness of the active information according to the de Broglie-Bohm theory. But in my case, I'm mentioning very often the accumulation of the Nambu-Goldstone bosons due to the symmetry breaking phenomena. So I'd like asking you if you see a relationship between the phase of the wave function and the Nambu-Goldstone bosons, which are, you know, part of the description of the quantum field theory when talking about symmetry breakings.
And what kind of Goldstone bosons? Something like axion-like particles or something else?
Yeah, they are not gauge bosons. They are bosons coming from symmetry breaking phenomena. So actually they are not reported in the standard model, but they are they have been discovered, measured, and they worth Nobel Prizes. So they are recognized by the mainstream of physics. They are, you know, bosons coming from symmetry breaking phenomena, which are carrying information, pure information, without energy and without mass. So it seems to be a little bit related to your phase. So I wanted to know, to understand better, what do you mean by phase, if there is a meaning related to that?
If I understand you correctly, there are Goldstone bosons which transfer the information, yes?
Yes, they contribute. Yes, they contributed to accumulate the information, and basically they could, through condensation, transform it. Yeah, sure.
Okay, the torsions correspond to the field of torsion, of course, but it's some kind of the gauge bosons. I think that the I told about the interpretation of quantum mechanics and about the basic principles of quantum mechanics, and the phase of the wave function is the basic entity, basic concept of the quantum mechanics. But the description of the phase using the geometrical language, using the geometry of space-time, is beyond the standard model, of course.
And
Yes.
she said about primary torsion fields. Primary
Yes.
torsion fields, they have no energy at all, but
Yes,
they can transform information, but have no energy at all. Energy is zero.
Energy is zero.
So in this sense, they're very similar, very much similar to Gauss and
Yeah.
bosons, which are quasi-particle, which have energy zero, mass zero, and they are capable of, shaping the information field.
Spirit particle, so-called spirit particle in quantum field theory.
It's very interesting for me to study and to learn your research.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you. And
sorry, Mariya, just one quick question.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if you hear or see me. It's a little bit. But two questions. First, if you ever considered using quadrigs of Terletsky. I don't know. I know the Russian name for this. Quadrigi Terletskого.
I'm not, but I know that Gennady Shipov considered the quadrigs of Terletsky. Yes, in his book, you may find.
Yes, that's why I'm asking. And I'm very happy to see his face, and he will be speaking again. Conference, very excited. And the second very quick question I just posted on chat, with the combined effect of Casimir and Lamb proven effects, which naturally leads us to a theoretical proof of possibility to extract so-called free energy from the vacuum, right? Why the conventional science still opposes the very idea of that practical possibility. And I think it can be easily applied to the resonance state of electromagnetically induced scalar electromagnetic waves, even between those two plates that you just included in your presentation, because this energy of the vacuum is not violating any current molecular physical laws at all, because even the second law, third law of thermodynamics, they easily are included even on macro level of what you just presented us in a very simplified way. So why the official science is still opposing the very idea of practical sucking the energy from that vacuum pressure, which doesn't have to do with anything that Dr. Shipov presented and anyone else. It's just so on the surface. So why it is a controversial subject? That's my question to you.
Oh, I don't know. It's
maybe I will answer. I will give answer to your question in my lectures tomorrow. Okay, I show you formula. I show you working devices and so on. Okay.
It will be very interesting. We are waiting for your talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So, any questions? No. Okay. And we are going to the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Antonio Manzolini and Dr. Bruno Galeazzi from Turin, Department of Physics, Italy. And the talk is about the oneness consciousness, physical body. Please, you may share your screen.
Yes, thank you. Okay, just a moment, very short moment.
Yes, we're waiting.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
Yes, we see your screen.
And I just play in presentation mode. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks for your invitation. So our talk will be divided in two parts. The first part I'll be talking myself, and the second part my friend Antonio Manzalini will start the second part of the talk. And the summary is summarized here. I'll introduce what is systemic thinking and the easy and hard problem of consciousness, and then Antonio will go through the quantum model of consciousness and the conclusions. Very briefly, as we all know that in the last century, a revolution in physics has happened, and going through from classical physics with determinism that has gone through the uncertainty principle and probabilities, locality that has gone through non-locality, superposition, entanglement, the external observer that would grant the objectivity of the observation has been changed into the observers that cannot be separated from what is observed. And from the absolute space and absolute time, we have gone toward the relative space and time, and particles and all waves has shifted toward a reality that we describe as a duality of particles and waves, both particles and waves. So this is just to introduce what has happened also in other fields of science. Thanks to the revolution in physics, then we have witnessed a change in thinking about reality as a whole, and systemic thinking has happened to be the most the evolutionary process in the way we look at reality. Systemic thinking is a holistic approach to analysis that emphasizes understanding how parts of a system interrelate rather than focusing solely on isolated components. It shifts the focus from linear cause and effect reasoning to recognizing the complex web of interdependencies that define any system. We quickly go through some of the main stones of this path. Von Bertalanffy has talked about the general system theory, and he developed the idea that biological systems and other systems should be studied as complex entities, where interactions among the parts influence the behavior of the system as a whole. And so it was against any attempt at mechanistic reductionism that was coming from the classical physics concept of reality and all the other things that we have just seen before about classical physics. He influenced the conception of the organism as an integrated system where the interactions among organs, cells, and molecules are essential for maintaining the homeostasis and overall health. And living systems, living organisms are open systems that exchange matter, energy, and information with their environment. This is a very striking difference from what was the classical biology and classical physics vision of organisms before the revolution in physics. Gregory Bateson, his main work is about the ecology of mind. In his view, the organism has been to be considered within its environment. And this concept goes beyond traditional ecology, extended to the comprehension of relational dynamics and patterns of human thought. And also, we can now focus on how the rational mind is narrow, focused on control, linear logic, and the self, and rational purpose is always narrowly directed. On the contrary, awareness is wider, relational, and systemic, and includes context, patterns, and interactions. Also, in medicine, Engel developed a biopsychosocial model which views illness as the result of interaction among biological, psychological, and social factors. And this model represented a departure from the traditional reductionist biomedical model, which focused exclusively on genetic and biological factors. And actually, conventional medicine is still based most on these genetic and biological factors alone, failing to recognize this more holistic approach in medicine. From Maturana and Varela, we have been introduced to the concept of autopoiesis, describing living systems as self-organizing entities capable of maintaining their structure and function through continuous interaction with their environment. Autopoiesis is one of the key concepts that we are exploring in this part of the presentation. And the other key concept is about emergence. New properties or behaviors emerge from the interactions within a system that cannot be predicted solely based on the properties of its individual parts. For example, what is said that consciousness emerges from the brain, and this is going to be discussed later on. And self-organization is similar to autopoiesis, and refers to the intrinsic ability of living system to create and maintain order without external directives. And this is what we called in our previous article biological intelligence, but we are going to see it just in a few slides. Biological systems can, biological systems can form order structures or develop complex behaviors on their own. To possess organization means to exhibit a specific set of relationships that ensure the internal coherence of the system. The concept of coherence is another very important concept that we have talked about in our article about biological intelligence. And so a feature of Capra that we well know from his very famous book, The Time of Physics, has developed this, has gone through this view, the systemic view of life. And again, he goes on to the main topics. Cognition, he revisits concepts such as cognition, life as a cognitive process, and autopoiesis. And these ideas challenge the traditional view of life and the mind as separate, asserting that cognition is intrinsic to all living systems. So then we are faced with two problems. One is what is called the easy problem, or the easy problems of consciousness, according to Chalmers. These problems of consciousness involve explaining cognitive functions, perception, memory, attention, and the interplay of mind and body in the organism's functioning. And it refers how autopoiesis and self-organization take place. And this is what we have tried to explore in our article, The Quantum Nature of Biological Intelligence. And talking about biological intelligence, we included all the principles of quantum field theory and quantum electrodynamics and gauge frameworks, and how they explain multi-level coherence in living organisms in terms of balance competition between gauge and number-Gaussian bosons that Antonio has just mentioned before, as emerging from symmetry breakings, and looking at life as a continuous process where symmetry breakings take place, and through symmetry breakings, number Gaussian bosons are generated, and so information is passed through the system. And it's very interesting, the works of Professor Vitiello about the symmetry breakings and memory storage in the brain. Biological intelligence is an expression of connectedness, multi-level coherence, and reactive adaptability in living organisms. So biological intelligence is a way of explaining all what we witness in the organism as a system. And so it's self-organizing capabilities and autopoiesis. Number Gaussian boson condensations are responsible for order and coherence in living matter. But then we come to the hard problem of consciousness, according to David Chalmers, because we witness another side of the story, and it is why and how the physical processes in the brain give rise to subjective experience. And Chalmers distinguishes function from phenomenology. Explaining behavior is not enough to explain what it's like to be conscious. Subjective experience, or qualia, remain deeply mysterious and resist reduction to neural mechanisms. So we cannot explain how putting together pieces of matter, alive matter, like this brain, that it can give rise to something that is not in the fundamental parts that compose the brain. So consciousness, how consciousness can just emerge from something that is not conscious. So the question that I end my first part of the presentation is, can consciousness be fully explained by contemporary science, or does it require a new framework, and we could say a new physics? And so now it's time for Antonio part of the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bruno, and I wish thanking very much Mariya and the organizers of this event for inviting us to join to make this talk on our preliminary results of our research. So let's start from a definition of consciousness. First of all, well, we know that there are several definitions of consciousness around, which is absolutely comprehensive. Consciousness is so elusive as a phenomenon, and we have so different perspectives in neuroscience, in physics, in medicine, biology. So it's comprehensive that we have different opinions, different visions, different facets probably of the same phenomenon. In our case, in our activities, in our researches, we adopt this definition, which somehow has been recognized from exchanges and talks with neuroscientists, medical doctors, physical guys, etc. And it reads like that: consciousness can be seen as a set of innate and acquired faculties and information that allows life to perceive the event, to perceive the environment, I would say, to which it is subjected, in which it is living, so to react appropriately in order to ensure the survival in the best condition. So you should understand, you immediately realize that the definition of consciousness, which we have adopted at the beginning of this research, is very much related to the problem of adaptation of life to its environment, the relations of life with the environment, with the exchanges of energy, information, and matter with the ambient in which is living. And this a definition which recalls very much the work of Carl Friston about the minimization of surprise to adapt. So it's a definition which is very much related from a physical viewpoint to the concept of free energy minimization, which is one of, I would say, of the first interpretation of the meaning of life, also from Schrödinger in his book, What's His Life? Life is something which is able to reduce the entropy within its boundaries, he said. Well, apart that, clearly we have different facets of consciousness. We may refer to the phenomenal consciousness, to the access to the consciousness, to the self-awareness, different perspective. I will not spend too much time on that because I know that we are a little bit late, but I'm available to answer any question. So in my next slide, I wish describing, which was our first starting point, jumping on the shoulder of giants such as the Broglie bomb, because thinking of consciousness as a sort of non-local quantum machinery, ensuring the best adaptation of life to the environment in a dynamic way, immediately it comes to our mind that the theory of the pilot wave of the Broglie bomb is very much in line on the page. You know that theory argued in 1952 that associated to the matter, to the wave of matter, there is also a pilot wave, so called active information, capable of directing as a lighthouse, non-locally and timeless, the dynamics of matter. These are where the words adopted by David Bohm in describing this pilot wave. So what we did has been and is ongoing the work extending the concept of the pilot wave for the matter to living pilot wave for the living matter, which for us resume very much the concept of consciousness, which we have defined at the very beginning. So in my next slide, I've tried to capture this concept. So on one side we have the living matter field, the body of a living entity. Previous slide, please. Okay, thank you. Which is somehow associated to its pilot wave, which we call pilot wave of life, the consciousness, or at least the root of consciousness. Together, around us in the environment, obviously we have fields of matter, fields of energy and forces. Previously we mentioned the gauge bosons. So the second question which came to us in this research was how consciousness incarnates into the physical reality. And the answer was immediately provided by what Bruno already said previously, coherence. Coherence is the glue which is, putting together the living matter with its pilot wave together with the matter and the forces on the environment. In the next slide, maybe I can explain it better, the concept. These are, by the way, the achievements of the quantum wave theory as developed by Giuseppe Vitiello, Professor Giuseppe Vitiello, Emilio Del Giudice, Giuliano Preparata, no? The coherence creating this oneness between the consciousness and the physical body, no? The same entity. So an example of coherence in the nervous system, very simply, quickly, the activity of the neural network leads to the formation of this coherence domain, which are evident in medical exams as collective oscillations which are synchronous and modulated in amplitude and phase, as you see from the picture in the right-hand side of this desk. These coherency domain are, at the end of the day, ordered structures with correlation, which may have also span across great distances. Think about it, the axis between brain and gut as an example. If you go to the next slides, here is a little bit more a concrete example from a physical perspective of what are these coherent domain. Basically, previous slide, please. Okay. Basically, you know, we are made by water or aqueous solution, creating more than 80% of the body mass, and capable of influencing all the biomolecular and electrochemical activities of our life. We know that the water molecule behave like electric dipoles, clearly, as we see in the top of the right-hand side of this picture. Is not a new things. Well, the symmetry breaking, according to the quantum field theory, in the water matrix in our body, created this coherency domains of oscillation. It means that the so-called dipole wave quanta are oriented in a certain way, no? Preferably in a certain way. And there is a sort of anisotropy. In this work has been well described in a number of papers by Vitiello, Del Giudice, and Preparata. I'm quoting just one of them at the very bottom of this slide. So in the next slide, you see that basically we are talking about symmetry, and symmetry we know is a very important property which we have in physics, because global symmetries are at the origin of the conservation laws, the Norton theorem. But when jumping into local gauge symmetries, on the other hand, we are jumping to an interpretation of law of physics, which are at the origin of the structured interaction between particles. So now here we are talking about gauge theories. Moving to the next slide, mentioning again what I've introduced previously as Nambu-Galston bosons. They are quasi-particles. They are not particles. They're not particles per se of the standard model. They are quasi-particles in the sense that they are collective massless vibration modes capable of ordering the matter. They are not mediating any energetic exchange. They are not like gauge bosons, so they can accumulate without changing the energy of the system. And importantly, they can be dressed. This is changing a lot their behavior of the matter in our body. In the next slide, please, I'd like just providing you a short example, which is this, the morphogenesis. In the morphogenesis, as introduced by Bruno, we have maybe there was an automatic transition, right, Bruno?
I'm afraid.
Probably it's my fault. In the template, I left the automatic transition. Apologies.
I don't know how to switch off it.
In the morphogenesis, there is this competition between Nambu-Galston bosons and gauge bosons, which are basically ordering matter, and the order of matter is appearing, order and functionality of matter in morphogenesis is appearing across, you know, the different changes of the shape and the functionality of the cell and the differentiation of the cell. So one may expect that at the equilibrium, when the equilibrium is reached, then we have a stable situation. But what is important to stress is that in living system, we do not have this equilibrium. We know that from the Prigogine Nobel Prize that open systems which are exchanging matter, energy, and information with the external environment are out of equilibrium, thermodynamic equilibrium. And here we are arguing that also living entities, organisms are out of the equilibrium, of the quantum equilibrium as well. So next slide, please. So interestingly, what's happening when we are moving outside the equilibrium, thermodynamic equilibrium and quantum equilibrium, is happening that we can we can test extraordinary behavior which are not expected even in quantum mechanics. For example, entanglement and coherence at room temperature. So this is sort of validation. And dressed particles. When you have dressed particle, you may know the researches of the Japanese scientist Motoichi Otsu working on dressed photons. When you enter into the domain of studying the dressed particles, then you discover that they could be off the shelf. They could show off the shelf behavior. So I'm stopping here. I know, but probably I'm late. Jump into the conclusion. Maybe Bruno, you would like to summarize your main conclusion, and then I spend a couple of sentences regarding mine, and then we close the meeting, the presentation.
Oh yeah, this automatic. Okay. So in biology, systemic thinking from the works of Maturana and Varela describes living organisms capable of autopoiesis, the self-organizing ability of preserving structure and function through continuous interaction with the environment. And in order to explain autopoiesis from a logical point of view, some degree of cognition should be intrinsically postulated in all living beings. And the life pilot way appears a good candidate for a physical explanation. Living organisms also display emerging properties rising from internal interactions in a living system that are not manifested in a single separate component of the system. A classical example is the claim that consciousness would be an emergent property of the central nervous system after it acquires a certain degree of complexity. But on a logical base, it's difficult to explain a consciousness would emerge from material living components void of any conscious characteristics on their own. The opposite explanation is rather logical and straightforward, postulated that consciousness is an intrinsic characteristic of reality, whose presence is in the form of a field that can manifest its presence when the adequate level of complexity of the living organism provides the instrument for consciousness manifesting its characteristics.
Well, very shortly, I will provide a few takeaway messages of the second part. Well, the first message is obviously that we know living organisms are open systems, which are far from thermodynamic equilibrium because they are exchanging energy, matter, and information with the environment. I would say also outside, far from the quantum equilibrium, because they are exchanging also quantum information with the environment, which is very, very different from the traditional concept of information. In this non-equilibrium condition, both thermodynamic and quantum ones, the Born rule seems to be violated, no more valid. And this is probably suggesting a new physics, which is beyond the scope of the standard quantum mechanics. So here we have a preliminary conjecture to the question that Bruno raised at the very beginning. Do we need a new physics? We believe we need a new physics, which is beyond the quantum physics. In this context, we propose this model of consciousness as a quantum wave field associated to living matter. But we wish stressing the point that living matter is outside, is far from the quantum equilibrium. So even this concept of pilot wave, life pilot wave, should take account this point, this important point. Due to this non-equilibrium condition, both thermodynamic ones and quantum ones, certain phenomena related to consciousness can be explained and demonstrated, we believe, through a new physics, which is beyond the physics of the standard quantum mechanics, which is something which has been introduced a few years ago also by Anthony Valentini, which I wish mentioning, quoting here. Example of these properties, as I said, are entanglement and coherence at biological temperature, absolutely possible, and the possibility of trace quantum particles or trace quasi-particles, I would say, to show anomalous behavior even of the shell, even violated for short time span, the energy momentum relationships. Thank you very much.
Probably. No.
So we have concluded the presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very interesting report. And I have a very small question. This is a very interesting idea to connect the consciousness and a pilot wave of de Broglie, Louis de Broglie, but an important question immediately arises. What is the nature of this wave? In our interpretation and our description, this wave has a geometric nature. But what do you think about the nature of this wave that pilots the particle? What is your interpretation of this wave?
I think we are pretty aligned on that. So I was really puzzled, surprised by your talk, Mariya, because also we believe that the nature is geometric one. In fact, looking at the development of the equation of the pilot wave, soon you realize that the quantum potential, which is actually the active information, has a geometrical nature. So we believe that at the end of the day, the key point is this geometrical nature. One key difference, which is an interesting, I would say, point for investigation between your presentation and my presentation, is that you mentioned torsion, and I've mentioned Nambu-Gosson bosons. At the end of the day, I think they are the same thing. I think that we are looking at the same geometrical story from two different perspectives. So it's really interesting to go in deeper detail in this direction. But I think we have this very smart, interesting, fascinating alignment into the geometric nature of the information, and consciousness is a sort of machinery working between brackets in this geometry, navigating in this geometry.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Yes, please.
Antonio, I understood that all in our world is living. All things has consciousness, no? Yes?
Yes.
I agree with you.
Yes, absolutely.
Me too.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, it's very good. Any questions? Do you have any questions?
Yes.
Yes, please.
It has to do with this last question, actually. So I suppose that you can say that you have this, both of you have this panpsychist worldview, maybe?
I didn't get the question. Sorry, could you say it again?
Yeah, if you believe that everything is conscious in some way, then I would say that you're a panpsychist, right? That's the worldview that everything is consciousness exists, and even an elementary particle has some degree of consciousness or something like that. Is that true?
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think it's quite difficult going into the philosophical part of the story, and I think there are several subtleties to distinguish how we can interpret consciousness as being present at all levels of reality. I personally like the vision of Kastrup, but I think that there are subtleties. I don't think there are so many striking differences, and it's more on a philosophical path that we can find these very subtle differences. At the very end, I think that there's a quantum field of consciousness actually at the bottom of reality that is giving rise to all what we see and experience. That's my opinion.
And if I can add a small sentence, yeah.
Field, rather than a quantum field, I would say a field of consciousness. Yeah, that's more precise.
If I can add a small sentence to that, that's why we, after long work, we converge on a definition of consciousness as sort of, the best way Nietzsche has to allow life and matter independently to adapt best to the environment. If you think at the work of Carl Princeton, well, it's evident that the problem of life is minimizing the surprise for adaptation, but also Marturana and Varela provided in the enaction theory the same argument. Life wants to adapt at the best to the environment, so has to manage in a very efficient way, minimizing the free energy. So from this point of view, whether you are a human or a cat or a bee or a plant or whatever else piece of matter, there is a sort of consciousness inside allowing to that piece of matter to adapt to the environment in different ways. Obviously, we cannot say that an electron has the same consciousness of a bee, or a bee has the same consciousness of a plant of a dog of a human. There are different levels, obviously. Clearly, maybe is a sort of fractal structure, but consciousness, we believe, is everywhere. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So, and now I think maybe any questions? No, if not. So, and we are
sorry, Mariya, just
yes.
1 minute question, literally.
Please.
So I wanted to ask if you know any attempts have been made to mathematically and precisely describe this pilot wave of consciousness.
I worked in this, and in my next talk, I hope to add to this.
And we have also a paper on that. So we will be happy to share it.
Okay, good. Thank you.
That's very good. Thank you. So now we are going to the coffee break. the duration of which is, I think, 20 minutes. 10 minutes? Or maybe, yes. Okay, 10 minutes. Yes, the coffee break is, the duration of the coffee break is 10 minutes. So, okay.
Recording stopped.
No. Да. Coffee break.
Да. Сергей, вы слышите меня? Да. Ну что, у вас не получилось? Я вижу, что не получилось что-то исправить. А что это такое? Вот у вас такое было раньше? Мгм. 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 Окей. Мгм. Okay, and I asked one question in WhatsApp. If you... No. I asked... No, that I asked you in WhatsApp. Ну, там, по поводу одного человека. Okay, yes, please check. Okay, thank you. See you. Wait.
See?
Let's continue our conference. Sergey, you are ready? Yes, okay. Let's continue. And our next speaker is Dr. Professor Diego Lucero Paport from the University of Argentina, Brazil. And the talk is about the transcending duality and the transdisciplinary unification of knowledge, the Klein bottle logophysics. Please.
Good day to all. Thank you for the invitation. What I will talk somehow attempts to add to the previous talk speakers on presenting the geometry and topology, which is so pervasive as to embrace both physiology, the material world, and how do I? Okay, so
recording in progress.
Okay, instead of having a pan-psychic universe, which is a possibility, but which we are limited to know what will be a psyche for a stone, what I would suggest is the fact that we have a pansemiotic universe, indication as primal creative activity, as shown here by Michelangelo. So the fundamental activity in which races a cosmos is self-reference fused with other reference in indication as to primal activity. So what is this Klein bottle of physics about? It's a path to healing the Cartesian and other ruptures. It's a connection and fusion of material, imaginal, semiotic, and cognition domains. It's a realization of Heidegger's quest for a phenomenology based on topology. Basically, non-orientable topologies, one-sided surfaces, Mario strips, and Klein bottle. They transcend the dual image schema of Cartesian dualism contain, which dichotomizes in terms of inside and outside. And basically, it's the most fundamental image schema used in science. So this logophysics is supradual in contrast with the dual logophysics of dual logic. It provides a transdisciplinarian onto-epistemology transcending duality. One of the key theses of this logophysics is the universality of correspondences of an homologic character between the patterns in nature, the body-mind, social organizations, culture, economic, based on this. It was first suggested by Gestaltics and by Alexander Bogdanov as sociomorphisms, homologies of mental patterns and economic organization of labor. But according to the cosmic school of Chisevsky, it embraces also the cosmos as relevant, in which we produce societies as mythopoietic elaborations of these homologies based on the precession of the equinoxes as the basic torsion geometry which we experience at a macro level. What's the relevance of supraduality of its transdisciplinarity? Well, supraduality transcends the broken science and which is rooted in dual logic. Already Gunther, a philosopher, already said that the choice of dual logic reduces to operate only domain of beings, objects, as a single positive value in which the negation is a banal reflectivity. You categorize by yes or by no, inside, outside, up, down, whatever. But already to transcend learning learning to learn, you need multi-negational contextual logics. So dual logic, it's fixed with a banal negation operator, which is the basis for paradox. Liar and goal incompleteness arises from this usage of dual logic, in which objects are identified with a name, but the identification of a name corresponds to supraduality, but the formalization of it stays at the level of objectivation. So dual logic includes time operator, the imaginal domain of the mind, archetypes, image schemas, and excludes the signification process, the most fundamental processes without which no one can communicate, nor we can understand the universe. And embraces linguistics because all our theories are based in terms of image schemas. What I referred already, the most important is contain. There is one additional referred to contain, which is contain as a sign, in which the insiders of the group produced by a frontier claim for themselves truth. So we have the present hegemonism, be that in political, economic, or religious terms. Already, Graham Priest, an Australian philosopher, proposed a theory of dialetheism, by which there exist some true contradictions. A common case of supraduality and dialetheism comes with a process just defining a frontier, a boundary for a process. And the most trivial example is a pregnant woman, and the house entrance is neither inside, outside, inside, and both. The halting problem of Turing computational Penrose as non-computability appears to be a dialetheia. A crime bottle consciousness should be associated to supraduality rather than Penrose and Hermann dual logophysics. The most trivial example of supraduality comes with the Mobius strip, by which the third law of physics becomes a prototopological expression in which this object turns around to be pointing outside at the same point. This provides the most fundamental form of what is called in physics a Berry face, an anonormy. In morphomechanics, this gives rise to the tissue development, synchronically and diachronically, and at the same time, a principle for homeostasis in both terms, synchronic and diachronic. Now let's go to the Klein bottle. The Klein bottle is not a Cartesian mode because it's a self-penetration. It has four-state logics, outside, 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 inside, 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 and outside, outside, which later appears in Friston's Markov blankets. So it transcends the image schema contained. The principle of non-contradiction is no longer valid. It has formal expressions, this logic. One of them is matrix logic, which unifies quantum logic with fuzzy and dual logic in a matrix forms, together with two-state quantum mechanics. The Klein bottle in quantum information is the Hadamard gate, the single gate that together with Toffoli transcends Boolean computation. It generates genomes, which tomorrow Professor Petukov will speak about their algebras. It generates the Dirac algebra, the Nilpotent universal right system. It provides wormholes to connect universe, stable under perturbation. The Klein bottle is a solution of the Einstein equations. But we have much more complex forms of relationships which break with the fact that we conceive with the world as hierarchies, when this type of connections, which is the case, for example, of genomes working with proteomes and working with other factors, transcend simply the hierarchy. So this hyperclimb is ecologic, dynamic, and adapted to novel relationships, nonlinear integration related to multiple agencies and sociocultural values. They are open equilibrium, not a zero-sum, non-hegemonic, hierarchical, contextualized, participative organization, multiple reentrant cycles, multiple forms designed for self-organization. They are ecological, sociocultural systems, etc., etc. And the brain-mind operates hierarchically. It's already, McCulloch expressed this in 1945. So they are bodies of conceptualized participative organization. There is a geometry and a topology, which I already said is basically non-orientable, which is a geometry for thought and the material world, not a separate, but as a one single world. Pertains to both of them. Appears a strange closed loop formation arising from self-reference and heteroreference. It is a geometry which is already based in what you call precognitive universal principles associated to a singularity. And the geometry we get is the pentagon, which provides the basis for the golden mean. So these geometries, in terms of symmetry and universality of proportions, are extremely basic and pervasive. Both the mind, biology, chemistry, whatever. As we know, were founded by Elie Cartan. And they are the geometry basically of the most general, massive expression of material organization, which is fluids. But they are also the geometry of randomness and of the quantum fluctuations and of statistical multi-particle systems. They are the geometry also for the Markov blankets, which previous authors mentioned, as random statistical systems defined by a boundary with 4 states, which are related to consciousness in its most basic form as proprioception of homeostatics, not higher order cognition that comes later, because this is also the torsion topology of metacognition. So the geometry and topology of water coherence, of liquid crystals, which are very pervasive to life, to topological morphogenesis, to the structure of genomes, biomechanics, the development of biology, particularly of self-membrane in local configurations coupling cell to extracellular matrix, flipases and flopases as proteins which allow changing topology, orientability to connect the cell with the rest of the body. Electromagnetics are fundamental interactions and fundamentally anomalies, systems which support a relationship between local and global, which introduce topological non-orientability, say as non-singularity, polarized light, electrical systems which interface classical and quantum mechanics, such as non-orientable antennas, which Professor Petuco surely will speak tomorrow, genomics, nonlinear sound, microtubules. Microtubules has nothing to do with the dualism that Penrose and Hammers speak about. The geometry of music, the Pythagorean comma, the geometry of learning in a system developing singularities. The topology of the torsion geometry is non-orientable. It's the topology and topology of uncertainty and the continuity. But fundamentally, it's the topology of signification, the semiotic process. It's a topology of neural action potentials and visual experience. The formation of selfhood as coincidentia oppositorum. It's the topology of metacognition, Gödel incompleteness, Liar paradox. So this far transcends the geometries which physics are using nowadays and the image schemas which our cultures use basically to categorize the world into two teams, us and them, outside, inside. It's the mother form for all forms. It's the metaform. Formalization, let me mention, it's a left brain dual dominance. And we need something that transcends this, something that goes to the most fundamental level of learning, which children already develop. Children do not work in terms of quantities, in terms of forms. This was very well known already to this Swiss psychologist. And it's the primal form as a vortices, pervasive to physics, cosmology, chemistry, perception, cognition, with the perturbable form appearing as the golden mean, and the very organization of the sensorium, the visual and somatosensory modes, which unify action and perception, have a topology representation of the surface of the body on the neurocortex. Now, returning to the vortex, it's a primal form of indication without a psyche. Three states, inside, outside, and a boundary layer. So you don't need a psyche to have a process of indication at the most general level of the universe. The Klein bottle supports the cortical identification of the sensorium united to action. And the brain receptive fields, as Gabor signals of holography, have the Klein bottle for invariance. So it's the very basis for physiology and for perception and cognition. Two, it supports action of a distance and the phenomenon of resonance. Resonance is mediated by Klein bottle as if the media would be patterned into a non-orientable surface which produces the resonance, the action of a distance. It's the metaphor of pattern formation with and without a seeing subject. You don't need a psyche here, but it does also be the metaphor of pattern formation. There you have a subject. When you take photographs of thousands of nature landscape photographs and you analyze them and statistically and topology, the underlying hidden form as a watermark that appears is the Klein bottle. So it's the digital data's metaphor, the pattern that connects, as Bateson called it. So this appears in geophysical and oceanic currents, climatological Milankovitch insulation, shows projections of an orientable surface, but also the gait of animals, be that walking, flying, or swimming. So pattern formation involves nature with or without subjectivity and thinking. Pattern recognition involves subjects. Both reveal the same Klein bottle metaphor. It's turtles all the way down, as anthropologists use this expression. But it's also the metaphor, and this is the most important thing, it's the metaphor for the construction of signification, the semiotic process, as already vortices do, basic to language, cognition, biology, etc., etc. It shows us in genomics to the transposons, the fate of CRISPRs, which received the Nobel Prize 2 or 3 years ago, folding into Klein bottle as the most fundamental expression of life formation. And as I said before, it's in its matrix operator representation is the most fundamental gate towards Boolean computation being transcended. You can think of it in terms of a crystal, which here has a dislocation, and here you have a path that needs to be completed. Here is the path between Adam and God, the torsion that completes it. You can have it in a three-dimensional crystals too. And here, the cutting a Mobius strip, it will appear here in this form. So this also extends to metacognition. Let us see how naming and artificial intelligence works. We relate to formalization of mathematics the same way that we relate to cognizing by putting a name to processes or persons. This basic semiotic process is supradual, it's dynamic. Persons change and processes change. By tagging it with a name, we are just freezing this process of signification. So we have a process of signification, it's supradual, and the result is something that is basic for communicate. We put names to things, but this produces a freezing of a metamorphic entity. So the name is very practical. We cannot communicate, but we cannot say at the level of thinking that identifying a person with a name is the basic for cognition, because it obliterates the signification. And this is used in artificial intelligence, is the basis for Gödel coding, the incompleteness theorem. So we have, if we do not go, we have an incoherence between the dual pragmatics in formal systems, coded by numerals as names, juxtaposed with a supradual signification process that created them, is the source for the liar paradox and the Gödel paradox in his incompleteness theorem. The assumed consistency, it produces incompleteness. So this is something that has been worked out in the last month or so by Lou Kaufman and myself, and here we revealed that the Klein bottle is the topology for the contradiction in Peano theorem. The paradox is a product of the incoherence that the supradual logic creation of signification by the process of attaching names to objects, with the pragmatics of codifying them as in Gödel and deep learning, making objects of what is metaphorical and changing. This is about to create a gigantic conflict of the world by the extreme use of electricity, of energy that relates continue to producing this identification. So, transcending the failure to a logic to support metacognition, what is found is that metacognition cannot be practiced by naming codification as in deep learning. It misses completely the signification process. No formula of Gödel has any signification at all. However, to say names need to be used. It's a short path minimum energy consumption. But a fortiori, this is very important for the world in which we live, in which us against them is the fundamental cognitive dichotomy being used. This Tarski already, a very great logician said, expressed, truth is semantically grounded. It's a participatory process rather than objective nature. So we live in different cultures. We need to accept the other and the way that the others establish, each of them, its own phenomenology. There is no universal phenomenology, but the one that is sustained by our own organization practicing a Klein bottle phenomenology in all cultures. So what we suggested is that working dual of formalization, replace it by working with semantically closed languages, just like common languages. When we think that formalization is the key for metacognition, I think we are missing the fundamental process of signification. Already Penrose, for example, the non-computability of consciousness, in which he associated, in fact, it's associated supraduality. He took the halting problem version of incompleteness with Turing computations, EKN, etc., etc. And he arrives to the same contradiction that the liar, the same contradiction that Gödel, that the processes stop and does not stop. Well, okay, fine. But what he does not say explicitly, ever say explicitly, that he is committed to dual logic. There are computations of real numbers which stop and do not stop. Dialetegas. Some contradictions are really true. How do we know that? From this, we construct the anti-diagonal number, and we find that rather than the continuum we believe exists, what exists is in the real numbers a finite dyadic expansion followed by an unending tail of paradoxical values, transitions inside, outside, outside, inside, etc., etc. These shows up in the strange attractors of nonlinear dynamics, particularly the brain and Klein bottle. I don't know if I have my time. This type of self-validation extends to quantum mechanics. And in quantum mechanics, what you find through the Wigner-Friend paradox is that already you start with the logic of measurement, which is dual logic, which is incoherent with the alleged participatory universes of Wheeler, yes or no, and in Friston's also incompatible with that. And this is what quantum mechanics is validated by metric logic, which is associated to the Klein bottle as a five-fold symmetry in which true and false do not commute. True and false do not commute. You have a pentagon incorporated into matrix logic, which is isomorphic to quantum mechanics for two states. So the general trend is to deal with a changing world, rhetoric with signification, in which the principle of dual logic disregards signification processes, time, contextuality, archetypes, imposing dual logic as hegemonic. Klein bottle physics transcends this, establishes a unity as a participatory construction of reality. We are condemned, if you wish, we are not condemned to learn in plurality, in a unity of diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting talk. Do you have any questions, dear participants?
Yes, I have.
Okay, please.
What is your specialty in science? Who are you? You are a philosopher or physicist or mathematician? What is your specialty in
My
science?
specialty, I studied Buenos Aires, mathematics, the first degree, a second degree. I studied a doctoral degree in IMPA Rio de Janeiro, the most famous Brazilian institution, but completed my thesis in mathematical physics in Tel Aviv and Harvard. But
I
I did my
find
postdoc.
in your work, I find many things which connected with my work. Very interesting.
Я Геннадий Шипов.
Да. Yes.
Gennady, how are you? Привет.
Привет. Hello.
Hello. I read your books. I have questions for you, my friend.
Okay, okay.
I
Thank
have
you.
questions for you.
Yes.
But my postdoctoral, instead of going to Harvard or those places, I came to Mexico and find a psychologist, neuropsychologist, and anthropology.
Yeah.
Jacobo Greenberg Silverbaum.
Did you know Mickiewicz? Всеволод
No.
Mickiewicz? No?
No, I don't know Mickiewicz. Gennady, I
Да.
have worked all my life, including my PhD thesis, alone.
Yes.
Alone.
Yes.
Even with trying to stay away with my advisors.
Okay.
Trying to learn as much as possible, but staying away just for salutary, salutary feeling.
Salute. Okay.
For staying alive and healthy.
Thank
you. So
Thank you.
my learning process is alone. But my seminar, the seminar on consciousness in 1985 in Mexico was a great push for me. But to be honest, I had to wait 30 years to start writing down what I was learning. 30 years. So now I have a book, 2,000 pages long, with which I grab my head, suffering every day to edit. It's extremely complex to edit it, but in another month should be ready, and I would very much like to have it published in as many languages as possible, especially in Russia, in China, in places where dual logic, perhaps already people, due to the situation of war we are having, know that we have to transcend it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another questions?
Yes, sorry, this is Alex again. I wanted, first of all, to thank you very much, Professor Rappaport. This is a wonderful eye-opener and mind-opener lecture you gave, literally. My question is, according to your researches, is Klein bottle or super Klein bottle structure the only one which ideally represents all these structures you were talking about, or have you considered using higher dimensional, let's say hypercube structures, or Seifert spaces, which are a little bit different from their mathematical structural logic?
Let me tell you something. Thank you very much for your question. In any cases, non-orientability is required. The upper Klein bottles are an infinite kind of, there is no, my friend, there is no final cognitive framework in the world, because as human beings, we cannot access to the whole thing, if not by our phenomenological affordances. Our body are limited. They structure a cognition in a different world than a mule does or an ant has. But there are common patterns in all of us. And the Klein bottle is embodied. It's not something ideal. Even up to the bones. The bones are not cylindrical. They have a moist strip surface. And when a cell connects with the rest of the body, practically the membrane, the liquid bilipid membrane, changes locally topology to non-orient topology. They use proteins called free passes and flow passes. You always need to transcend the autopoiesis of Varela. Excuse me, that's dualism. Varela knew the Klein bottle. He even formalized a three-state logic in which he incorporated the reentrance, and he dropped it. He dropped it. It's an amazing case, unique of self-censorship, what he practiced. It's a pity, but that is the situation. He self-censored, and he had the key. He knew Gunther personally that a logic is a formalization or not formalization, it can be soft, of an ontopistemology. And he preferred to stay at the level of dualism. I know very well Lou Kaufman, who was a co-worker with Francisco, and he told me that he really did not understand Francisco. His desire to stay away of supraduality. It cannot be explained. It's a problem of how each of us proceeds its commitment with the world and commitment with oneself. It's a decision to each of us. Scientists and philosophers till today massively are committed to dualism. And we have the world that we have. Because at the sociological level, and this is part of my work, there is a phenomenological sociology by Luckmann and Verger, in which they show, without mentioning the Klein bottle, they show practically how we create our society. Our society, as Bogdanov said it, they are extensions of ourselves. They are not ex nihilo structures. They are patterns of the mind. And the most tragic expression of this is the Inca Empire, how the Inca Empire opened itself to self-destruction. This is part of my book, because we live in an holographic reality, which is much of our creation. Holographic reality, which is much of our creation. We are witnesses to a world which is entirely autonomous to us with respect to our environments. What was the question?
Yes, sorry, Sergey, I'll repeat. So the question is Klein bottle as the geometrical representation of your concept is the only or the best structure vs higher dimensional hypercube, or from the other point, Seifert spaces, double Möbius strips intertwined together, for example.
They are, okay, I will answer your question. Thank you. One of the most fundamental dualities that we have to surpass and self-surpass, surmount, is the duality inside-outside of a sphere. A sphere, and even a torus, can be turned inside-outside and outside-inside. But that is precisely what an ovum, a zygote, does. It produces an invagination in which the surface comes to be the nervous system, which then returns to the surface, to the skin, and to the eyes. So phenomenologically, this transcending the duality of inside-outside requires a more complex non-orientability as the buoy surface on other surfaces that mediate the transformation of inside outside and outside inside back to outside inside. In biology, there are species who do this. The hydra. The hydra continually is doing this. But again, the cell is continuously doing this through the cell membrane locally, through free passes and flow passes. So I don't know the Seifert, but I do know the most paradoxical theorem of mathematics. The deepest theorem of mathematics, called the Smale paradox, is the fact that you can convert a sphere turning inside out, outside in, without breaking. But the biological cell, does break through an instability, because the biological self is not infinitely elastic as the theorem of Smale implicitly assumes. So,
yes,
the answer is, that's my answer. I cannot give a short answer. That's my short answer.
Thank you.
That's my short answer.
So, and we haven't got any time for the questions, and we are going to the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Augusto Loba, Universidade Federal de Ouro Preto, Brazil. And the talk is about the quantum and annus mundus. Please.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. I'm going to share here my screen here for a moment. Just a moment. Não estou achando aqui. Just a moment.
No problems. Okay.
Eu também não aprendi como fazê-lo.
Sure. Foi o que eu apertei. Sure. Sure. Is my screen? Yeah. I'm sorry, there's a little problem
Yes,
here.
we don't see you. You may turn on your camera. Yes, we see you.
Yeah, you see. All right, just a moment, because there's a problem here with my. Sure.
You need to click the share icon below. The green icon, sharing the screen. On the bottom panel of your Zoom, you may, yes, Now we see your screen. All is okay. And you need to put slideshow. Do you see the slideshow? You need to choose the slideshow. Design, animation, record, review, and slideshow. You need to choose a slideshow. Please choose the slideshow. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Please turn on your microphone. So let's begin, but turn on your microphone.
Okay.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
My presentation now?
Yes, we see your presentation.
Okay. Okay, so let me start again. Thank you again, the organizers, Maria's invitation. And so I'm going to talk about the quantum and the nos mundos. And as a subtitle, time is a measure of individuality, as I'll explain. So let's go ahead. Sorry. So let's start with explaining, well, what do you mean by what time? Of course, nobody understands what time really is, but let's start with some ideas of Immanuel Kant, where he says that time is a prioristical representation, a cognitive thing that humans use to actually understand reality. So it's not a fundamental ontological idea of the world. But we can say that after the development of relativity with Einstein and Minkowski in the beginning of the 20th century, let's say it was understood that space-time has a structure different than we used to think so. So in a certain way, this means that that kind of undermines the initial idea of Kant that space-time is just a representation, something more than that. Going now to the development of quantum mechanics, actually non-relativistic quantum mechanics at first with Schrödinger and Heisenberg, we see that time, just like in classical mechanics, is just a one-dimensional parameter, and space actually is observable. It's an Hermitian operator that is defined on a Hilbert space. So it's an observable, like any other observable in quantum mechanics, but time is not. And that changes things a little bit. But when you go to relativistic quantum field theory, we see that what happens is that the position operator actually is downgraded to a full Minkowski spacetime kind of structure. So this means.
Excuse me, Augusto. You are on the first slide only.
That's strange because I'm changing the slide here.
Yes.
You're probably sharing your own screen.
Yeah.
Ask. You may send me your presentation in Zoom, and I will share my screen with your presentation.
Okay, I'll try to do that. Just a second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe. Augusto, may you cancel the sharing of your screen? And you may send me your presentation. But now we are going to the next speaker. Yes, the next speaker is Dr. Alexander Sapron from Canada. And his talk is Consciousness and Quantum Physics, Altered Multi-Dimensional Reality, Technomagic, Kabbalistic Physics, or Secret Computing. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Mariya,
Yes.
just if you see me, and may I share my screen?
Yes. Augusto, you need to cancel the sharing of your screen. Augusto, please cancel the screen sharing.
If you give me a co-host, I can cancel his screen sharing.
Está no meio, estava o monitor da pantalla.
The host of the meeting can cancel that.
Yes. Okay, yes, good. Yes, please, Alexander, let's begin.
So let me try sharing my screen, and I'll just do the full screen.
Yes, and Augusto, sorry, and Augusto, please send me your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I'll send you.
Thank you.
I'm trying to share the part of the screen because there will be my presentation is first of all, thank you everyone for attending. My presentation will be a combination of both I call it the boring part, which will be the PowerPoint, as everyone here does, and the second part will be the live presentation of some tools or platforms which illustrate the concepts in live environment before the audience. So just mind it and bear with me until the first presentation part is done. So I'm trying, Mariya, again, a question. Do you think, okay, let me try present myself first. And
yes.
Because I don't want people to see, I want to share only part of the screen. And
yes, we see your screen.
Yeah. So basically, I don't know, it doesn't work. I try to hide my speaker notes, but let me do it quickly, and then it will be a live presentation part. I hope nobody minds that. So welcome to our new exploration of consciousness quantum interaction. Today, we'll demonstrate how ancient wisdom and modern quantum physics combine using the power of mathematics to create practical tools for conscious-ready communication. What might sound like science fiction before is now becoming reality through our fully working prototypes, which will be demonstrated at the end of this presentation. So let's begin with a quote. Highest form of pure thought is in mathematics. It's a famous quote by Plato, which now we will have some little practical proof, I guess. So we face three fundamental challenges in theoretically possible quantum conscious interaction. Classical computing systems are limited in processing quantum states. Quantum communication remains inherently unstable and error-prone. And perhaps the most intriguing part is there remains a vast mysterious gap between our experience of consciousness and its potential quantum foundations. This presentation explores how we address all three through a novel integration of consciousness input, quantum entropy, and high algebra, modern mathematical mapping concepts, and its possible connection with radionics and controversial psychotronics principles. So let's begin. Our breakthrough comes from integrating three critical elements using systematic mathematical approach. First, we use quantum random number generation to tap into unpredictable, true random, lab-grade quantum entropy feeds. Second, we capture consciousness modulation input via audio, brainwave neurofeedback, or even a static image form intent, which is used in many unconventional psychotronic practices. Third, we employ a multidimensional mathematical framework solely based on Richard Feynman, the Nobel Prize laureate, path integrals, and the tree of life, which is a mystical or Kabbalistic concept, both to merge and interpret these inputs using strict Feynman so-called quantum information surprise concept, which is different from nearing zero raw quantum surprise principle. This trio enables meaningful real-time interaction between consciousness and quantum systems. And further, at the end of my presentation, I will demonstrate live how it looks and works. Here we see the principal architecture of the quantum sephirotic communicator, what we called. This created system integrates quantum random number generation hardware, which is the quantum entropy, RNG, with a real-time path integral processor working on Feynman path integral principles. Dimensional data is mapped using a unique mathematical hierarchical structure depending on the exact dimensional space we want to communicate or interact with. And this was inspired by the Kabbalistic tree of life. Even though it sounds very mystical, but this tree of life architectural structure is not that simple, and it indeed has too much strange similarities between the modern quantum space physics and this mystical, very ancient concept. The audio processing and video processing modules included translate abstract quantum signals into hearable sound, while the visual feedback system let us observe live interactions. And by the way, our latest model does have the quantum one-time momentary surprise effects when you touch the actual sephirot, or those circles you see on the screen, with your fingers. So that creates additional possible momentary interaction between the Feynman path integral system and the human conscious via a simple capacitive touch interface with the electronic equipment. Together, these all components create a real-time communication loop non-stop between consciousness and quantum reality. So that was the theoretical principle of what we created. So now we move into a live demonstration of the quantum sephirotic communicator interface, which will be presented at the end of this presentation. The interface shows quantum entropy being streamed in real time, processed via the path integral algorithm, according to Richard Feynman principles. On initial screen, you see the entropy visualization transforming into audio waves using specific multi-level algorithm. In visualization section, our dynamic tree of life structure dynamically maps these entropy patterns in response to user inputs, such as voice, webcam in real time, or even brainwave neurofeedback signals, which are streamed back to the same audio stream and mathematically, using mathematical algorithms, are mixed in quite a reasonable way with the raw entropy signals. As we interact, you'll notice changes in both sound and visual input. Here are tiny particles that are moving. We have flashing nodes as well as the sephirot, which are, besides flashing, they have increased or decreased radius of the actual circles. So everything is synchronized, multi-level and multi-stage with these entropy feedback interactions. As we interact, you will actually see changes in both sound and visual input in this sephirotic tree visualization, as well as you see at a mark, these are changeable, multi-qubit and quantum state visualizers. So you'll see at the end of this presentation how that actually looks like. This demonstrates, in principle, the conceptual real-time consciousness quantum feedback loop and influence. The Kabbalistic tree of life, which is a very ancient system, by the way, serves as a multidimensional map here for interpreting quantum data flow. Each of the 10 sephirot, which are these circles here, represents a dimensional anchor connected by dynamic pathways, which are these nodes between these circles or sephirot. Quantum entropy data flows through this structure in real time, creating real-time visual patterns, particles, sephirot pulsations, and nodes color changes that reflect conscious input and quantum system interaction cohesively. By mapping quantum signals to this ancient geometrical form, we gain an intuitive framework to visualize, modulate, and potentially navigate dimensional realities using just our mind perception. Our brainwave analysis system, which is based on a little-known Chinese-based company, which is much less expensive than Elon Musk Industries, and several others which are using the neurofeedback EEG platforms, makes it accessible to almost every researcher, and it bridges neuroscience and quantum data interpretation together. On the screen, you see brainwave intensities. Again, they will be demonstrated at the end of this presentation across 5 major frequency brainwave bands: delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma. These are analyzed using a real-time brainwave frequency spectrum analyzer and mapped onto a simple and clear bands visualization that you see here. As the subject focuses or shifts consciousness states, corresponding activity changes appear in both the brainwave activity bands here and quantum entropy feedback system graph, which are plotted dots here. This enables measurable bidirectional raw interaction between the conscious mind or subconscious mind of the operator and the quantum randomness. So no psychic skills are required, first. And second, it is absolutely reproducible and mathematically analyzed at any time. So we exclude that mystical or human psi factor almost at all in our research tool here, as you see. Our current entropy research platform harnesses multiple sources of randomness. Of course, most of them due to our current financial constraints, first of all. The real entropy, real time, like let's say nanosecond feeds are pretty expensive to plug and research for prolonged number of researchers or prolonged time. So we are using a little more simplified, but still real sources of randomness. Quantum RNG feeds and local hardware entropy, and even user-generated input like webcam-derived entropy, and even latest AI contiguous neural network entropies. We have so far 4 different sublevels of AI-generated entropies, which are actually working. We tested them. These streams are fed into a mixing algorithm that analyzes, blends, and converts them into dimensional data according to the dimension that we want, from 1 to 4 dimensions so far, and mathematical sequences, as well as an audio stream, all mixed together using advanced multi-stage mathematical framework. As entropy patterns shift, the system reveals structured outputs modeled by innovative entropy to transcendental numbers conversion, according to Georg Cantor with his set theory. This is another, I wouldn't say invention, but another kind of breakthrough addition to entropy consciousness research that we occasionally found when trying to research these strange, frequently appearing patterns, which can be converted into algebraic momentum equations when we're doing further on transcendental verification analysis of the transcendental numbers generated from this entropy and conscious streams interactions. So this potentially pointing towards consciousness resonance or dimensional entropy feedback, which we are observing not always, but pretty frequently, I repeat. So further on, we came up with the concept of so-called reverse and what we call deviation entropies, connected pretty much to scalar waves theory concept, but this time applied to quantum space principles solely. Deviation might mean a part of the overall entropy that we observe in real time, which is hypothetically, the deviation entropy is the entropy divided when we try to cancel the actual observed real-time entropy signal with the reverse entropy, which using high algebra principles and formulations, we calculate and try to create the so-called scalar entropy signal, which should be physically zero or streaming to zero. However, because of the actual principles of the quantum space, we know that it will never ever be possible in our physical wave because there is a quantum hyperposition and quantum uncertainty principles playing their roles. So what we came is the mathematical concept of deviation entropy, which will be calculated at the same moment when we calculate plots for the reverse entropy signals, which try to cancel the physical part of the entropy feed that we are obtaining. And the deviation entropy is created on the maximum difference of the calculated reverse entropy point and the ideal quantum calculated reverse entropy point that will absolutely cancel all these positive or observed entropy signals in real time, which we know will never be achieved. So the idea of creating this deviation entropy and converting it into hearable audio signal was exactly the same idea as creating the probably a little bit of quadrigs of Terlecki, or you can call it a different way, or scalar wave influences, but using pure entropy and pure mathematical quantum imaginary space. So this is one of the most revealing components in our future understanding of dynamic quantum consciousness interactions, because we believe that consciousness is partially based in, let's say, physical entropy, which is measurable by any physical devices or means, and the pure consciousness interaction or entropy, which is based totally on what we call mathematical, complex mathematical continuum formulas or coherence. Now let's jump to the radionics. Radionics, which is a controversial subject for modern science, still represents one of the earliest efforts to instrumentally access the mind-matter interface. On the left, you see classical devices like the Abrams shortwave oscillocast, followed by the early 2000 technology KRT Seeker device, which is sold even today. They all are rooted solely in intention-based electrical resistance capacitance tuning. On the right is our modern development, a quantum radionics miniature system integrating advanced UI, nanomaterials, raw quantum entropy sensing all together, and real-time consciousness mapping, which is again measurable. This new system, which is still under final development, translates user intention into measurable signals using real-time feedback from quantum entropy fields. And again, at the end of the presentation, I'll make a few seconds a glance at how it looks and how it works without any physical or wireless connection completely to a pure computer interface. It is a bridge between mysticism of the past and today's quantum technologies for any serious modern mind-matter research. This is how it looks. The modular radionics creator system represents our most advanced integration of quantum tech with consciousness-driven interface, which you see here. It's the real EEG form neurofeedback, or MMI feedback this time. It consists of a 4-channel processing architecture, a quantum intent detector, which you see here, that reads operator mind focus without any physical means, and a nanomaterial constructed orgone pyramid form, which is a little bit mystical, as radionics always was, to stabilize and amplify psi energy fields solely. No physical interaction, I repeat. At the heart of this system is a sleek software interface, allowing researchers to interact, tune, and modulate parameters in real time. Each channel operates semi-independently, providing flexible configuration options for multidimensional consciousness experiments. You won't find any clunky knobs and 70s technologies, as I showed you on the previous slide here. So everything is controlled from the convenience of your laptop through a little portable box, which is the size of a big iPhone these days. Now, we are going to the most advanced part of our development so far. So we called it HomioLink, and it's a very practical platform. This is an innovative software platform designed to explore the intersection of pure consciousness and technology. It combines brainwaves EEG neurofeedback with advanced voice analysis to assess mental and emotional states in real time. The software then generates personalized healing frequencies based on Rife concepts. Royal Rife, if anyone heard, was obsessed with using consciousness healing in a physical frequency domain. So it generates those frequencies tailored to the individual's unique current state profile. Again, unique and in real time. Additionally, HomeoLink includes a full radionics virtual interface similar to the previously shown modular radionics, allowing users to experiment with scanning and broadcasting specific rate frequencies, which are pure numeric ratios, nothing more, converted into encoded plain audio signals. Finally, the first of its kind custom mind dosing module. I repeat, mind dosing, no physical pendulums, no charts, no psychic interactions, nothing, pure mind. And we are using this BrainLink, brainwaves, EEG neurofeedback only. And this interface, we call it dosing. It allows for brainwave-induced, pendulum-free dosing experience, which are completely measurable and repeatable, as well as statistical sessions analysis. We introduce here the basic stats analysis concepts of median, average, and their interaction. So you can engage in multiple mind sessions for dosing and then get the median value, which is more likely the outcome result that the operator of this system would like to measure. Yes, no, and more complex. This multimodal approach offers a comprehensive tool for all researchers and practitioners alike interested in frontiers of consciousness studies. This is another concept that we believe we are first in the industry who try to put into practical means. What you see here is a visualization of number wave patterns derived from prime numbers only. Robert Grant has shown that numbers can incarnate the role of elementary and sub-elementary particles perfectly, and energy as well. They even dictate how particles interact and behave. In a sense, it is from the properties of very numbers that the physical reality inherits its fundamental laws, as it appears also in radionic tests and radionic practice. In the point-like state, particles and numbers can be interchanged, and that has been proven already by a series of experiments, being different manifestations of the same exactly aspects. Moreover, this point-like aspect is not the only one that particles exhibit. They have a wave-like nature, which you see on this diagram, that is fundamental and the point-like one. This very nature is described by so-called wave equations, such as Schrödinger equation, for example, where the wave is interpreted as a probability density spread over time and space continuum. Only when we square it that its physical meaning can be understood. In other words, the wave-particle duality applied to numbers as well. In fact, taking the inverse of the numbers and their simple digital roots is the simplest mathematical way, as shown by Dr. Grant, to create repeated patterns. Unexpectedly, some deciphered RNG number streams from entropy sometimes do show rhythmic algebraic behaviors, revealing underlying structures not typically observable with absolute theoretical randomness, as we would expect. This discovery, which is completely practical and empirical, suggests that within quantum randomness, there may be latent coherence patterns potentially connected to individual or group consciousness fields, and again, group as well. These waveforms may help us to bridge numerical data and quantum field information in a truly unique way. And that, I believe, very much connects to what Professor Rapoport lecture was about. The osculator number sequence and magic squares builder is a versatile other research and analysis tool we developed with some unconventional practitioners in mind. That tool combines ancient Vedic mathematical principles with modern combinatory algebra and algorithmic visualization techniques by several researchers. By inputting multi-integer simple numerical frequencies from any numerical entropy feed, for example, users can generate magic squares, as you can see here, across various cultural bases. And we convert them to English, Cyrillic, Ancient Hebrew alphabets, as well as elder runes, geomancy cards, and even I Ching hexagrams. This tool also offers unique combinatory visual representations, transforming numerical patterns into precise crop circles, labyrinth structure, diamond sutras, and color diffraction crate, which is a simplistic image is here, depending on each magic square generated. Aiding the intuitive understanding of complex numerical relationship hidden in true entropy fields and any other numerically encoded information which might be perfectly cognitive and perceived by our subconsciousness without any distortion, including sacred texts and geometric ratios encoded in all of these pictures you see here. This fusion of ancient tradition and modern computer technology provides a rich platform for both mathematical exploration and spiritual insight alike. Unified system integration, that's our ultimate goal, which is not achieved yet, but we are diligently working towards that. Soon we plan to integrate our major conceptual systems shown before, so they will interact in real time all together. Quantum sephirotic or tree of life communicator, brainwave mind-matter interface, entropy research platform, number waves analyzer, and finally modular radionics. All will operate as a single two-way full duplex quantum cohesive communication unit. Data will flow between all these modules, thus allowing consciousness inputs to modify quantum entropy readings and vice versa. So this interconnectedness should create an instant quantum space feedback loop where intent, randomness, and dimensional mapping as well continuously influence one another. The tools we developed highlighted how the multidimensional quantum information exchange is not just theoretical, according to fathers of the theory, including Richard Feynman, but it is a life repeatable and measurable to comply with any modern scientific paradigm. Finally, we believe we reached that gold mine at the end of our research. So real-world application, very quickly, very limited. We haven't thought of all the areas this concept can be applied, but beyond theory and laboratory exploration, our conceptual systems offer diverse practical applications, we believe, in quantum computing, entropy modulated algorithms, and intention-based tuning can significantly improve processing efficiency. In security systems, the unpredictability of consciousness influences entropy, boosts randomness quality for encryption to a greater new level via what we have at the moment. Medical diagnostics might benefit from hybrid brainwave entropy, completely deviceless feedback interfaces for remote psychosomatic state monitoring and early anomaly detection, especially in the chronic diseases. And again, we are talking here not only in radionics and unconventional healing practices. We are talking here about real conventional medical diagnosis and anomaly detection because of the quantum nature of what we researched with our platforms. And in consciousness research, our tools offer measurable gateways to understand the mind-matter interaction with scientifically measurable and repeatable precision. And this has been tested already. We have no doubt now we are entering really a new era of quantum-based science and technology beyond our perceived 3D or 4D reality world. So the closing slide is development roadmap. As you can see here, we are just in the beginning of our long journey. Of course, with beyond the conceptual models, if we want especially to implement this cohesive ultimate system, build it into higher dimensions than 4, for example, and build the practical applications, we do need quite a sound financing and partnership with leading scientists and practitioners like yourself to make this happen sooner than later. And again, like the sky is the limit. We do think and we aim to expand high-dimensional mapping features beyond the 4D, including new visual overlays for illustrating and communicating that to higher dimensions, and more precise modular entropy interfaces, which I mentioned, require some sound investment and precision testing, via the simplistic entropy RNG feeds that we implemented in our current platform. So longer-term milestones include non-invasive rejuvenation, maybe on the remote basis, and early diagnosis clinical trials, and customized applications for specific industries, such as health diagnostics, communications, and cybersecurity. With proper collaboration and financial support, we can bring these tools to broad real-world use sooner than later. And here I would like to stress that Professor Akimov and Professor Shipov, who is with us today, I watched all the videos that were and are available, and I remember how very similar torsion scanning technology was tried by Professors Akimov and Shipov using the satellite imagery and how successful they were. And also, I know there were some successful repeated trials of using the same exactly technology by, I believe he's a Dr. Krasnobridgev from my hometown, Lvov, whose lectures are available on YouTube if you're interested. And I think he successfully repeated that in mining industry with their Polish partners. So this is not a science fiction for already at least a decade. And we try to simplify the same process without having a physical device like pretty expensive, precise torsion field generator. So validation is underway. Like, again, we're in the beginning of the long journey. But we look very positive, and we think this is becoming sooner or later the fully proven platform and fully proven concepts of calculations. And of course, we are looking for partners. We are looking for major investors, investor collaborators, so to speak, which these investments, they will literally contribute into research and development. And first of all, in a practical point of view, we are a pretty practical group. And we are very interested in scientific concepts development based on this, we believe, new way of research of our quantum space and interfaces. But at the same time, we understand we are living in a physical world, unfortunately, and we do need some implementation to make this strive. So here, my theoretical part is closed. And now, just a few minutes, if I have, I would like to demonstrate the practical part, that this is not only a theory, but this all works in front of your own eyes. And again, here are my hands. I cannot show you my legs. I don't wear any brainwave headset as well right now. So this is not fake demonstration. So here you see the first quantum communicator. This is our latest version in practice. The brainwave fallbacks to simulation just for the sake of this demonstration. I don't want to take the audience time for this, but again, I take my word, this works the same with the brainwave set. This is the entropy signal. Again, I put here on local hardware entropy, but we can switch to, let's say, AI enhanced. And here we have chaotic attractor, neural network, cellular automata, or hybrid model between all three. Well, let's switch to hybrid model. We have here brain waves. We have image webcam. Here I'm enabling my webcam. So this one is, I don't know if a camera is used because I'm probably speaking, so you don't see my face. Qubits, they are generated in real time. I stopped for the sake of this demonstration. Then you have a log, of course, and you can also upload the image here for the quantum mix if you want. So this is more for alternative practitioners who believe they can influence with sacred geometry or maybe a person photo. I experimented personally with a person photo, and it does alter the entropy. Now you have here entropy feedback loop, which is unselectable or selectable, where you can enable the pure altering of the real-time entropy feed with the photo or with the webcam or whatever audio. You can see enable audio input. So again, here you see it's a spectrogram. It's all measurable. You have sample rates. For now, for the simplification, we have only 4, can be expanded. You have dimensions for the communication, which is now 2, can set up to 4, and this is because of the limitation of the JavaScript platform. We created as a concept. Of course, we do have implementation which involves much higher dimensions, but that requires quite sophisticated computer equipment with latest NVIDIA AI processors. We have periodic calculation of the path integral according to Feynman. As you can see, all the values. Everything is exportable here for research. Everything you see here. We can also export the combined entropy here as the audio signal. You can record anything. Here is the visualization I promised. This shows Adamert, multi-qubit visualization, and quantum state visualizer. Here's the amplitude, and the bars, as you see, represent a multi-qubit system. This is communication hasn't started yet. Now we can enable transmission only or reception or both of them. We have full radio conceptual, full duplex, half duplex, or simplex communication, depending on what research purpose you want. You can alter basic parameters here, and you can start communication here. I hope everybody heard how it looks like. They are pretty simplistic patterns. I can tell you because we were engaged in Peter Garyaev using his original equipment, so-called wave genetics matrices conversion from the laser coherent beams to audio signals, and we were very surprised that lots of these communication audios are extremely similar to Garyaev matrices, and we don't have any explanation other than we probably are tapping to what previous speakers called the pilot creation wave, or something which is related to consciousness and quantum space interaction. So far, I personally don't have any other explanation why these patterns are so similar. So this is how this first system works. You can see these are enhanced verification algorithms working in real time, as well as calculating counter transcendental value numbers from the entropy signals or mixed interaction that you see. So as you can see, everything is exportable. Of course, it's not the highest grade of verification, but we try to use as much algorithmic way as possible in this framework of JavaScript. Number wave generator, this is according to Robert Grant. We have even some mathematically constructed visual patterns for this. So again, like I won't demonstrate because it will take a little computing time. But this all, if somebody's interested, we even created a so-called Fibonacci wave based on Fibonacci simple algebraic principle. So Fibonacci now works on custom waves from any sequences, let's say from entropy. You can convert it to a Fibonacci way of calculation. Quantum entropy to transcendental number converter and research. So as you can see, I'm just putting start, Hadamard transport, quantum inspired entropy mixing method with specific, we have several transcendental number method calculations. So we took Cantor, my favorite. And as you can see, everything is calculated before you in real time. The same advanced verification results for the calculations. Logs, everything is conceptual, but it's working. Everything is downloadable. Here is the homeolink, the interesting part. So as you can see, the pretty big interface you have. This is for neurofeedback, as you probably saw before with other systems. Here, I'm pressing, allowing my voice analysis, and you see probably I'm telling the truth. Oh, that's, by the way, it's funny. We created here. Okay, these are the frequencies, like rife-like, but neurofeedback. So basically, these, unlike real rife frequencies, they don't influence your tissues directly. They influence your brainwaves. These all are constructed using brainwave patterns, and they are playable. You can have analysis here for homeopathy. You can do also other types of analysis. As I know, yes. Yes, so this is the radionic simulation controls, which you can launch. And this is our development of, we call it the subconscious sphere. So basically, all this, what you saw here, if a person will look into center of that, we believe it can have the auto-hypnosis effect, because this is in perfect tune with your brainwaves or your speech. And basically, we have other systems we experimented, like AI entropy-driven quantum oracle, where you want to do mind dosing or ask questions. We have arrays, which I briefly mentioned. So any complex image or text or even video can be transferred into any dimension here. So this is more experimental tool. And so more, like we have several other developments, which for the constraint of time, I cannot show you. So this is the end of my presentation, and I would really love to answer any, maybe a few questions or maybe one question.
Yes, thank you. We have time only for one question.
Okay.
Please, Max Rempel, yes, you.
Hi, I will be very short. Thank you very much. So it's very good. The ideas are great. I would be happy to help designing the experiments. The main error, I think you went too far in making it wireless and disconnecting from a person. Basically, for experiments, you need to make sure that only a limited number of participants can actually interact with the device, like an experimenter. And now your mind is so entangled with the software that you are directly connected to it. But now 10 people watching here also influence what happens there. So you need to somehow separate who influences and who is not. So I would bring back or one person or an experimenter and a subject. So they have to be somehow tuned into physically and calibrated in such a way that the instrument or the software and your hardware are connected directly to them and not to all billions of people and plants and the planets around.
Thank you. Thank you, Max. That's exactly on our roadmap. Unfortunately, the constraint is financial plus resources, because we do need to tap into this super lab grade entropy, which is not, like I said, a global.
Theoretically, pay attention. There is non-local phenomena and somewhat local, and you need to bring back locality somehow to make experiments possible. Otherwise, billions of people are all participants.
And we also devised a way of mixing mathematically or algebraically both of them, which is the most interesting part, how individual conscious will influence the noospheric influences of even Schumann resonance or other entropies. Yes, it's already thought over in the system.
Please, a short question. Have you considered using the Vesica-Piscis as the original figure?
Yes, we theoretically we were thinking about that, and more than that, I would tell you, we have quite wild ideas beyond that to implement.
You have hyperdimensional geometry there.
Sorry, I can hardly hear you.
You have hyperdimensional geometry there, already built in the Vesica-Piscis.
Yes.
The hypercube is built inside there, although it's plain.
This is, I don't know if you can see it. This is a very simplistic, it's the ciphered, basic ciphered dimensional theme, or multi, how you say, it's basically a double Möbius strips figure. But this is unique because it was printed from a special electrically conductive PLA. So we intend to do experiments with specific material printed antennas, which probably Professor Petukov will talk about more tomorrow. But I can tell you, we already developed and we have the practical devices of some of these interdimensional coils, which work on the EMF, but I believe none of them were ever constructed and theoretized. We have some very interesting things to show, and they're fully working, and we haven't experimented with them yet because of the shortage of time. Probably that's the, but they can be plugged to any device for research.
Where can we find references to your work?
Yes, there are too many. That's why I didn't include them here. We are planning to do some publications initially on DOI pretty soon. We have a very small group of people, frankly 3, and one of them is developers. So we don't have ability because we were busy with all these developments, and we somehow wanted to integrate them together. So we know that we lack lots of practical and theoretical, more precise implementations. We are bound by JavaScript so far. We want to go at least into Java and enter into more precise and more powerful platforms, but we really need help, basically, in both ways. So
I would like to carry it to the experience of music and representing the feelings holographically.
By the way, we do have this already. For the shortage of this presentation, we have fully working conversion of transdimensional like arrays or whatever into music, and we have several ways of doing that already. We're using several beyond Pythagore music theory ways of converting, including Vedic, which I believe nobody did before. We're using 22 shrutis, so-called, the semitones, to convert these signals. So we do have some developments in that case.
Okay. What about the tritone?
Sorry?
What about the tritone?
We have it.
Tritone is
we have it implemented already.
There.
Yes, we do. And we have beyond that, not only tritones. We have so-called devil tones, or like fire. We have all these major ratios combined with 2 separate Pythagorean Western, and Shrutis, which is Vedic music theory, and all combined them mathematically.
Now, there is something important about EEGs, that they have a recursive Mobius strip structure.
Yes.
In the logarithm, it's like having an overlaid Mobius strip, EEGs. This Musaki already discovered this.
It is like we think metaphysically, it's like the God who creates part of himself, or who contracts to a dot. Actually, that's why we came to Tree of Life, because in ancient mystery theories, the world is created from, sorry to say, similar to path integral, which is infinite dot, and we had the mathematical practical proof that if we use the raw path integral formula or algorithm to calculate, it always is almost zero. This is proven. You can see it with your own eyes for any dimensions. That's how we came to integrating path integral, because Feynman was the first one who came beyond the raw the raw path integral, the raw quantum information surprise, the raw quantum surprise, right? The jumps, and he came to that concept of information surprise, which instead of multiplication uses summary, a summarization, which he believed that information uses more simply waves of integration than the raw, like and that's really metaphysical, but it's
Feynman integral is supraduality. It's all the paths with all the faces.
Yes.
It's the concept of. Okay, I would like to be able to talk to you, speak to with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's very interesting. Professor Shipov wants to ask you, please,
Yes.
a very short question.
Yeah. Alexander, can you predict my destiny?
Maybe later this year, but I won't do it, Professor Shipov, for one thing.
Or other people.
Yes, because I can tell you that we don't know all the consequences in all the dimensions related to our present, where we live right now. Our conscious is connected to our 4D world. We don't know what implications we will have. And this is, I think, in the Bible, that's the main reason why you are prohibited to contact the predictors, right? I think because if we put it into more physical quantum space principles, now we see that later. I can tell you one thing before I stop, if you don't mind, Mariya, which is anecdotal, and I know Serge won't believe me, but because it happened already 5 times, I can tell anecdotally there is something out there, like Fox Mulder said in X-Files. So what I did when experimenting personally with these communications that I showed you in the quantum level, in several dimensions, sporadically I had thoughts related to some people I know or some obstacles. And miraculously, without much focus, in a matter of a day or two, something weird was happening in the surroundings, which later it reminded me that when testing those mixed entropies, I had very sharp, like very second thoughts, which I usually I don't do it, but I had them, and miraculous something. I'm not saying that it's a wish machine, but maybe with enough focus, it might become, for some talented practitioners, it might become a wish machine, a real one, a very powerful one. So I would rather not. I try to distance myself for the sake of experiments, of influencing these patterns, and because I want to be an experimenter and I want to be a researcher rather than a psi operation specialist. But I can tell you already from what I see, very limited experiments, I see something is there, like this coherence pattern that Professor Rappaport, like he was talking about, something is already there without any physical device. I have nothing connected to these platforms. Literally, it just sits in a virtual place in my computer. So I hope it answers your question.
What about
Thank you.
causative meters?
Sorry?
Okay, thank you.
What about causative
We haven't
meters?
got any time for questions and discussion, unfortunately, and we are going back to the previous presentation. Please, dear Augusto, tell me when to change the slides. Tell me, please, the next slide.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So let's begin, please.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience, the previous inconvenience. I hope things go smoother now. The title is The Quantum and the Unus Mundus, and the subtitle is Time as a Measure of Individuality. And I'm going to explain the subtitle in the next slide. So next one, please.
Okay.
So going back to what I was saying before, Immanuel Kant thought that space and time are a prioristic representations. And so they're like kind of cognitive constructions in order for us to apprehend the reality out there. But if you think about it in a certain way, relativity theory kind of undermined this, because it shows that there is a space-time structure that was understood already with the development of Maxwell's equations and electromagnetism, which was in a certain way telling us that the space-time structure is a little bit more complicated than we used to think, the Minkowski structure. So this kind of undermines the Kantian idea. Next, please. Then coming to non-relativistic quantum mechanics, that was created basically 100 years ago by Heisenberg and Schrödinger. Time is a one-dimensional parameter, and space is unobservable in an Hermitian operator defined on an abstract Hilbert space. It can be finite dimensional or infinite dimensional space. Next, please. So then, what to do with relativistic quantum field theory? So basically, the Dirac was important here because there are two possible moves there to somehow put time and space in the same status, like relativity theory says. So one is to downgrade the space as an operator to a parameter just like time. And that's what Dirac said that it was the only way possible, because the opposite move doesn't make sense for a number of reasons. For instance, we know now that the idea of a concept of a particle in relativistic theory is a little bit more complicated, because actually you can only define the precision of any particle up to its quantum length. So you don't have absolute precision. There's a revival in later years of time as an operator, discussed through this Page-Wooter's mechanism. And I'll talk about this a little bit later in the conclusion. And here we have a paper that Page-Wooter's introduced this idea how to do this in 1983. Next, please. So the fact is that if we think we know that because of the wave-particle duality, if you try to let's say an electron, you try to put it inside a width smaller than its quantum length, what happens is that you set up fields so strong, electromagnetic fields, that it's so strong that unavoidably you create more particles. I believe Mariya said something about that with the Schwinger mechanism in her talk. So if you think about it, in a full-blown quantum field description, particles are excitations of fields, actually. So there's no room for, let's say, an ontological meaning of individuality for single particles. So a necessary condition for an arbitrary system to be considered something as a clock is that it must maintain its individuality. So think about it. What is a clock? A clock is something that has it has to have individuality. A clock, to be a proper clock, if it's a clock now, let's say in a second after, it still have to be the same clock. It has to maintain some individuality. This suggests that individuality of an object is emergent, and so is time. So they kind of emerge in the same way. Next, please. So it seems that what quantum mechanics is telling us about the nature of space-time, its structure should be emergent in some strong ontological sense that still remains to be unraveled. Just a little bit like Maxwell's equations of electromagnetism was telling us something about the structure of a space-time, Minkowskian space-time. And it seems also that quantum mechanics is saying that, in fact, space and time are not the way that we used to think about. In this sense, we say that relativistic quantum field theory is a kind of a superstructure, something that we put on by hand in the theory. For this reason, we reclaim again our mantra that time is a measure of individuality. And you see that in a way we go back to Kant's vision, where time is kind of a construct in a way. Next, please. Okay, now let's relate this to the nature of consciousness. So basically, there are two main views here. Of course, there's a lot of there's a wide spectrum of views, but I'm going to divide them in these main two views: a physicalist, materialistic worldview, which conscious is a epiphenomena. It's a product of the brain, and of course, the idealistic view, that conscious is a fundamental and irreducible ontology of existence, and all matter, including human brains, are in consciousness. In particular, we'd like to subscribe to Bernardo Kastrup's idea of analytical idealism. And for those who don't know him, this Essentia Foundation here is a nice place to start to understand his ideas. Next, please. So let's try to understand the following. How can we talk about conscious and things like that and try to make it in a scientific way? First of all, let's remember that there's something that we call perennial philosophy, which is a tradition which can be understood as let's say, a worldview where we can understand that many different philosophies and religions, they all talk about actually the same thing, even though they have different cultural substructures and substracts, but they actually are talking about the same thing. This goes back to the Middle Ages, and also Leibniz was one of the first to use this term, and going more recently, people like Aldous Huxley talked about perennial philosophy and perennialism. So if we think about these continuous spectrum of states of consciousness that we all are familiar with, we understand that this psychological flow of time and that this goes kind of together with a sensation of a loss of ego, this feeling of timelessness when you enter some kind of extreme state of consciousness. Even milder states of consciousness, we can sense something like that. Like when you're driving a car and you kind of forget where you are, and then suddenly you, oh my God, you had traveled a long way and you didn't feel like you did. It's kind of a mild sense of loss of ego, and also to extreme states where people under influence of mind-altering drugs or things like that have this extreme sense of timelessness, but at the same time, a lack of sense of ego. They kind of go together. So you see there's a parallel between this psychological way of thinking of time and this idea before when we were discussing quantum mechanics. So again, we rephrase our mantra, time is a measure of individuality. Next, please. So now let's visit something about analytical psychology, was developed by Carl Jung. We all know that he introduced many important ideas like psychological types, the ideas of extrovert and introvert attitudes, and these psychological functions of sensation, intuition, thinking, and feeling. He also developed many other concepts as the archetypes and collective unconsciousness and synchronicity. This last concept involves the idea of a non-causal correlation between events with psychological significance. You will see that in quantum mechanics, we have something very similar to this. Next, please. So Jung worked with the great physicist Wolfgang Pauli, a physicist that sometimes is underappreciated in the construction of quantum mechanics. He was considered by Einstein himself as a successor. But they become collaborators in France, and they were very interested in this non-local, non-causal, synchronistic phenomena. And kind of remembers the previous talk that we had with the wishing machine thing. Well, what is the unus munus? We can kind of try to define it as this deep, undifferentiated sea of unconscious possibilities, where elementary archetypal concepts of mankind, they reside and occasionally surface through a particular individuation of a single person. The original word translated from Latin is a one world. So it's a philosophical concept that refers to a unified, pre-existent reality from which everything originates. Next, please. So let's go inside the idea of quantum mechanics again. Let's go back and let's think about a one qubit, which is a system with two possible quantum mechanical states. It's the elementary building block of quantum mechanics and quantum information in general. And we can translate a qubit, this two-dimensional complex vector space, into what we call the block sphere. So here we go, a little bit of geometry too. So given a state psi, we can describe it on the surface of a sphere, the block sphere as we see here. So you see that we have two complex numbers, psi 0 and psi 1, which can be actually projected to these numbers here, which have the cosine of theta over 2, and then a complex number with sine of theta over 2, where theta is one of the angles here on the block sphere. Think about theta and phi as angles, just like we use two angles to localize a point on of Earth. The exponent of I phi here is just on a complex number given by this second equation. Next, please. So, actually, I would like to go back to the previous page. I just want to say something more about it. Can you go back to the previous page, please? The one with the block sphere. Thank you. Just a reminder, the states, quantum mechanical states here are represented by points on the surface of the sphere. So every point on the surface of the sphere here is a state that we call pure state. And we can actually pick like the 0 state up there in the North Pole and a 1 state, which is in the South Pole. They are kind of a base where everything you can write in terms of this base. But you could choose any kind of base to represent this. Any antipolar points on the sphere would suffice. And but what's interesting here is that this little diagram, you can see we understand a lot of quantum mechanical ideas. For instance, given a point like this side point here on the sphere, if you measure to see if you are in a 0 or 1 state, what happens is that there's a jump, kind of a magical jump where it goes to 0, 0, 1, with a probability that depends on the distance that you are to the North Pole. If you are, for instance, on the equator, then you have half the distance between the North and the South Pole. So you have 50% chance of finding 0 or 50% chance of finding 1. Okay, now we can go to the next page. Okay, so now we want to talk about not only pure states, but impure states. And Feynman introduced an idea. Well, it wasn't really, he introduced it, but he made it more popular, known this idea that we call today the partial trace. He didn't use this term, but today in modern quantum information, it's called the partial trace, where we suppose that you have a big quantum system, let's say S, defined by space HS, H for Hilbert space, and let's say something we call the rest of the universe, described by HR. So we have a tensor product, the symbol of tensor product didn't appear here. So it's HS tensor HR, and you have this global vector space defined by both systems. And much of the magic of quantum mechanics comes because, in general, states from this tensor product are entangled states. They're not pure states. And there's this, suppose that you have given these two separate systems. Suppose that one observer only has access to one of them, let's say HS. So you can kind of project the state of the whole system to HS through a process that we call the partial trace. I won't enter into mathematical details here, but it's a simple thing. And then, so given any observable O of HS, you can define a state called, I will call here Ho, which is not a pure state, but it's a density matrix. So it's an enrichment operator too. So this operation is called a partial trace, and in this state Ho will be what we call impure or mixed state. Next, please. So the typical example is, suppose we have, again, two qubits, let's say Alice and Bob, they share a maximally entangled qubit. What's interesting here, again, in this case, there's a simple way to see this on a qubit. Instead of points on the surface, in general, when you project this whole system to both of these pieces, let's say Alice and Bob, each one of them has their own sphere. But now it will represent it not by points on the surface, which is a pure state, but a point inside the surface. So for instance, a maximally entangled state will be a point exactly on the center of the surface for both of them. And you see, having a point on the center means that there's no really any proper direction. There's no important direction, because since it's the center, you have no localized point on the surface which will represent your system. In that way, if Alice decides to measure her system in any direction, it will jump to one of the points in the antipode points that she selected, and then automatically, doesn't matter how long away the other qubit is of Bob, it will just somehow jump into the opposite direction. So this is kind of a non-locality of quantum mechanics, and all what we call the spooky action of distance results from this simple phenomena here. Next, please. So talking a little bit how things occur with thermodynamics. That's the way that Feynman introduced it in his book on thermodynamics. Suppose HS now is a piece of a system let's call it a thermometer, and the rest of the universe is just a heat bath. So the joint system, to be in equilibrium, it's natural to suppose that Ho commutes with H, which means technically that it's a function of H. H is the Hamiltonian of the system. It's an operator that means it's an observer of energy of the system. So if you assume that the entropy given by this trace of Ho times the logarithm of Ho with the minus sign, it's maximized together with the constraint defined by internal energy, given by the internal energy has to be the trace of Ho times H, the Hamiltonian. It leads immediately, everybody knows this from undergraduate tests of thermodynamics, that you have this really neat way to write your density operator. It's basically exponent of minus beta with H, the H, again, the Hamiltonian operator, and beta is the inverse of temperature. So this is important in the following reason. We can relate this, well, please to the next picture now. Looking to X with minus BH, this Boltzmann operator, it's really similar to what we use as the unitary evolution operator in quantum mechanics. Only if you make a transition from beta to to I times T. I is an imaginary number. So it's like temperature is the imaginary time, or inverse temperature is imaginary time, or vice versa. So this is used in quantum field theory as a formal analogy, which allows technically people to calculate thermal averages of systems in equilibrium to be computed from relativistic quantum field theory with imaginary time. But it's just, let's say, a mathematical procedure. Next, please. But one could ask, can there be something more to this? So in order to do this, I'm going to introduce something that's much less known, which is the two-state formalism of Yakir Aharonov, the man behind, together with David Bohm, of the famous Aharonov Bohm effect. So this formulation advocates a characterization of a quantum state different from the one that is usually done, where you just make a measurement and you find a post-selected state. Here he advocates that we need to actually understand what a state of a system. You need to know the pre-selected state and the post-selected state, with some future measurement that will be done on the system. It seems kind of weird, because how do you know what will be done? The fact is, we don't know, of course, we don't know the future, but we have a more complete understanding of what a system is if we take into account, let's say, the future system that it will collapse after you make a measurement. So suppose you get two non-orthogonal states, alpha and beta, and we can construct an operator written the way that we have here, alpha times beta. And you can introduce a new kind of physical average, which is a complex number called the weak value. Given any observable O, it's given by this complex number, which is the trace. The trace is just the sum. Remember that these operators are matrices. So a trace is just the sum of the diagonal elements of this matrix. So it's the ratio between the trace of the operator psi times your observable divided by the trace of psi. Next, please. So I introduce now an idea from a toy model for the emergence of time. Suppose we have two maximally entangled states, alpha beta, of this whole universe here, okay? So, and then we have, again, the tensor product HS times HR. And the partial trace of this universal state, I mean, we look just to one of the systems, right? So the HS, it can be proven that this is a unitary operator up to a constant, which I'm calling here n. It has to do with the dimension of one of the spaces, but this is a technical detail. So it's tempting to identify somehow the whole universe, this big universe, let's say, with this timeless unus mundus of Jung and Pauli. Next, please. So now let's go to the idea of quantum cognition, emerging field that has been appearing last 10, 15 years, I guess. It's being used to many successful ideas as decision. It states that you can use the formalism of quantum mechanics, the mathematical formalism of quantum mechanics, for subjects as decision theory, human judgment, conceptual composition, linguistics, memory recognition, many other ideas. One person here, Dietrich Aerts, he's one of the founders of these ideas, and he has suggested in recent years some ideas based on his observations on let's say, composition of human concepts. He advanced this very intriguing proposition that quantum entities themselves may be considered as conceptual entities. This is very intriguing indeed, because it kind of goes along with the idealistic argument of Bernardo Castro. Next, please. So, quantum cognition and Jungian type theory, we try to, well, there are two papers that are important in this respect, which these authors, Blutner et al. And Devetak, they proposed independently in recent years, a kind of a quantum-like model for the structure of Jung's psychological type theory. These are the papers here. 2 qubits for Jung's theory of personality. It was published in Cognitive Systems in 2009. And Devetak is still a preprint, Unified Theory of Psychological Types. They're not exactly the same, but they're pretty much similar. You see, remember that in a previous slide, I talked about those 4 psychological functions, and you can see this left figure here, something that was actually drawn by Jung himself. You have like thinking and feeling, sensation, and intuition. These psychological functions that they propose, actually, you can think of them as states on a 2-dimensional vector space, a qubit. So you can put it in a block sphere, just like on the right here. So this is the basic idea, but there are some differences between them. Devetak, he brings some ideas from ancient Greek philosophy of temperaments and things that Jung did not consider. So it'd be interesting maybe, to kind of use this quantum cognition models to try to compare them, together with the work of an analytical psychologist. Okay, next, please. So to close these ideas, these different ideas that I put forward here, we speculate on this work, an approach to how to unify, let's say, an idealistic venue for the problem of consciousness and the emergence of time, one that goes not only the psychological aspects of time, but the physical one too, one and only thing. We discuss a toy model of how this maybe could work, and we speculate that maybe we can relate this to the Page-Wooders mechanism that we talked about. It's not the same thing, but it's similar in some points. A possible future program is a search for a dynamical model for the structure of the self discovered by Jung. So how could this, you understand the psychological structure and how it changes in time in a similar way that, let's say, a spin half of an electron, for instance, on Bloch sphere, how does it change in time with a given Hamiltonian and all that? So maybe the testing the psychological sense of time of subjects based on their, let's say, their psychological type under altered status consciousness could be an interesting venue of research. Maybe using something like the machine that we saw in the previous talk. So basically, that's it. Next. Next slide. So thank you. And again, I apologize for the problem that we had before. The next slide, there's some contact information page. If you want to go a little bit further.
Next, please.
Next, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some contact information, and there's the beautiful and historical city of Ouro Preto where I work in the university.
Beautiful city, surely it is. I would like to make a comment.
Thank you. Very interesting. So, do you have any questions?
Yes, I would like to make a comment.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The analytical continuation, it has not been realized by a community, physics community, that in fact it means transforming, representing real fields on the complex Riemann sphere. And when you do that, it's published by an article of me in Journal of Physics 2013, where I first give the unification of the basis. It's founded on a non-orientable structure of the complex numbers. There is a built-in non-orientable structure of the complex numbers. Now,
So
how is this related to time? Not to time as a parameter, but a time as a form, as a shape, as a non-orientable surface, which occurs on the universe, on the cosmos, or multi-universe, absolutely in all scales. I mean, consider the Maxwell equation, for example, yes, which due to dualism, only half of the equations are considered. The other would have dropped to the wastebasket. Okay, now this was purely an imposition of dualism. What we can do with the other half. So Kramer came and said, okay, there is a transaction. There is a transaction at the moment of the emission, at the moment of absorption. There is a transaction. So really, it is not simply a moment at a time, but it's a whole trajectory, which if you look at it on the light cone, this handshaking is really a handshaking. It's two becoming one, where one is two. In the language of Castile and Aragon, it's supraduality. You're having a Mobius strip continuously practiced by the fact that seeing, that light is not seen, but it's a seeing process. And this transaction, I completely hear. I've said everything. Thank you.
Okay,
time
thank you.
Time is an operator. Time is an operator.
Yes, thank you very much. And we haven't got any time for questions. And we are going to the next speaker, Dr. Myakishev-Rempel from DNA Resonance Laboratory, San Diego, California, USA. His talk is about on a possible role of DNA resonance in telepathy. Please, let's begin.
Mariya, thank you very much. Organizers, thank you very much. It is absolutely fascinating how so many speakers speak about the same thing. I barely will pronounce something new, but there is a little tint, and little movement towards locality. So after we understand all non-locality and how the principles work, I want to bring it back to the body, to biology, to the physical biology. And the talk is very new. I presented it a week ago on an Indian conference on consciousness, and now in this week it's evolved even further because you are more scientifically oriented. So I brought more science there, and I recorded the video yesterday, my whole presentation. So I'll try to play. If it works, then it's great. If not, I will just read it. So just bear with me. Hi, this is Myakishev-Rempel. I will talk about DNA resonance and telepathy. Telepathy is a communication between individuals that goes directly from mind to mind, without the use of physical means such as sound, gestures, phone, internet, and so on. Typically, telepathy is consensual. Two individuals consent to talking to each other telepathically. Telepathy is one of many psychic phenomena studied by parapsychology, which is part of metaphysics. Related phenomena are mind reading, remote viewing, seeing the future, telekinesis, mediumship, channeling, psychic healing, and others. The reason I'm focusing on telepathy is that it is easy to measure, it was recently popularized, and it has a great potential to heal society. How can telepathy heal society? First, mind reading prevents deception, and telepathy is easier for kind people. Scientific research on telepathy dates back over 100 years. Carl Jung researched telepathy, especially in dreams. He said in 1933 letter, "The existence of telepathy in time and space is still denied only by positive ignoramuses." Here are a few starting points on telepathy reading. Powell documented exceptional telepathic abilities in non-speaking autistic individuals. Powell, Rein, and Sheldrake tested telepathy through controlled experiments. Great evidence comes from dream telepathy experiments by Ullman and Krippner in the 70s. Sleeping subjects received telepathic messages sent by remote awake participants. Strong evidence also comes from lab studies of average people. Large groups were tested under controlled conditions in many studies. These show modest effects but high statistical significance, and this provides compelling proof of telepathy. Some individuals possess exceptional telepathic abilities. They can transmit and receive information with high precision. This research exists but hasn't yet entered mainstream scientific journals. For diligent investigators, the telepathy tapes provides initial evidence. Further investigation reveals talented telepaths who demonstrate remarkable accuracy. The telepathy tapes is an audio podcast that has been airing since September 2024. It explains in accessible forms the research on telepathy and the prevalence of high-level, high-precision telepathy among autistic individuals. I've researched telepathy since 2009 and had personal controlled observations that convinced me of its reality. So I believe the telepathy research of Jung, Rein, Sheldrake, and Powell is correct. Thanks to public awareness awakened by Kai Dickens, I hope that stronger evidence will emerge soon. Therefore, I will focus on potential mechanisms, assuming remote telepathy is real. Non-speaking autistic individuals communicate remotely with high precision through telepathy. This telepathy works across any distance with accuracy and ease. Telepathic autists form a telepathic network. From the prevalence of non-speaking autism, I estimate approximately 1 million individuals worldwide possess these telepathic abilities. These telepaths sometimes teach telepathy to normal neurotypical parents and teachers. One of the most fascinating observations is that some teachers now conduct lessons for autists in silence. Telepathy and remote viewing tests were conducted in Faraday cages, underground, and even in submarines, underwater, where classical fields can't penetrate. Yet the information passes through all barriers. So we are not dealing with electromagnetic waves of sound. These are subtle, non-local phenomena. There are two types of telepathy, low and high efficiency. Low efficiency telepathy can be detected in normal, neurotypical people. Normal people are called neurotypical to reduce judgment of abnormal people who are called neurodivergent. Telepathy was measured in normal people in many controlled studies, and normal people can barely communicate telepathically. But considering the large number of tests, subjects, and studies, the statistical evidence for telepathy is highly significant. Now I will bring DNA resonance into the picture. DNA is not acting by itself in resonance. It exists as a solution of DNA in water. But it is not only water, it is DNA, water, and proteins, which together form chromatin, the substance of chromosomes made up of histones. So negatively charged DNA, positively charged histones, and water are the main players. This chromatin structure is very dynamic. It dances in the living cell constantly. One of the main points is that I believe DNA resonance plays a huge role both in morphogenesis and the work of the mind. DNA is a very material polymer. The average adult body contains about 300 grams of DNA. Nearly each cell of our body contains 6 picograms of DNA in a nucleus, and it is dissolved in water and exists in a very concentrated solution of water and proteins. There is 1% of DNA within the nucleoplasm, and the remaining 19% is proteins. Chromosomes in living cells are constantly folding and refolding, so it is a continuous dance that follows a very specific pattern. Since DNA and proteins are highly charged electrically, this dance creates a complex dance of electromagnetic fields. Moreover, DNA folding is sequence-specific, so DNA sequence controls the folding and refolding. Since DNA sequence is very stable, it serves as a blueprint and a crystallization seed for refolding and through that to the dance of electromagnetic patterns. Electromagnetic waves and chromosome dynamics. Next, I will explain how the cells of the body are connected in a single unified electromagnetic vibrational network. There is a continuous conversion between dynamic electromagnetic waves and dynamic chromatin structure. This is strongly affected by a permanent, unchanging DNA sequence. And there is a reverse process where the folded chromosome structure is converted into a dynamic wave pattern. In other words, there are two conversions, a wave pattern to a spatial pattern and a spatial pattern into a wave pattern. I believe this is how the cell thinks, through constantly refolding chromosomes. Consider also insights from traditional Chinese medicine, which proposes that fascia functions like a fiber optic network, transmitting signals throughout the body. I suggest that from microtubules through the cell wall, the signals are conducted to the fiber optic guides, which are made of collagen, and the collagen fibers form a network that is the fascia network. By this mechanism, the DNA throughout the body is linked into a unified vibrational system. In this interconnected vibrational system, DNA sequence controls morphogenesis and health. In addition to morphogenesis, DNA directly participates in consciousness. Building on Stuart Hameroff's ideas, we propose that microtubules also transmit vibrational signals within neurons and between neurons. Publicly available microphotographs show that microtubules extend from the nucleus all the way to the synapses, illustrating their role in transmitting signals throughout neurons. This vibrational electromagnetic signal needs to cross the synaptic gap, and neurotransmitters in that gap modulate this vibrational function. Psychoactive substances have a huge effect on how the brain works. So here you can appreciate the idea by Richard Alan Miller that psychoactive substances change the resonance properties of the synaptic cleft. This allows us to see how the DNA of the body and the DNA of the brain contribute to the work of the mind. The DNA has a perfect size for being a mediator between the quantum world and the classical world. The width of DNA is 2 nanometers, which is the borderline between the classical world and the quantum world. The molecular structures within the DNA are small enough to be governed by quantum properties. These properties include delocalization, superposition, quantum tunneling, quantum entanglement, Heisenberg uncertainty, and Schrödinger's quantum wave description. Moreover, DNA exchanges protons with the surrounding water, and it is a collective structure of DNA, water, and proteins that is oscillating and exchanges delocalized protons, which form proton wires. In my model, DNA is a perfect thinking element of the mind, which combines the properties of the physical mind bound to time and space, and the intuitive mind, which is timeless. In telepathy, classical brain wave oscillations, which are physical mind thinking, are converted to DNA oscillations, because DNA is a part of unified oscillation network of the body. And then, through the timeless property of DNA, there is a non-local transfer of information from one telepath to another within a pair. I also use this model to explain the specificity of the transfer. Why is information transferred specifically within the telepathic pair and is not sent or received by all other people? The collective DNA vibration of the body allows specific message targeting. The receiver receives the message only from the sender and vice versa. The genomes of the telepathic pair come into resonance and allow transmission. It is helped by the fact that all people are genetically related. In fact, we differ only by 0.1% of DNA, but these differences help specific targeting. In other words, each individual has a unique genomic sequence, which results in a unique vibrational pattern. This unique DNA signature allows for targeted information transfer, ensuring that communication occurs specifically between the intended individuals. I don't imply that resonance happens using classical electromagnetic waves, because telepathy can work at very long distances and pass through electromagnetic shields. So we are talking about non-local phenomena. So I need to explain how subtle waves can be captured by dancing chromosomes. Essentially, we have a constant restructuring system within a nucleus, which is mediated by water, DNA, and proteins. And these are constantly structuring and restructuring. And that makes it easy for very weak forces of the morphic field to direct this restructuring. To understand the mechanisms of telepathy, we need to look deeper into the concept of consciousness. And for that, we need to start with the idea of free will. To understand free will, we need to realize in which circumstances free will is expressed. If a person has unlimited time, unlimited information, and clear desires, then a choice will be obvious in every challenge. So then it is not free will, it is an algorithmic calculation. Free will typically happens when a person has limited time and limited information, and has to choose between alternatives freely, intuitively, without having full information and full picture. Therefore, time flow is absolutely necessary for the experience of free will. Our free will and ego exist only because time flow drags us forward. We wouldn't be able to experience making choices, especially free choices, if we weren't forced to make them by the time drag. The time drag is created by asymmetrical biochemical processes such as cellular respiration, burning food inside our cells. This slow fire creates an asymmetry in time and thus an experience of time drag. Another necessary insight for researchers is the primacy of consciousness. It looks like there is a fundamental natural law that prevents experimentally proving the primacy of consciousness to society. We as scientists have to treat this as an unprovable hypothesis. Many arrive at the realization of this primacy via research and personal experiences. The materialistic model flips into a model of universal consciousness experiencing itself. The image of the snake eating its tail can be used to illustrate this principle. Our consciousness is a fractal fragment of the universal consciousness, and so is our body and all universe. There is nothing outside of universal consciousness. Space-time is a special case of universal consciousness, and in our classical material world, we are its fractal fragments experiencing life. DNA makes a single coherent integrated system between our body and our mind, and it connects the higher mind and our physical mind. The coherence in DNA structure is the key to telepathy. Since DNA participates in our thinking, our culture and experience imprints on DNA, and our memories are actually stored in the DNA structure. Many factors of modern life disrupt the coherence in DNA. Discordance in our lifestyle is the main factor that inhibits telepathy. Discordance in our lifestyle is the main factor that inhibits telepathy. This specifically includes chemicals, discordant electromagnetic waves, discordant cultural messages, fear and disagreements in the society, and even genetic discordance. One huge factor is that we are programmed for survival, and much of our DNA program is keyed to survival. Non-speaking autistic telepaths are often shielded from cultural fears, not heavily influenced by social programming, and are supported by caregivers who help maintain their well-being. The same relates to Aboriginal telepaths, who are separated from civilization, live in nature, harmonious with nature. There is a direct connection between the culture, ego, and the structure of DNA. Our culture requires extreme separation and trains extreme separation between the individual and society, and between the individual and nature. It requires precision, quick reaction, and decision-making. These are all properties of the physical mind, and they all require certainty. So the demand for certainty is imprinted in our DNA. Yet telepathy and other psychic gifts require uncertainty and an intuitive state of mind, which corresponds to the delocalized state of electrons and protons in DNA and surrounding water. Meditation techniques introduce altered states where the brain oscillates between the conscious state and a dream state. This shifts the balance from localization to delocalization in the positions of electrons and protons in DNA. The delocalization in DNA unites the electrons in electron clouds and protons in proton wires. Therefore, telepathy is an oscillation process between uncertainty and certainty. To send a message, the person has to be specific in defining the message, but then go into an altered state, send the message, and the other person has to go into an altered state and receive the message. This duality can be subtle, but both states are necessary. Certainty is needed for sending and receiving, and also the uncertainty is needed for delocalization and remote transmission. This is nicely illustrated by dolphins who have a split brain, and half of the brain sleeps while the other half of the brain is awake. So they exist simultaneously in the sleep and wake states. And this is a perfect state for a telepath as well. Autistic telepaths likely possess distinctive genetic sequences that enhance their telepathic abilities. This telepathic ability is likely the next step in human evolution. This evolutionary step was predicted by Blavatsky 137 years ago. The research of alien hybridization program is best documented by John Mack. Although there are many personal accounts, the genetic evidence is missing. I suggested that it would be possible using genetic analysis to observe modern genetic insertions by aliens in human families. I looked at recent genetic insertions in families containing 2 parents and at least 1 child. In classical genetics, in classical Mendelian inheritance, the child inherits exactly 50% of their DNA from each parent, with no additional insertions. I analyzed 3 families from public databases and discovered in 2 families large insertions, which I called non-parental inheritance. These insertions weren't present in either of the parents. The insertions weren't single markers, but several markers in a row, making it very unlikely to be an artifact of genotyping. I conclude that this is likely a trace of genetic manipulation by the aliens. This would be the recent insertion of DNA into the child, and this DNA is not present in either parent. I would like to conclude with an ecological message about our collective biofield. Our DNA is integral to the biofield of the whole planet biosphere, and we are connected in one vibrational network. Modifications of plant and animal DNA are already going on fully, and modifications of human DNA are technically possible, and they are not prohibited in all countries. Most likely the genetic modification of humans is also happening currently, and this happens without understanding all the vibrational consequences. Vibrational literacy and ecology are super important, because it is important to protect our genome and keep our DNA coherent. Arbitrary modification of the DNA sequence, without understanding the vibrational consequences, could have very strong detrimental effects on the vibrational health of the whole civilization. So, discovery, understanding, and collective awareness of the collective vibrational DNA ecology are needed. In conclusion, I would like to thank my collaborators, Richard Alan Miller, Ivan Savelyev, Michael Rempel, Oksana Poleskaya, and others. I thank Stanley Krippner, Rupert Sheldrake, and Dean Reddin for support and comments. All my publications are available as full text on dnaresonance.org/p, and I thank the organizers for the invitation to speak and everyone for listening. Okay, I'm open to questions and I'm trying to stop the presentation. I don't know how to do it.
Max?
Absolutely beautiful presentation. It's very unusual. Was it your picture?
The pictures are by ChatGPT. The latest version. They just released that.
But it's really nice, really nice.
I had to try like many tries, like maybe 5 tries per picture to get it right, and lots of discussion with it.
Okay.
But altogether, it took like a couple of days to draw them.
Yeah. Okay, I have one short question. This resonating DNA story. There was a long discussion with Pyotr Goryaev and all the story around this research. How experimental is this, let's say, what you demonstrated us?
Great. So DNA resonance has not been proven, but once you have that concept that I just described, it makes so much sense that it has to be there. It explains a lot of things, especially most of the experiments. Actually, I skipped them, but most of the experiments are about morphogenesis, especially the role of the DNA in development. And these are experiments by Alexander Gurvich, where you can show the biofield, and then already Gurvich knew it is a genetic substance of chromosomes. He didn't, at that time, the DNA wasn't yet proven to be the genetic substance, but he already published that it was chromosomes that produced the biofield. And then Burlakov's experiments stand out, which demonstrate more properties of the biofield on the effect of morphogenesis. So that's the closest we get. The future experiments are easy, but they have to be done in controlled fashion to demonstrate that by modifying DNA or using synthetic DNA, you can modify biofield. That would be the closest. And then you can go a bit further by like using some radionics devices or biofeedback devices and encoding DNA frequencies there. And the simplest for that would be the experiments where you use different DNA, synthetic DNA or natural DNA radiation devices, basically the device which activates a solution of DNA or some plant material with DNA, and then a receiving device or a person and to demonstrate that the sequence actually affects the outcome. That is easy to do, but somebody has to do it.
Okay, thank you. Please, any other, let's say, short question and short answer?
Yeah, I have a short question. Good to see everybody. Thank you for the invitation. So I'm wondering, sir, Matt, whether or not, what the relationship is between quantum coherence and the DNA oscillations that you referred to. And how does quantum coherence or other quantum properties of DNA affect the ability of DNA to function within the telepathic observations that you're making?
Right. So that idea is around for a long time. People talked about it, but now, as they started putting that together, the talk, it came out to the forefront. And essentially, the idea is that quantum entanglement happens not only on microscopic level, like under 2 nanometers, but it can actually happen on wider scale. And in meditation and in sleep, the whole body becomes coherent. And that was measured using brainwave analysis. They just observed lots more coherence during the sleep. So at some point, the brain sends gets in a coherent state and sends the neuronal messages to the whole body, and the whole body becomes coherent. In Indian culture, in Indian spiritual culture, it's called samadhi, special altered state of the body. And this samadhi is described where people don't breathe, they get in a special state, they also have connection to some higher level of consciousness and non-local consciousness. So now, I possibly didn't pronounce it really well, but if you look at the microphotographs of the microtubules actually hug the nucleus. So DNA inside the nucleus has to, the nuclear membrane integrates the vibrations of DNA. Then microtubules collect these vibrations, and you can see how they come to the synapses through axons of the neurons, and they like reach the synaptic gap. So in the synaptic gap, there is some sort of resonant cavity which resembles capacitor. And then through this resonance cavity, microtubules of one neuron connect to microtubules of another neuron. And these microtubules, again, wrap around the nucleus and transmit it to DNA. So the DNA inside the nucleus. So one nucleus to another nucleus through microtubules in neurons, and through microtubules to collagen fibers in fascia tissue. So that is sort of was pronounced before, but now it's much more clear. And so we have a unified vibrational network, and this samadhi obviously should represent the special coherent state of DNA. And Philip Ball is mostly talking about this. There is a book, Beyond Weird, about quantum physics by Philip Ball, and he speaks already for several years about coherence and decoherence. Essentially, when we are isolated from the environment, like in the dark, in meditation, we produce, the DNA produces, it's already my interpretation, the seeds produce the coherence that spreads out through the body and makes the whole body coherent. Because DNA is super stable, so the DNA sequence produces coherence in the body, and we get in a special state. But then when we are outside, there is heat coming from outside, there is light to the eyes, sound to the ears. We are bombarded by discordant messages from outside, and we have to pay attention to survive. And that removes coherence. We become super decoherent, but functional in a physical sense. Is it answering your question?
Yes, okay. Thank you very much.
An important observation I would like to do. When you look at the genome, the human genome, it can be generated by the Klein bottle, and it produces a fractal Klein bottle. And when you count the number of codons in the human genome, you find the 2-to-1 proportion of the Klein bottle. And all elementary proportion of harmonic. The human genome is an harmonic system. It's like having several tuned devices, instruments, which are resonating, and also where phi has a fundamental structure of preserving the unity. How do they appear, all these harmonic structures? They appear as palindromes. They appear as cancer, the CRISPRs. So they are resonating together with the order water, which the order water also takes a topology, also takes a non-orientable topology, which is
So sorry, can you please ask a question, short answer?
Excuse me, I cognize things in another way.
No, you're good. I can reflect on what you said. Yes, palindromes are super cool, and repeats are the genome contains 55% of repeats. So all humans contain human-specific, primate-specific repeats. So these are super important. And I just published a paper where, go ahead.
Which are inherited.
Yes, absolutely. And so inherited. And I just published a paper where I demonstrated that repeats actually are the positions where two DNA double helixes come together if they're identical. And that's how genome folds. And water mediates this folding.
Yes.
Okay, let's do last question, last answer.
Yes. Sorry, Sergey, just one question to Max, very to the point, I guess, to your research. Like you mentioned several times that under certain conditions, the micro level or nano or fem level goes to macro level in a biological object, such as human and animals probably too, and so on. Have you ever tried to decipher or question? There must be a key, like in encryption, there's a key and a lock. So here's a lock, like it's nano, micro to macro level. But where is the key? Like, do you think it is possible to calculate, not empirically, but mathematically, analytically, physically, a key which unlocks the door from quantum or micro level to our macro level in any human or maybe animal even, or plant?
Yeah, thank you. So there are two keys, very different kinds. One key is mathematical. Essentially, we have to understand how the genomic sequence, the 6 billion bases per genome, how they are programming us. And part of that program is the shape of the body, and a huge part of the program, I believe, is the human predetermined genetic contribution to the mind. So shape and mind. And I think the key there is those repetitive, 55% of repetitive sequences. So that's the way to decipher what is actually written there. The genome there is since 2025 years, we already have it. And now with AI, we already pretty far understanding what is the language in the genomic sequence. And this language is primarily where the transposons are positioned. So their positions, we just discovered, are not random. They are positioned to fold in a special way. There are patterns of transposons. So that's one of the keys. And the second key is, I guess, chemical, to explain how DNA goes from intuitive state, delocalized wave state, to a condensed decoherent state where it's physical, chemical, collapsed. Like in a sleep, DNA unfolds, that's absorbed, and in a awakened state, it folds and collapses. So that's even observed in microscopy. It's a real thing. So what is the chemistry of going between non-local to local states of DNA? And I think the key is in psychedelics. They are most powerful per molecule. Like pretty much you have to have like one or few molecules of a psychedelic substance per cell to switch the whole cell to a delocalized state. So that's to me it is a key. If you can just give a cell which has like tons of molecules, give one more molecule, it goes in the synapse, it switches something vibrationally there. The cell recognizes that vibration and goes in a coherent state. That's the key.
Okay. Thank you. Very beautiful talk. Okay, let's go to the next presentation. I would like to introduce my friend Glen Rein. We know each other, Glen, probably many years, use similar devices. We share, let's say, a lot of ideas. And I really pleasure, it's, every time you give a lecture, it's a great pleasure to hear, to watch you. And please, Glen, start.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that introduction. I'm using my own slides here, or is Mariya going to use the slides that I gave her? Let's see. If I can you guys see this? You can't. Okay, I pressed share screen. I'm sorry, start what? You mean start talking? Okay, well, I've just got to make sure you can see the slides. Okay, that's my door. Okay, so you can see that, right? Matt, Serge, you can see this? Okay, great. Okay, so let me just thank everybody for the invitation to be here, and wanted to actually present some experimental work that I've done over the last few years. When I prepared this lecture, I didn't know that Max would be speaking right before me, or I would have talked a little bit more about the experiments I've done actually measuring the frequency signature of DNA itself and how it responds to external forces in the environment. But that is a topic, a lecture I've given before, so I wanted to give a new lecture like Max just did. And I decided to give a talk about how all this quantum physics is relevant for the healing process. So, and in order to start, I need to just say that there are many different theories about how the body heals itself. But most of the scientific literature has to do with wound healing. And so I'm going to use that kind of as a model to help us understand how the body heals, and then to talk about the role of quantum physics in that natural healing process. So shortly, succinctly, the healing process involves two separate processes: regeneration or regrowth, and repair of altered tissue that needs to be fixed. And that the process is very complicated, involves many different physiological processes, including coagulation, inflammation, proliferation, and remodeling, and that these processes further involve the systemic coordination of all, well, it depends on the particular kind of healing we're talking about, but these are all the potential systems in the body that have to interact in order for healing to occur. The last three are the most important. The immune system and the nervous system, when they interact, there's a whole discipline called psychoneuroimmunology. And the last system is the one that I'm going to talk about, because it's the energy, which I think this group is most interested in, how this particular energy can regulate and coordinate all of the different complex processes that go on during the healing process. This is an example of just the dynamic changes, showing that the timing of these events is critical, and they have to occur in a specific sequence. and that they can occur in a stimulatory way or an inhibitory way, giving a negative number on this graph, and that in fact these processes are in fact all controlled by the various electromagnetic fields and non-electromagnetic fields in the body. In fact, combining them both, we have a new energetic regulatory system, which I've characterized here in accordance with the David Bohm model of explicate and implicate orders, where the physical body is the explicate order, and all of the three higher energy levels refer to the implicate order. And I put them in this order because I believe that that it is the quantum energy, let alone the divine energy. So let's just focus on the two in the middle. That it's the quantum energy which regulates, modulates, controls, and underlies the electromagnetic fields in the body, which in turn are known, and in fact well known, to affect the biochemistry. So if you will, this is a model of quantum healing, because healing is occurring from the quantum level into the physical level. In fact, I elaborate this a little bit more by visually showing that sequence of events as a series of layered levels of implicate order, shall we say. And you can see that the healing occurs at the physical level, for example, between two subjects. Mostly this is done not between a healer and a healee, but between a drug or an herb and the healee. And the PMF devices function at the electromagnetic level, and that scalar devices function at the scalar level, and quantum devices, of which there are far few. But in theory, the concept of quantum control exists, whereby the quantum level of either a machine or the healer themselves can affect all these levels in the healee, the person receiving the information. And that when we work at the consciousness level, now, it's the most fundamental level or the divine level. Some people equate consciousness and quantum, but the point is that the way the healing works is that the information is received in the healee at the most fundamental level, and then gradually spreads into the electromagnetic level and then into the physical level, as outlined by the previous slide. Okay, so these are all the quantum processes that occur in the body, and this seems to be the realm of quantum biology these days, to prove that all these phenomena and processes do occur in the physical chemical body, unlike the theory predicts, because this is all happening in a very wet and warm environment, and these quantum processes tend to occur in dry, cold, ultra cold environments, yet they do occur in the body. Okay, the main point I want to make here is that these quantum processes generate quantum fields. And although the quantum biology is obsessed with the processes, I'm obsessed with the fields, because I believe it's the energy fields themselves which actually do the healing, as outlined in the previous slide. And most of these comments I've already covered. So we'll move on to the next slide. So let's talk a little bit about quantum fields. Quantum fields can be considered information fields. Quantum fields are, of course, subatomic in nature, and quantum fields are involved with the healing process and consciousness. Some of these bullets are proved scientifically, some are more speculative, but nonetheless, this is the basic model that I'm using. Quantum fields, just to be a little more specific, have different names. I'm going to be talking mostly about the last one on this list, potential fields, like the A field. The Aronoff-Bohm effect has been mentioned already, and that's what I'm kind of going to elaborate on, because for me, quantum healing is about not only affecting the quantum processes in the body to bring about the healing, but the use of quantum fields to resonate with and alter the quantum processes in the body. So in essence, to me, that's what the healing process and quantum healing is all about. Now, just as a little historical note here, it's worth mentioning that this idea was first introduced by Deepak Chopra in 1989. I think it was 89. Yeah, 89, where he talks about quantum healing and quantum medicine. And I believe pretty much for the first time to make any scientific sense out of it. But what he basically is proposing is that the quantum level and the mental level, the emotional level, and the physical are all one. And that's therefore the unification of these, makes the whole system a mega quantum system. And of course, if you consider the fact that the human body resonates with the environment and the universe, we should really add the environmental quantum energy and to create a very large set of quantum systems which interact with each other and transfer information between one and another. And there's another model that's been, well, there's several models these days that are out there, but just wanted to point out that, 1989, Chopra's book came out, and much more recently, Larry Dossey wrote a book about quantum information transfer from the healer to the healee, similar to what I just mentioned. And then, of course, my own research generating that quantum fields do, in fact, affect the immune system as measured in vitro and will be discussed in further detail later in this talk. And so dragging some quotes from the scientific literature, I like to start with this study by Carter recently from the Department of Neurobiology in Harvard, where they are finally, mainstream universities are finally acknowledging that quantum events actually shape and determine the neuronal firing in the brain. And that thinking is associated with these quantum events, and that they can result in healing the body. Now, because and these are all medical articles and by various different groups, but the point that they all are still stuck with the brain as a physical system full of chemicals, and it must be the chemicals that are involved with the healing process. So Carter, talks about endorphins. Actually, Chopra himself talked a lot about neuropeptides. Of course, there's the whole microtubule thing, and we just heard Max's theory about DNA, and then this theory by Srihari. It involves biophotons, which is kind of more of an energy, but also a particle. So photons are particles. So these are all particles. Now, and then, of course, as I said, my interest, which actually chronologically occurred several years before Chopra released his book, but that article was published in a journal by the U.S. Psychotronics Association. So, it didn't exactly receive mainstream recognition. Anyway, okay, so talking about experiments, let's move on. And the first series of experiments that I wanted to ask was whether consciousness or the mind of a healer could actually affect DNA, like Max just outlined for us. I'm after experimental data in the lab. And I've done this lots of different ways, but let's start with healers, because when I started doing this work many years ago, like 30 years ago, more like 40 years ago, I was interested in non-electromagnetic phenomena. So I had no way of generating at the time non-classical electromagnetic fields or quantum fields. So I just use healers because healers will generate all of the different kinds of energy fields that I mentioned. And in this particular case, I'm using DNA that's purified in a test tube in water, like Max said, aqueous solutions of double helical DNA fragments just floating around. I've also used cancer cells and human lymphocytes, and I'll talk a little bit about that, but in the interest of time, I'm focusing more on the theory and the experiments that support the theory. So the theory here is that these energies that are in the mind will affect our own physical biochemistry. That's the healing process. But to study the biochemicals in the body is very difficult because there's millions of them. So you have to take any particular chemical that you're interested in my case, DNA, out of the body, purify it, and then give it to a healer to heal, assuming that that same phenomena occurs in the healing process when our own thoughts and our own conscious intention can affect our own DNA. Okay, so here we're talking about the first series of, I got 3 types of experiments I did. The first series of experiments are short-term experiments involving measuring the effect of a particular chromophore, how it absorbs light, as a measure of whether the strands of the DNA are unwound or wound. Because the more unwound the DNA is, the more accessible the chromophore is to light, and the more it absorbs light. In this particular case, light at 260 nanometers is a known wavelength that DNA absorbs light. So just by measuring short-term before and after exposures of the DNA to a healer and measuring the absorption of light at 260 nanometers, we have a measure of whether or not the DNA is winding or unwinding. And these experiments have shown, without showing you details of numbers here, I'm just going to give general conclusions, because these experiments showed that specific intentions can either increase or decrease the synthesis and the winding and unwinding. This is a combination of 2 different experiments. And that certain intentions are more effective than other. Thought by itself is not effective unless you add love to it. Then the combination of both the thought and the emotion is required to produce these effects. Imagery is also effective, and that imagery and intention are additive. So these are some pretty profound observations from a simple in vitro model. Okay, number 2. The next series of experiments is done not with a static before and after measurement, but using and measuring the dynamics of how the DNA repairs itself after partially unwinding the DNA with heat. This is a standard experiment, but in these experiments, I'm measuring the absorption at 260 nanometers over time as the DNA spontaneously rewinds back to its intact, natural healing conformation. Okay, everybody got that? Here's a picture of it. And you unwind the DNA, and over the course of several minutes, it will just rewind back to its state. And I can measure the rewinding kinetics, or the time it takes. And here's what you get. The solid line is the computer average, and the other blue line is the actual experimental data. As the DNA rewinds, the absorption decreases over time. Now, this slope of this curve turns out to change when healers are treating the DNA. And you can see here that Reiki practitioners slow down the rewinding process, but reconnection healers, another kind of healer, speeds up the process. And I've done this with many different types of healers. Most healers slow down the rewinding, but some speed it up, suggesting that we have two types of healers, the stimulatory type and the inhibitory type, if you will. And the poor person who's going to a healer has no idea which kind of healer to go to, which creates a bit of a problem for me. Anyway, so moving on to the electrical properties of DNA, which is what I do these days. I do have a spectrophotometer and I can measure the conformation, but the problem is that, you know, both winding and unwinding of DNA occur naturally in the body. So therefore, I can't say that one's good and one's bad. Now, in terms of electrical properties of the DNA, this is actually a relatively new phenomena, but we know that increasing the conductivity is a good thing because it is associated with DNA's ability to heal itself after it gets damaged by some external force. The faster the DNA heals, the higher the conductivity. So this is one of the first articles I could find that in the 60s that actually measured the electrical properties and the optical. So normally it's the optical properties that are measured, which is what we heard about in the beginning. So now we have two things we can actually measure. Now, the electrical properties of DNA, also called charge transfer or conductivity, occurs along the central channel or on the outside, where electrons and protons can either jump from one location to another or tunnel directly, for example, through the central axis. That it's a tunneling phenomena, and that this tunneling phenomenon has been measured, and it cannot be explained by classical physics. It's that the actual measurements are much, much faster than the theoretical prediction, and therefore this is was the first indication that DNA has quantum properties. An important observation and the basis of my question for Max a moment ago. Okay, so now conductivity, here's an actual article that measured conductivity in double-stranded DNA with impedance spectroscopy. This is exactly the method that I use. Now, this is worth mentioning that the way I do impedance spectroscopy is a little different than the way Serge does, but nonetheless, it's the same principle. It's just I do it basically on short-term measurements, and Serge does very long-term measurements. And I have additional modifications from the standard impedance spectrophotometer. For example, I use electrodes that are not shaped as cylinders, but my electrodes are flat Tesla coils that are counter-wound, not counter-wound, so sorry, I have a left one and a right one, and I have those two geometries facing each other, and I use dissimilar metals, and I have a whole bunch of other proprietary methods for actually measuring the flow of energy between the two electrodes, which in some cases can actually be a Casimir type effect because of the particular modifications I made. But anyway, here's a point. The point here is that the conductivity was measured in the DNA in the double helix and shown to be a semiconductor in nature, and occurs through electron transport from pi-pi stacking between bases. This is something that Max has talked a lot about. He did not talk about today, but important to note that that DNA is not only a semiconductor and conducts electricity classically as a semiconductor and as a superconductor, which is another series of experiments done much more recently. So anyway, so back in the interest of time, here's the method that I use is it's impedance spectrophotometer from Gemany instruments with two electrodes, an anode and a cathode, immersed in the solution. And here's an example of typical experiment with different healers, showing that in all cases, I'm reporting on the resistance or impedance. The raw data is impedance, and then I calculate the percent change compare before versus after divided by the original before number and expressed as a percent change. And you can see the changes are usually around 30%, 20 to 30%. The point here is that some healers increase the conductivity and some decrease the conductivity. I mean, I'm saying conductivity because it's a reciprocal of resistance, and people like to think about conductivity, but I'm really measuring resistance. So in your mind, when you see a number like minus 25%, you got to say, oh, but that's really a 25% increase in conductivity. Okay, right. So that's one brief set of experiments. I've done a lot like that. I'm just showing you one data point, one data graph. And now, and these numbers have all been originally expressed and connected as the real impedance. That's what I am actually measuring. And it turns out that impedance is a complex number, and it has an imaginary component, which I've been ignoring for all these years. And as of late, I've decided to, well, let's look at the imaginary numbers because imaginary numbers are cool. And they even use in the scientific literature, I have seen the word magical properties, which says a lot to me about imaginary numbers, and the fact that the wave function in quantum physics is a complex number. Complex numbers precede real numbers, and therefore they're somewhat more fundamental, and they're used to describe spatial dimensions. But these are complex numbers in general. You know, complex or imaginary impedance, believe it or not, is something that usually is not measured, but has been measured, particularly in the case of impedance tomography and impedance spectroscopy. And the general conclusion is that, the real numbers are measuring resistance of the current flow, and the imaginary numbers are measuring more like the phase information of the current or voltage. So anyway, here's two examples of impedance. You can actually measure the distribution of the impedance over the surface of particular tissues, and they've used this to diagnose cancer. And looking at these studies that give both the real and the imaginary numbers, you can see that the ratio, what I've done is I've taken the ratio of the imaginary divided by the real numbers from the scientific literature, and they average around 0.5, 0.7, maybe as much as 1.0. And so that's my starting point. And I've decided that that's the thing to measure in addition to the actual real number, the ratio of the imaginary, because that means that the phenomena is more imaginary because the numerator is stronger and the denominator is weaker, and less real. And that's what I'm after, because I'm interested in more esoteric phenomena. Okay. So here's the kind of results I get from my impedance spectrophotometer when measuring the real and versus imaginary impedance as a function of frequency, and that you can see in certain frequency regions, the numbers are very, very different. In fact, here's another example where you can see, this is an electronic circuit, where you can see that the imaginary numbers on the right give much more information about the system, particularly here in the lower frequencies, than the real numbers. So, imaginary impedance is a real phenomena. Oof, did I say that? I didn't mean that. I mean, it's real in the sense that scientists use it to characterize the system that they're studying. Okay, so now we have this issue about virtual versus imaginary versus quantum. And these seem to be synonyms, and in the scientific literature, there is evidence that all three of these things are connected. Here's an article showing that virtual and imaginary are connected. Just the title about virtual photons in imaginary time. Here's an article showing that virtual photons are linked to qubits, which are, of course, quantum, and that imaginary and quantum are also linked in these studies that talk about imaginary time within the context of quantum mechanics. Okay, so anyway, that's point made. Now here's some experiments that I did with healers, showing you a typical experiment. And this has been done with Reiki healers, with Qigong healers. Actually, Serge and I did an experiment together with Qigong healers, with transcendental meditation, and various kinds of healers. And these are the typical results, is that the imaginary number is a stronger effect, and that the ratio is around 1.7 in these experiments with healers. And therefore, there is a strong imaginary component when working with healers. Not surprising, considering that healers are using quantum energy. Now, one particular healer I recently studied, who claimed to be generating different kind of energy, was Nadi energy, was an Indian healer, and his ratio was up to 2.5. Well, it turns out that those ratios are an important measure of biological effects of all kinds of energy fields, like electromagnetic fields, for example, when they affecting DNA. This is experiments I've done with 432 hertz. The ratio is as low as 1. Scalar energy, the ratio, and healers, the ratio is up to 1.75. And that different kinds of energies can be even as much as 2.5, 2.5. Now, it turns out that other kind of energies, like, for example, light language written on a piece of paper, and I put the DNA on top of the light language, that the energy coming off of that two-dimensional image of the language, of the writing, is up to 4. So there's something very strange going on here with this ratio, and it's a phenomena which I'm in the middle of investigating. Now, okay, now one last thing before I go. I've got 29 minutes, so I got 1 minute to cover potential fields, or A fields. And I'm talking about A fields because they're in Maxwell's equations and Schrodinger's equations, and that the A field can be considered, or a potential field, is a type of information field which can be considered a type of quantum field, and that these fields act as a bridge between the electromagnetic world of Maxwell's equations and the quantum world of Schrodinger's equations. So to me, this was a great opportunity when I finally learned how to generate these kind of fields, in reference to the Aharonov-Bohm effect here in the experimental world. So the Aharonov-Bohm effect actually shows that these potential A fields can affect the electrons, but in particularly the phase and the spin of the, let alone the electron wave itself, of the electrons. And that so the Aharonov effect was just a theoretical prediction. Subsequently, the effect was measured in the real world, along with associated periodic oscillations of the current and resistance, indicating and confirming that this really is a quantum effect. At both the spin, and here's 2 references: the original Aharonov-Bohm reference and another recent article showing that potential fields can affect supercurrent flow within a Josephson junction. Okay, so anyway, so this is what's going on experimentally. We have a toroid connected to a signal generator. The electromagnetic fields are trapped inside the toroid, and the A field and the phi field are both generated outside. So this is an excellent way to separate the force fields inside and the potential fields outside. And I have to acknowledge that Cyril Smith was a scientist before me who was really the first person to use this kind of a model to show that A fields can affect water, and that specific frequency information can be imprinted into water, which he could measure. And I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to move on to my experiments with a potential field using human lymphocytes isolated from blood The signal was a complex series of sine waves superimposed upon each other, one carrying the other, and very complex design by Ted Gagnon, my colleague, delivered through a toroidal coil, exposed to these cells for as much as 60 minutes. And the effect that I got was very similar to the effect that you would get with interleukin-2. So here we're actually measuring the growth of lymphocytes in tissue culture after a 60-minute exposure to either a chemical, interleukin-2, or an A field with this complex set of frequencies. And you can see that the effect is huge compared to the untreated control. The effect is highly significant, and it is similar to the chemical, and that when you add the chemical and the energy at the same time, there's no synergism, suggesting that they're occurring by two different mechanisms, because if it was the same mechanism, they would be additive. Okay, so that's one important experiment demonstrating that quantum fields do affect the biological system, and in fact, this case, human immune cells. One last experiment that I'm going to go over a couple of minutes here, where I'm measuring two non-physical quantum systems. Okay, this is a hypothetical showing that carbon-60 and nanoparticles of gold and DNA all are quantum systems, and that when you put them kind of next to each other, that there can be a transfer of quantum information between them. They don't even have to be next to each other, of course. But the point is that the system on the left, carbon-60 and nanoparticles of gold, can be measured. The properties can be measured because they absorb light. So it's a quantum system, but you're measuring a physical optical property of the system. And these studies show that when I've done, back to this. So on the right, I'm putting, instead of DNA, I'm putting an unknown system, an unknown generator generating an unknown kind of energy. So my thinking is that if I can stimulate the absorption of light in the quantum system, then we're stimulating the quantum system, and that the system in question is also quantum because there's this resonance between the two systems. And all of the energies that I've studied so far actually inhibit the system on the left, inhibit the absorption of light, except this one particular technology from a company called Void Space Technology actually shows a rather large increase in the absorption of light of the primary system being influenced. Okay, so this shows that you could actually, in the lab, measure this kind of phenomena. So in conclusions, I've been able to show that conscious intention affects the properties of DNA, and that this can be either inhibitory or stimulatory, and that the quantum fields stimulate cells, biological systems, and that these results all support the model that I presented in the very beginning with concentric layers of energy, which I call the quantum healing method. Thank you very much for your time.
Sorry, Dr. Rein. I apologize. I wasn't invited, but two things. One of them, extremely interesting, the experiment you mentioned about toroid, the scalar toroid. Why? Because last year I invented and tested a double toroid 3D structure which self-amplifies itself. It's purely scalar. It's fully impedance tuned. If you're interested, I would love to speak to you about that, because I was looking
we can
for
collaborate.
some technical.
Yeah. Great.
Yes, it works on Nikolaev or B magnetic field. Just to tell you, that was the principle how I built it. Like the idea of building it's actually it cancels all the magnetic and electric fields.
Right.
Precisely, and it's pretty powerful as well in terms of voltage. But anyway, my question is, in the very first, I think, or second slide, you mentioned that there is a linear influence, quantum, let's say herbs to physical body of a target and so on. It's, I think, the third slide, maybe third. No, it's Yeah, this one. Yes, and then quantum to quantum healers and so on. Now, my question is, have you ever tried or experimenting with influence of, let us say, physical level to quantum, or vice versa, quantum to drug curves or physical level between healer and healy? My question is related to homeopathy, first of all, because if that is true, if only linear relation is happening, then how can homeopathic, let's say, diluted drug, which is no drug and there is no above informational substance, can influence very heavy psychological or deeply rooted above emotional, spiritual, we would say, or energetic states of the healy, because there were numerous successful experiments when homeopathic substance was helping a person who had possession syndrome or very high like level psychological problem.
Great question. So I didn't include homeopathy, but it's a good example of informational fields which can well, of course, you ingest it. So the information field goes into the body of the healee and will then couple with the informational fields that are, and strengthen the information fields that are already there. And the take-home message from my talk was that I believe that the quantum fields in the body are what's doing the healing. So by adding a homeopathic remedy, you're just strengthening your own intrinsic quantum fields and maybe even informing your own quantum fields with the specific chemical information that will bring about a healing.
So it works like a triangle. So basically you go to the top of the pyramid, and then the pyramid structures the lower levels according to the normalization plans, so to speak.
Okay, that's one way to look at it, right. But that's a good example. I should include that because homeopathy is well studied and there's a lot of scientific evidence for it. When in fact there's no chemistry at all the upper layers. So the question then for the group here, if I'm allowed to ask a question to the group, is there any evidence that homeopathy is quantum in phenomena?
Sorry, may I again not answer, because who am I to answer you? But first of all, part of like I used to have a severe form of Bell's palsy for like 2.5 years, and I used pure, they called it scalar, I believe it's more quantum level healing device, which is like a technological device based off physical right frequencies, but it goes above that. It was something from the healer frequency perspective to literally help heal myself within 2 weeks. And I have documented the whole process. So I know it is true, and I'm sitting before you. I don't think if anyone can notice on my face, I had ever any severe chronic disease, which basically was. And second is there are studies, and I tried to use radionically induced, purely homeopathic remedies remotely using a specially constructed radionic machine. And I do have a few documented success cases. Again, I know Sergey is very skeptical. We spoke about that before with him. There is no repeatance in those experiments, but just one simple question to you. Do you think that Wolfgang Pauli would be successful explaining and deriving his theory of quantum mechanics using more simple Newtonic physics? Don't you think that while we are treating the quantum principles and physics from the standard, the more Newtonian classical physics, we always will have to that non-repeatability problem, because quantum space with superposition and other proven principles do not simply work in terms of a lower level Newtonic understanding, or like our conventional 19th century understanding of time and matter. It's just a metaphoric question, but what is your opinion on that?
So you're asking
if we can, like, why we say that scientific modern paradigm cannot prove existing of alpha field, sorry, of A field or homeopathy or any energetic influences on the physical matter. But at the same time, we are saying, and we're trying to explain everything from quantum physics position. Now, quantum physics, we know, by its nature is not 4D, it's not enclosed into old scientific paradigm, which was, first of all, dualistic, and second, it was based on a repeatability principle. Now, quantum states we have quantum horizon, which is by itself, it's not repeatable. Like if a particle transverses the horizon in quantum space, it can never go back. So don't you think that our scientific paradigm right now, we kind of trapped with our real physical world and not the quantum space? Maybe quantum effects have to have a quantum paradigm instead of repeatability. That was my question, sorry.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. And that is why I totally agree with that. And that is why I'm measuring the imaginary impedance, because I like to think that the mathematics is the basis of both the real and world and the quantum world. So if mathematicians have come up with these concepts of imaginary numbers and you know, all kinds of numbers, you know, infinite numbers and irrational numbers, or all kinds of numbers, that it's these numbers that will give us a clue to how phenomena like homeopathy work, and allow us to start measuring it in a reproducible way. If we're only measuring using numbers from the real world and using numbers that are classical, then of course we're not going to be able to measure quantum events. And A. B, if we all believe that quantum events underlie all physical events, then we should be able, we need to measure at the quantum level in order to validate these phenomena that are so difficult to demonstrate in the lab, because we're measuring the wrong thing. We're measuring the real component, not the imaginary component.
Thank you.
Alexander,
Glenn, first of all, guys, please, I'd like to thank Glenn for a beautiful talk. Glenn, that was really excellent. A lot of experimentation. Now, please, questions, but in the way, short question, short answer. Yes, please. I think there was one question, no? Okay, Glenn, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, one short, let's say, comment and one short, I don't know how to express it, but I express and I would like to hear your reflection at this point. First thing, you know, if you work with spin-based effects, as a real quantum phenomena, spin-based stuff, it's much more useful instead of using impedance or let's say some impedance-like technologies to switch to nuclear magnetic resonance. Okay. Yeah, currently there's a lot of new developments, for instance, in Earth magnetic field. Also these devices, they are quite cheap, also cheap like less than €1,000. And they are pretty much, as for hydrogen resonances, they are pretty much useful. You can basically use for chemical shifts, for let's say measuring para ortho isomers, so really spin phenomena make sense, I mean, anyway. But the second point is, you know, I just redirect some comments from academic community. They say, guys, look, whatever was in previous time magic, you just replaced by quantum, and now you just say exactly the same what was said before, but in, okay, quantum. And Glenn, what's your reflection on this point? I mean, we probably say many times quantum, keeping in mind something different than really quantum.
Well, I'm sorry. So, but to me, everything is quantum, and there is quantum in everything. Is probably a better way. So like I said before, all physical phenomena have a quantum component, and therefore, if we're going to study the subtle effects of, etc., we need to measure the subtle phenomena, quantum phenomena, and I just don't have an NMR device in my lab. I didn't realize they were affordable. To me, that was always something that was like, a university level piece of device. I left academia because I can't do this kind of research in academia, or at least for the last 20 years. Maybe these days we can, but I already left. So it's a one-way door. When you leave academia, it's very hard to go back in. So I encourage all the people in this group to start taking quantum measurements, or start measuring. Okay, let's be practical. Spin. Okay, right.
Spin, yeah.
Let's measure spin. Because that is easy to measure quantum phenomena. And that's, as I said before, that's really going to be the solution to our problem about measuring subtle effects.
But the reason why I'm asking this, Glenn, this problem in China. They hate so much this quantum. They say, okay, please do not use quantum at all, because it's like the replacement for magic. And they're scared about this terminology. And if we use this as frequently in any relation, then probably we'll land up with the same situation like in China. Yeah.
Well,
okay.
That's a great. One last comment. So yes, and in America we go to the other extreme. We use quantum to describe everything, from healing to ice cream.
Yes, please.
There is opinion that we don't understand quantum mechanics at all.
Exactly.
We can use his equations and can receive good results.
Exactly.
You see?
My question is, why don't we use
quantum mechanics?
Why don't we use just term magic as it was originally, which reflects better probably the current state of what we are observing?
Because that's not scientifically recognized.
Before it was.
Well, before, yeah. Well, we live in the 21st century.
That probably makes sense, really. I mean, if it is magic phenomena, then use magic terminology. But it's a quantum, and we can measure this and confirm. Then use quantums. Otherwise it sounds a little bit crazy. Everything is quantum.
Right.
Sorry, Professor Rein. I apologize. Just very interesting question I had for a year. Because you did experiments and you measured the imaginary vs real impedance of the two-dimensional, I would say, sacred geometry, whatever you can call psychodronic images, probably that's what you used. And it exposed probably the highest ratio between imaginary and real impedance, right? According to your table.
Right.
Now, a question, what do you think about trying to use real quantum mechanics and literally squeeze those two-dimensional images into next to infinite dot, let's say fem dot, nano dot, whatever, meaning that you are trying, like the path integral that we used in our system, you are trying to squeeze the inferior two-dimensional, whatever ratio is that, too close to a real quantum size. So you're trying to impede the two-dimensional into one-dimensional object, let's say, and measure its ratio.
That's a great idea. what can I say? Yeah, anything that we can do. I used nano gold and carbon 60 because I just happen to have some in my lab, but I'm all up for using other quantum systems and other quantum measurements because that's kind of what we need to do, especially when it comes to biological systems.
Like like a nanographite. Yeah, nanographite. Let's say up to 10.
Graphene is a good
yeah,
thing.
Graphene,
yeah, to measure, right? Yeah, so I'm just now exploring more things, and if anybody in this group has a quantum system that you can recommend or collaborate and send me, then let's talk. You got my contact information.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, Glenn. Then thank you again for a really nice discussion. I mean, this really inspiring many contexts, contents, ideas, technologies, devices. You know. Okay. Then, guys, I would like let's say we finish for today. There was an extremely long day. We have a long day for tomorrow with a lot of discussions and talks. Then probably see you tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Then bye-bye. See you. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.